Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Ntembe TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, the Hasla government, the Kenya Kwanza government, the UDA government has a new policy in authoring, suggestion by the president himself that the Helb loan that is historical, of which I guess is a beneficiary, has been put in question. That certain people may not be able to get a loan, or there is even a suggestion of scrubbing it off altogether. What is going to become of our university students who have been relying completely on the government support in order for them to carry on with their studies to their conclusion and then thereafter be able to service the loan that they got from the government as they went through their studies. So, no more help loan to university students, suggestion by the Kenya Kwanza government. And of course, you are all aware there are no more subsidies on electricity, no more subsidies on food stuff, no more subsidies on healthcare, and every form of subsidy Kenya Kwanza government has withdrawn, including support to the elderly, the disabled, and every other a service that was being implemented by the government in cushioning Kenyans from the harsh economic situation. Well, the only policy that must stand and the only historical reality that must be kept on is that every Kenyan should pay tax to the hustler government. I don't know how far this is going to go, but I want us to have a candid talk on the same, even as we start out our conversation. Apologies, we are not able to stream live on Facebook or otherwise. So, all of you that follow our program, it is important that you realize we are only on YouTube. Please inform every other person so that they can be able to get what is happening right on the YouTube channel. So all Facebookers, Twitters, and the rest of other platforms, we can only stream now on YouTube in the meantime. And so please encourage everybody to follow our broadcast from YouTube. And if you're able to get us, share that link in all your friends groups, both Facebook, WhatsApp, and elsewhere for anyone who enjoys this program to be able to follow through with the Kenyan discussions on matters arising on our political front. As we start out, I would like us to look unto God for help because from the look of things, only God can help us from where we are to where we ought to be. And therefore, let's believe together as we pray and start out our discussion. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we appreciate you that you're the Lord and King of all. The Bible says you are the rock of ages, you are the ancient of days. You are the one that has the pillars of the earth in your hand. The Bible says you are the judge of all. You set up one and put the other one down. We pray tonight that as we engage as different people who are concerned about our Kenyan situation, that you will fill us with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to be able to diagnose the really problem in the country and be able to find a lasting solution to the same. We present every family, every community every minute segment of this country to you. And under your care, we decree that this nation shall be governed and shall be led. We stand against every strange wisdom, every foolish judgment and discernment. We decree in the name of Jesus, put to shame all that want to run down this great country. We pray in the name of Jesus, confound their wise in their wisdom. Yes, in the name of Jesus, and establish your order in the land to the glory and honor of your name. The Bible says you are the only God that declares the end from the beginning. Only you is able to tell the future and be able to make it happen. The Bible describes you as a God who makes diviners go mad. We pray in the name of Jesus that you will stand against every form of witchcraft and every form of divination that is unleashed against the welfare, the progress, and the advancement of this great nation. That mighty God, you rescue us all through and establish us in the right path. We sprinkle the blood of Jesus over this entire country as we purge it of every sin and every wickedness in the name of Jesus. We say no to evil. We say no to oppression. We say no to affliction in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Father, for being Lord and King. Continually help and guide each and every one of us to converse and be able to come to right conclusion on all matters. We love you, we bless you, be magnified and be glorified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. Thank you so much, everyone, for making it to join us on the discussion tonight. We appreciate you so much and we look forward to engaging further. Once again, we are not able to stream directly on Facebook and Twitter like we do always. There are some matters that we are yet to settle with those two platforms. And so as we work on that, we will be conversing on YouTube. I encourage kila mmoja ambaye angependa kujiunga na kipindi cha leo kwamba tunapatikana tu YouTube peke yake. Kwa hivyo karibu kila mmoja, tukajadili kwa kina masuala yetu. President William Ruto anasema Helb loan, ile loan ambayo inapeanwa kwa wanafunzi wa chuo kikuu, yeye haoni kama ina umuhimu haswa kwa wazazi ambao walikuwa na uwezo kuwalipia karo wanafunzi ama watoto wao wakiwa chuo cha tuseme inaitwa shule ya upili. Anasema wanalipa 200,000, wanalipa sijui how much. Ningependa tukuleta hiyo video ile tukue katika ufahamu wa masuala haya. Wakati nailete, naomba tu kaendelea kukaribisha mtu, hakikisha kwamba wewe ni ambassador mzuri wa Mtembei TV, na hakikisha kwamba wewe ndiyo unakaribisha wawili watatu, ili kusikwe na yote ambaye atasalia nyuma kwa masuala haya ambayo yanaendelea katika nchi hii. Hili ni suala nyeti ambalo ni mojawapo tu ya mambo mengi ambayo inawasuta wa Kenya katika wakati mgumu kama huu. Kumbuka hii ni Januari, so mambo yote yako chini. Uchumi ndio huo, alafu bei ya vyakula ndio hiyo imepanda, alafu tena oh God, sasa all right, so let's reflect on this. Thank you so much everybody who is joining. Karibuni sana. Samahani wale wote ambao hawezi kutupata kwa Facebook. Tuko YouTube. Karibisha wawili watatu tukajadili pamoja masuala haya. Gitonga, karibu sana. Westcon, asante sana. Abdullahi, nani huyu? Abdulrahman Ahmed, asante sana. Lilian Mogeni, karibu sana. Chakandune wetu huyo, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Karibu kila mmoja. Of course kuna Dahi Abdi, hi to you, thank you so much. Good to see you. Jacqueline Ngetuba, karibu sana, thank you everybody. Let's keep the conversation going. Just to start us off in the conversation, ningependa kuangalia swala kwa kina, hii masuala ya nini haswa ambacho kinafanya kuwa na nini masuala ya what is it called, the help loan, okay, usaidizi kwa wanafunzi wa chuo kikuu.
Academy pay 100,000, 200,000 a term, but when they go to university, we want to tell them we can pay for all of them. Why? If a parent is able to pay for their child in primary and in secondary, why don't we allow them to pay for their child in university?
Civic dynasty baya. Asra tawara.
Pay 100,000. We have students in academy pay 100,000, 200,000 a term, but when they go to university, we want to tell them we can pay for all of them. Why? If a parent is able to pay for their child in primary and in secondary, why don't we allow them to pay for their child in university?
Civic dynasty baya. Asra tawara.
Mambo ni kama hayo, tunawajia wote moja kwa moja, tunawashukuru. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV. Tafadhali tuendelee kujumuika katika kuangazia masuala haya. Unajua katika siasa mambo hayakui vile yanavyopeanwa, okay? Wakati unasikiliza kuna mazungumzo ama mnung'uno kuhusu swala fulani, basi jua kuna plan ambayo iko chini ya maji ambayo inachezwa katika kubadilisha mambo. So wakati unaona kwamba wanataka kufanya help loan iwe ya wale ambao hawajiwezi, alafu wale wanaweza wajilipie, hiyo ndio njia mojawapo ya kufutilia mbali hiyo masuala yote. Na ushasikia kwamba kuna suggestion ya kuifutilia mbali kabisa mpaka watengeneze bodi mpya na njia mbadala ya kuhakikisha kwamba wanafunzi wanasaidiwa vingine. Kwa maneno mengine, kuna mpango kwa kubadilisha help loan ikuwe tena kama hustler fund, ipewe jina mpya na iwekwe katika mikakati mipya. Labda katika hiyo hali kuwe na ile hali ambapo kuifikia itakuwa kama hiyo hustler fund, uanze kupata labda 500 ndio iendelee kile kiwango labda unahitaji katika masomo yako. Sasa sijui unaonaje masuala haya? Hii hustler government ni hustler aina gani? I mean, kama serikali ni ya wanyonge na inapaswa kusaidia wanyonge, mbona hii inanyonga wanyonge, inawafinyilia, inawagandamiza? Hii ndio njia moja ya kumaliza dynasty. Ningependa tu kuwakaribisha katika masuala haya kwa sababu mimi hapa inanichanganya kidogo. Mtu kajitolea kwamba yeye atakuwa mtetezi wa maskini, yeye ndiye atakuwa mtetezi wa mama mboga na mtu wa bodaboda na mtu wa mkokoteni. Hiyo yote ilikuwa nini? Ni kuhadawa Kenya ama ni nini kinachoendelea? So hasara tawale, hiyo ni msemo wake rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta. Mimi nataka muangalie masuala ya Uhuru Kenyatta, uongozi wa Uhuru Kenyatta na serikali zilizotangulia, alafu na hii ya Kenya Kwanza ama hustler nation. Is this hustler nation, does it look like a nation or what is happening? this has to bring us to a table where we need to look at this keenly and just tell ourselves the truth. Okay, hapa kunakaa either jikoni imekuwa moto sana ama mtu hana map, okay, hana rada ya masuala ya uongozi wa mali ya umma. Kama kungekuwa swala ambalo ni la dharura kushughulikiwa na Kenya Kwanza, lingekuwa swala la nini? La ufisadi, kwa sababu kitu ambacho kinaumiza uchumi wetu sana, kitu ambacho kinaumiza maisha ya Wakenya kabisa kabisa, inaitwa ufisadi, sio subsidy, okay, na sio masuala ya masomo, okay. Na ikifikia masuala ya masomo, sio swala ambalo unakuwa na uchaguzi nalo. Masomo ni muhimu kwa nchi ambayo inaendelea kama yetu. Tusipoelimisha watu wetu, basi itabidi tufanye nini? To import whatever expertise that we are not able to raise from home. So it is not even avoiding to pay a bill and think that by avoiding to pay the bill you will be able to escape it completely. It will eventually catch up with you. That means we will not have sufficient doctors, will not have sufficient teachers, will not have sufficient nurses, and people will not stop being sick because you don't have sufficient nurses. Children will not need school simply because you don't have teachers. And so any government that wants to run away from the responsibility of educating its people, that's already a failed state, to say the least. Failed state in the sense that hakuna kitu inasimamia na hakuna kitu inasaidia. So naomba tu tukajitahidi tafadhali, kumbusha watu wote kwamba tunapatikana wapi kwa YouTube. Kwa wale ambao wanatutafuta Facebook ni hatari leo, hatufiki Facebook, hatufiki Twitter, tuko hapa hapa kwa YouTube. Ndiposa tumeendelea kukuhimiza tafadhali, kama huja subscribe kwa YouTube channel ya Mtembei TV, fanya hima usubscribe ili tukajadili mambo haya kwa kina na tukaelewane na tukafanye mambo kulingana na vile yanapaswa kufanywa. Kwa hivyo endelea kukaribisha mtu, usitazame peke yako. Link ya kuingia studio ndio hiyo, kwa wale ambao mngependa kuchangia swala hili na masuala mengine tu ambayo yanakera Wakenya. Wakenya wamekuwa watu wa kuzononeka kwa sababu ya uamuzi ambao unafanywa kiholela holela, kwa maoni yangu. Sababu ambazo zinapeanwa pia si zile ambazo zinaridhisha. So naomba tu tukaangalie hili swala kwa kina, kwa sababu hata kama ni government policy, is it a government policy of overturning everything? Must a new government come up with a new system of governance? Is there no plug and play system whereby we can gap on what is excess and just be able to run the affairs of the country without having to disturb everything and disrupt every program that we found running? Now, what makes Helb, okay, a problem, and why should we get an alternative? Is there no way to improve on the same? Probably, if you think that Helb is not managing the resources properly, why can't we review the people responsible on then the systems on how people access the loan, other than coming up with unimaginable one-sided thinking on matters that have been with us as long as this country has been in existence? Why would all other successive governments have been wrong on Helb loan, and only the Hasla government seems to think that they know what is right about this country? Let's look at this keenly and talk. One more time, let's play this out.
Back to the cost of living. Kenya National Bureau of Statistics says inflation rate is now at 9.5, at least by November last year. When you come into office, the first thing you do is to remove subsidy on the likes of unga. Now, the big question is, as you run the program on subsidizing the cost of production, is government saying it was unable to also run the program on subsidizing unga so much that you remove the pinch on Kenyans who are feeling the pain as they go to the supermarkets to buy unga?
John, do you know how much those subsidies were costing us? It was costing us 16 billion shillings every year to subsidize fuel. It was costing us 3 billion shillings did I say every year? Every month.
Every month.
It was costing us 8 billion shillings every month to subsidize unga. It was costing us 3 billion shillings to subsidize electricity. A total of 25, 26 billion shillings every month. The decision to subsidize unga, fuel, and electricity was not an economic decision. It was a political decision. It was meant to placate Kenyans to vote in a certain way. Unfortunately, Kenyans did not buy it because they did not feel it. They looked for this unga of 100 shillings, they did not find. They waited for the price of things to come down, it did not come down, right? Because it was a political decision. So, did you, John, expect me seriously to get president? And I know what is right, to continue to do what is wrong. Because what would that do? In a year, we were going to spend 300 billion shillings on subsidy that benefits nobody. You know, it would have been the most reckless thing to do. But just to respond to your issue of inflation, yes. In October, the inflation went actually not 9.5, it went to 9.6, right? But because of the interventions we have made, inflation is now at 9.1. It's on its way down because we are making the right decisions. It will not be sorted out in a week or two or 1 month. You know, we got ourselves here because of 3 years of making the wrong decisions. But I am promising the country that within the next 1 year, we will have pulled the country from here. We will have set ourselves on the trajectory of making sure that we never again buy unga at 240, you know. Thankfully, we have put the brakes on the continued increase of prices of unga and all the other food products. At least unga now is averaging around 190 shillings from 230. The price of cooking oil has come down. So we are beginning to see the journey to sanity. And it is my intention, not just to promote the production we are doing at the moment, but also to make sure that the gap that exists between what the farmers are producing and before the next harvest is that we're going to import maize and some foodstuffs, about 10 million bags between the month of February and June, to make sure that we keep the tabs on the prices of basic food commodities not going up.
Okay, that's Dr. Ruto giving an explanation on why subsidies was a waste and it was costing the government. And when they are withdrawn, who are they costing? Is it not the ordinary mwananchi who is paying for the same? Now, why should common mwananchi shoulder the burden that has defeated the government and still be able to sustain that same government into power? If the government doesn't have an alternative to subsidies and is running away from shouldering everything that makes life easy for Kenyans, that government doesn't deserve to be in power. We need a government that feels the people, that prioritizes the people, that the welfare of the people becomes a priority and not the excuses that we are receiving. Just as a point of correction to the president, subsidies, majority of the subsidies came into play because of the COVID-19 and not political influence. Our president seems to be in this continued rivalry and competition that he doesn't realize that there is a responsibility of running a nation, and the running a nation means taking care of each and every Kenyan. He thinks by scoring points in throwing around words and claiming that Kenyans voted him into office against whatever that the former president was suggesting, in my opinion, is insensitive, is uncalled for, and nobody should buy into it. Subsidies have been with us longer than elections. We had subsidies even during Kibaki government. We had subsidies with Moi government, and all that. It had nothing to do with the election of William Ruto or not the election of William Ruto. William Ruto seems to be obsessed with himself to an extent whereby he even claimed that the insecurity in Baringo and other places is targeting him, painting him in bad light. And now that he's already in power, how come the insecurity is still on? Kenyans, let's read between the lines and be able to tell the person for who he is and not who he's trying to paint himself to be in the eyes of Kenyans. Wale ambao mngependa kujiunga na mjadala usiku wa leo, tunaomba tafadhali karibuni. Samahani, hatutaweza kustream live kwa Facebook and Twitter as usual. Kuna mushkil fulani ambao bado tunatatua, kwa hivyo tafadhali ambia kila mmoja kwamba tuko live na tuko YouTube peke yake. So kama uja subscribe YouTube, tafadhali karibu na hakikisha kwamba unatufuata kwa njia safi, na kama utupati pia tuambie kama kuna tatizo tungependa kujua ili tulitatue, tusikose kukufikia kwa njia ambayo inaeleweka. Karibu, naomba tumsikilize sasa dada Roda tunapoanza our conversation. Vipi lakini Roda leo?
Leo nimekuwa very sad. Sijafurahi sana. So sad. Kila siku Ruto ananifanya mimi nisikie huzuni kila siku, all the time. Siku ile aliingia hiyo kiti sijaisikia poa. Exactly the way you say, aliingia hiyo kiti just against the former president. That's why he was wanted, and even all those people, they work together with him. It's really hurt me when I know the former president was working 24 hours to invest for our country, to development, to build everything, to respect community. He was not a tribal. Even when you see his cabinet, he was all the people. And still they have never respected him. Even those days when Moi was a president, he did left nothing. And when Mzee Kibaki came in the government, he made the school free of charge. Everybody went, every community, they went free of, every Kenyans, I mean Kenyans generally, they went free of school. And Kibaki didn't care about Moi. He continued with his own business. Alafu akaenda akakopa pesa kwa China, akaanza kuanza development. Kwa sababu what could he do? Kenya, we didn't have money. Na Kibaki hakutesa Moi, na wakakula the same dinner, mpaka akaenda kwake ni Muthaiga, sijui ni Muthaiga kama Moi Kabarak. Na unajua Moi ni mtu alikuwa ametesa watu wengi sana, lakini he didn't care. He want to come there for the Kenyans. And like me, where I come from, many people, they couldn't afford the school fees. And then he, and he didn't care about what Moi did. He continued, he focused with Kenya, and what he could do for Kenya is to give the school free school from nursery school, from primary school. At least primary school, you can have a little bit knowledge. You can able to write. You can able to count 1+1. At least it's better, because even people who could not afford the school fees to go to high school, they could learn to be mechanic or something. But this guy, he always hate. Oh God, it's really hard. I feel very sad. He just hate my community, not my community. He hate Kenyans generally. Na Kenya wanateseka tu, wana chakula, wanakufa kwa njaa. Sasa hii nimewaona, sasa nikashida, when he will leave former president alone, the whole world will know that the former president did a great job. Hizo barabara tunaona ni zake, hizo project tunaona, Uhuru Garden, Uhuru Park. Hata tulikuwa tunaongea na mama mwingine some weeks ago. He doesn't know, she doesn't, people, kwa nini watu anaongea tu akufanya kitu? Uhuru Park is not the same when I was young. It's very beautiful. I don't come to Kenya, but I see the internet. So so it's really hurt me a lot. Hata hiyo sati anavaa ni ya Uhuru, kila kitu. Hata hiyo State House, good environment. When Kibaki left the State House, it's not the same. When Uhuru came, he built, he make more beautiful, the renovations, everything. Now, bado he have not been thankful. Still, he's negative all the time. I don't know when he will say something good. Sasa mimi nashindwa sisi wa Kenya, we have to stand with the former president, and we tell him it's not good, because I see that. But anyway, God will fight for us. God, if you know what Ruto he did, he manipulating our election. I don't know if he was using witchcraft to manipulating Kenyans and to go for this community, and everybody was looking this community. I was asking myself, this election, everybody was looking one community. People, they didn't care about another community. They were just looking one community. I was so mad. I was asking, why can we focus Kenyans when people are doing campaign? Actually, we are going Mulima Kenya, Mlebe Nation. Why can we focus about Kenyans? Those questions, I was really sad when I watched the news every day when they were doing campaign. So I think those guys, they were planning something. And then when I saw them, they are in today when they are in these places in I don't know, they are doing retreat. Nothing. I try and I think Gashewa, he is not happy. Actually, I feel very sad for him. We are human. We need to feel sad for others, because that God wants us. We feel pity for people. I feel sad for him. I don't know. I think he's not happy. I think he's regretted, or I don't know. It's God know his heart, how he feels. I don't care if, but when they were there, that retreat, just talking nonsense. I couldn't know what they are talking. It's just corruption, because those money they are eating for the government, and people are mkokoteni, watu wakamukoji, watu wanateseka, watu villages, watu wanateseka, watu wana nini, watu wana pesa za kulipa nyumba, watu wale wanakaa slum nini. And Ruto anafikiria ni mwana king, just sitting there and I can do whatever I want. I don't care. Okay, atuachilie tukufe sisi wote. Mimi niliona, I dream today. I was thinking about Kenya. Kenya is going to be very poor. It will be corrupt. Everything will be corrupt. Kenya will be, even, I don't want to say that nation in Africa, it will be very worst country in Africa. The way things are going, Kenya is going bad way. And even those people from, I don't know, we call them Western, they will leave Kenya, because those people from Western, they will not get anything. And the one they saw the country is corrupt, there's nothing, getting poverty, people are dying for food, people, they will go back with their country, will not have any ambassador living there. because people, they cannot leave a country. There is no electricity in Nairobi. There will be no control everything, so, and of course they cannot leave the country when there is no educations, because education, when the people, they are not educated, they cannot leave, because they want to work together with the people. So because William Ruto, he, as you say, he seemed not care about the anything, just focus negative, 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 and hasira, he still have a bitterness. So Chipukati alitufanya vibaya sana, very sad, and I don't know how Chipukati feel. Some people, some Kenyans, they don't have a feeling. He doesn't know how he hurted. And we know these people, they're not coming to do anything in the government. They were just coming to destroy. They are not coming to make our country great.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda, for that start. And we pray that there will be a turnaround of events. We need to remain strong and remain focused in this struggle. Penny Nyagaga seems to be very happy with the turn of events. He's still in advocacy for William Ruto's governance until 2032. Mzee wangu Penny Nyagaga, sijui shida iko wapi, lakini inaonekana pia wewe haujali masilahi ya Wakenya wala masilahi ya vizazi vijavyo. Kama watoto hatakwenda shule, Kenya itakuwaje baada ya miaka 10, baada ya miaka 20? We mzee wangu, tunaongea kuhusu wajukuu wako, vitukuu vyako, vilembekweza ambavyo vinabeba hilo jina Nyagaka. Unataka wote wakuwe gamblers, watu wa betika? Hiyo ndio nchi ambayo ungependa kuiona? Sasa sijui kwa nini wewe uoni matatizo ambayo tunakumbana nayo kwa kutofanya education a priority. Why did Kibaki make education priority? Made it compulsory even when the infrastructure was not able to contain. He said we will solve the problem as it continues, but free primary education should start forthwith. It started forthwith, and it has been here with us. We've been looking for how to have free secondary education. Jubilee government tried to implement it to some degree, but now it is back to usual. Everybody has to foot their bills with the hustler government. And then Nyagaka and team still thinks it's a move in the right direction. When education is not accessible, health is not accessible by the majority of Kenyans, and the food is not accessible by the majority of Kenyans, and we have a government in power, something is wrong. Hata kama we ni blind, unapaswa kuona makosa wakati inaonekana. Good news, we are back on Facebook and Twitter. Those of you who are looking for us, karibuni sasa, karibuni. Tumia hii link, ingia studio, tukajadili kwa kina masuala haya. Mimi na kereka na mtu kama Nyagaka, kwa sababu Nyagaka ni mzee na mmemuona kwa hii studio. Ni mzee ambaye anapaswa kupeana hekima hasa kwa wajukuu wake na vituko vyake, lakini mimi saa ingine huwa simuelewi. Ndio nikiteta mtanisamehe tu mapema, lakini kuna umri ambao ukifika kuna hekima fulani ambayo inatarajiwa kutoka kwako. Okay, kuna mchezo fulani huwezi kucheza kwa sababu ni mtu mzima. Umefika kiwango ambacho lazima ujibebe kama mtu mzima, na kuwa mtu mzima inamaanisha wakati watoto wanacheza na moto hawezi kuwachochea waendelee kucheza na moto. Kwa nini? Umeona mengi, kuishi kwingi ndio kuona mengi, na unaona kwamba wakienda hivi watachoma nyumba ikichomeka, vitu vyote vitachomeka. Kwa hivyo kama mzee ni we mtu wa prevention is better than cure. Kile ambacho kinanisikitisha ni kwamba tuna wazee, badala watumie uzee wao vizuri katika kupeana mwelekeo ambao unafaa katika kujali vizazi vijavyo. Kuna wazee ambao wanataka kula leo, washibe leo, na wasijali chochote kuhusu kesho. na wanafurahia. Okay, what hurts me is that they are excited about it, that they have stolen from the country and they have eaten and they are happy about it. Nobody's worried about what becomes of this country tomorrow. What kind of country are we leaving behind for our children and our children's children? And I think it's okay. It cannot be okay. If you're not securing the future, you should not be in existence. You shouldn't. Sababu ya Mungu kulinda wana wa Israeli jangwani, okay? Licha ya wao kukosea Mungu. Mungu alikuwa anataka kuwamaliza wote. Musa akasema hapana, huwezi kuwamaliza wote hivi. Lazima tuende kwa hii masuala kwa mpango. Tukiwamaliza wote, dunia nzima itasema wewe ni Mungu ambaye unapeleka watu jangwani unaua wote. Mungu akasema okay, uko na point hapo, lakini tutafanya hii maneno slow motion. Okay? Slow motion ni gani? Wazae kwanza, wakishazaa tutawaua na watoto wao tutaendelea na program yao. God is a God of generations. Is a God of the future. Is a God who calls people through them, through their children, through their children's children. Sasa wewe kama ni mzazi and you don't care about your children, you don't care about your children's children, you don't care about the future of this country, you are a problem. You are a huge problem. And in my opinion, you shouldn't be in existence. Najua ni maneno mazito, lakini ni muhimu tuyaseme vile yalivyo. Okay, tupate video moja mbili. Karibu wote ambao mnataka kuchangia katika kipindi cha leo, tukasemezane, tukaambiane ukweli. Wazee ambao hawezi kujali future generations, they shouldn't be anywhere leadership is, and they are a disgrace to old age. Old age is related with wisdom, is related with sobriety, is related with consideration of the future. It is old people who could rescue children. Somebody who raises his grandchildren because he wants his family perpetuated through the grandchildren. He knows that the children will go longer than them, and so the children should have the best education, should have the best training, should have the best upbringing. But wazee wa kizazi hiki, they disgrace old age.
Kila mahali anazungumzia Raila. Sijui hata kama nalala usiku karibu na mama, ndoto ambayo anaota ni Raila. Hawaje kusumbua mama watoto na Raila, hata kama nalala Raila. Wafanye kazi. Wangapi wanasema wafanye kazi walipatiwa? Na jambo la pili, nimesoma Rigadi akisema ya kwamba hii hustler fund ambao alisema kwamba mama mboga na wengine ndio watapata hiyo hustler fund. Wanasema the greatest beneficiary of the hustler fund will be the private sector, kwa sababu wanataka lazima mulipe interest. Wakatambua ya kwamba ni private sector ndio inaweza kulipa hizo interest. Kwa hivyo we are in the opposition, and we like being in the opposition if we are in the opposition and we know how to do our job. When we are in government, we also know what to do when we are in government. So I'm asking them, ya kwamba mfanye kazi, mwanze kulialia Uhuru alifanya hii, Raila alifanya hii. You are the people now who have the responsibility. Lakini mukikosa, kama mwanza kukosa namna hii, we cannot look back. Sisi tuko na chuma ile ya zamani na moto bado itakuwepo hapa Kenya. Mukifanya nyokonyoko, mfanye kazi vile muli ahidi watu wa Kenya. Na mimi najua ya kwamba sisi tutaungana pamoja katika mrengo ya Azimio na ODM na Wiper na party zingine, tufanye kazi.
Okay, huyu anaitwa James Orengo, gavana wa Siaya, akitoa maoni yake kuhusu kila mara kuteta kwa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, mara Uhuru Kenyatta, mara Raila Odinga. Wataanza kufanya kazi lini? Wamepewa silaha, wakapewa mamlaka, wakapewa ofisi, wana magari, wana ulinzi. Ni nini haswa ambacho kinawazuia kutekeleza wajibu wao na kila mara kulialia kwamba Raila kile, Uhuru kile? A responsible government need to rise up to the occasion and do what is necessary, not this business of trying to pretend around and behave as if everything was to be given to them on a silver platter. Hakuna haja ya kuitisha kazi kama utaka kufanya kazi. Jukumu la wewe kuitisha kazi ni kwamba uko na msuli wa kutosha kuitekeleza hiyo kazi. So umeingia katika serikali ukakuta kazi ni nyingi, so badala ufanye hiyo kazi tena unaanza kuteta ukisema kazi ni nyingi, pesa kidogo. Kama pesa kidogo, ongeza. Okay, utaongezaje pesa? Ongeza pesa kwa kuhakikisha kwamba uzalishaji unaongezwa, productivity is increased. A majority of Kenyans are deployed because all the Kenyans, especially graduates, are part of national resource. National resource is part of the national wealth. It's part of the national whatever assets. If you don't engage them, you waste them. Na wewe unataka waingie katika betting, waingie katika gambling, waingie katika kuishi maisha bila kufikiria. You waste them. You educate them, you leave them without job, you waste them. Their prime age when they are strongest, when you should deploy them so that they can deliver for the nation, there is nothing they are doing. And then you're saying you want to run a government in that kind of a scenario. In my opinion, that's missing the mark by far. And so Kenya Kwanza needs to wise up and stop all this pursuit of finding excuses and crying here and there. Kama jikoni imekuwa moto sana, toka ili wapishi wengine waingie, kwa sababu kukula ni lazima kwa Wakenya. So it's important that we get that done, and it must be done rightly. I invite everybody into the discourse. Thank you so much. Okay, Gitonga anasema kazi ni nyingi but wanataka kuiba everything. Na hiyo ndio shida, hiyo ndio wanataka kubadilisha Helb ili waweke watu wao hapo, ikuwe taasisi mpya na watu wapya ili kuwa na channel ya kukulia hapo. Katika free secondary education kulikuwa na hii story ya subsidy education. Shule kadhaa ambazo zilisajiliwa zikawa shule gushi, wanafunzi gushi, lakini wanapokea hela kutoka kwa nini? Kwa serikali. So mambo kama hayo ndio wangekuwa wanashughulikia ili wahakikishe kwamba kitu kizuri kama hicho kinachofanya education kuwa accessed by all Kenyans at all levels. We just take care of corruption and then make sure that the money is put to proper use, the country develops. But now you scrap off everything, denying the people what they need so much in order for them to develop. In my opinion, the judgment of the Kenya Kwanza government is wrong from the word go. When something is wrong, we should be able to tell each other it is wrong. Okay? Scrap off all free education. Scrap off all medical services. Scrap off all subsidies. What will you be left with? Scrapping off subsidies simply means denying Kenyans access, because if I can't afford it, I learn on how to do without it. Now, going to school is going to be optional. Going to the university is going to be optional. Going to high school is going to be optional. Eventually, the population of illiteracy is going to increase in the country. And the more we have a sizable number of people who are illiterate and semi-literate in the country, our performance internationally is affected. Our future is at risk. I don't see why any person who is thinking in their right senses doesn't see this as a problem. Education needs to be accessed by now. At 60 years of independence, education is supposed to be free all through, and people should be arrested to be taken to school because we don't want illiterate and semi-literate population. We want everybody to access education so that when we are enlightened, then we are an informed country. An informed country can perform better. Lakini hizi games zinachezewa na hii inaitwa Kenya Kwanza, hustlers, sijui UDA what. This is joking with the future. This is taking Kenya backward. And Kenyans should rise up and stop this. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate Wangera is here. Now, before Wangera weighs into the debate, I just want to ask to listen to the Minister of Internal Security on matters insecurity, and then Wangera can make his submission. Haya, tumsikilize Kithure Kindiki.
Kithure ametangaza hatua za moja kwa moja za kurejesha amani katika bonde la Kerio ambako utovu wa usalama umekuwa donda sugu kwa kipindi cha mwaka moja sasa. Sasa Waziri Kindiki anasema serikali itatumia hata wanajeshi mbali na kuipa idara ya polisi nguvu na suluhu za kupambana na uhalifu na wizi wa mifugo. Rais Wangui alikuwa kwenye Elgeyo Marakwet na ameandaa taarifa ifuatayo.
Kufuatia vifo vya watoto wawili bondeni Kerio na vifo vingine vingi katika kipindi cha mwaka mmoja, waziri wa usalama wa ndani alifika hapa mwenyewe. Kwanza alitoa onyo kali kwa wahalifu, hususan wezi wa mifugo ambao pia wanatekeleza mauaji.
Umesikia wewe senior AIG, tokeni Nairobi, everybody tokeni kwa ofisi. The entire security apparatus must get out of the offices and go to the field.
Hapa alitoa amri ya kurejeshwa askari wa akiba mara moja ili kuimarisha juhudi za serikali kutatua utata bondeni Kerio.
The government has made a decision that in all the 14 counties which used to have NPRs, we must restore and even increase the number of national police reservists in those counties. Kwa sababu wale walikuwa wamechukua au National Police Reservice wa hapa walikuwa wanafanyia Mheshimiwa Rais madharau. Nimeamrisha hao wote 300 watafutwe mahali walipo, warudi kazi kutoka kesho.
Aidha, waziri sasa ametoa idhini kwa machifu wenye ujuzi wa kutumia bunduki kupewa silaha na kushirikiana na askari 5 kila mmoja katika kupambana na matukio ya ghafla kabla ya polisi kuwasili.
Wote wachunguzwe kama wako na uwezo wa kubeba silaha hao wenyewe. Wale watapita hiyo mtihani ya kubeba silaha, wao wenyewe wapewe silaha. Vile vile kila chief awe na askari wa kumsaidia kutatua matatizo ya kiusalama, askari 5.
Aidha, waziri ametoa onyo kali kuwa huu ndio mwaka wa mwisho wa vifo vinavyotokana na wizi wa mifugo kurekodiwa.
Who have sold their souls to the devil are marauding and terrorizing people and shedding innocent blood. Something has to give way. That something is not the government of Kenya. That something has to be the bandits.
Raia pia walifungua roho na hawakuficha hamaki zao.
Alikuwa awali ametupa hisia hizo za wananchi eneo la Elgeyo Marakwet ambao wanasema kwamba maafisa wa polisi wamekuwa wakisema tu watafanya kampeni dhidi ya majambazi hao, lakini bado watu wana
Okay, thank you everybody. Please, let's keep inviting each other even as we look at the Kenya situation and the education situation in the country. And of course, we'll be touching other aspects like security and the promises they're running away from responsibility and others. Welcome, Mr. Wangira. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing very fine, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you.
Oh, my regards to Rhoda. Okay, let me just start by commenting on that clip by our internal CS, Professor Kithuri Kindiki. On this matter, I tend to agree with the president's statement yesterday. That yesterday the president said that as much as the constitution allows the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces to support the police in matters security, I don't think we have reached a level where we need to deploy the Kenya Defense Forces in matters that are entirely what we call in matters of internal security. Bernard. I've listened to him. He has talked about the deployment. You know, he's now recalling the National Police Reserves, Bernard. And perhaps, as far as he's concerned, he thinks that the solution to what is happening in Elgeyo Marakwet is perhaps lack of NPR. If perhaps I'll pick part of his sentiments. Bernard, let me tell you a story. Before the tarmac to Garissa was the tarmac road to Garissa, before it was built, there was a place in Mwingi, Kitui, around Mwingi there. Anytime public transport vehicles reached that place, they could all stop there to wait to be escorted, by armed security to Garissa town. When that road was developed, Bernard, all of a sudden, the place became opened up and we no longer have that particular arrangement. If you are traveling to Garissa today, you just leave Nairobi and you go to Garissa. That tells you that if you open up a place to development, Bernard, then even the challenges of insecurity in that particular place, Bernard, are dealt with, Bernard. So there's what we call the hard power, where you think that you can deploy the police, you can deploy the army, and you can deploy all manner of military hardware when tackling security challenges, Bernard. But to student of security, they'll tell you that that's not an ultimate solution to security challenges. Security challenges must be looked at wholesome. We need to analyze that entire area of Elgeyo Marakwet and try to understand that for many years what could be the real problem in Elgeyo Marakwet. The first time I heard of a town in Elgeyo Marakwet was a town called Tot. I heard of Tot, and it was from an inspector of police who was in GSU and he had been deployed in Tot as a young inspector. The gentleman is now dead. And that time I think I was a young primary school student, and that's the first time I heard him talk about Tot, and how volatile that place was. He had been deployed there as a young inspector of police. So those are many years. When since I was in primary school to where I am now, 50 years, is many years, around 30 years or so. And the problem in Elgeyo Marakwet has continued to be there. So how do we handle the problem in Elgeyo Marakwet wholesale? By keeping the type of cattle, Bernard, people are keeping in Elgeyo Marakwet, Bernard. One, is that the only economic viable activity that the people of Elgeyo Marakwet can carry out? These are some of the things that we should ask ourselves. Then we must ask ourselves whether Elgeyo Marakwet is opened enough for economic activity. And there perhaps that's where now the issue of Aror and Kemarwer comes in, Bernard. Perhaps if Arol and Kimarel Bernard were already built dams in Elgeyo Marakwet Bernard, people could be doing other economic activities other than just rearing the normal ordinary cattle, Bernard, the ones that, the ones that this guy with the governor of Trans Nzoia used to say that, cows that cannot give you much, and, they make you keep on killing one another, Bernard. Bernard, we need up to open Kenya. For example, that entire area of Elgeyo Marakwet can be a very good area of even growing mangoes commercially, maembe commercially. We need to think, what can we do to run away from, cattle rearing, which has become a security risk. Let us think about running away from cattle rearing in that particular area and move to other agricultural activities that could, enhance peace in those areas, because the issue seems to be cattle, and cattle that is not giving them much, and and that seems to be giving them more, that is cattle rearing that is not giving them much economically, but is giving them more pain as a people. So what can they be helped to do rather than just doing the cattle rearing? Because what we call the hard power, you'll deploy the hard power, and the hard power has been deployed there for years, Bernard, and it doesn't seem to be achieving the goals that it's supposed to be achieving. So let us think of soft power where we can help people, become economically empowered in other activities other than just, rearing livestock. That would be my take as far as perhaps, Elgeyo Marakwet and most of those areas are concerned. If you go to Elgeyo Marakwet, you go to West Pokot, we can help those people to engage in other activities other than cattle rearing activities that could, enhance peace in those areas and make those people economically empowered and also enable them live in peace. That's all that perhaps I'll say on that particular subject, Bernard. Bernard, today we have had a by-election, I think 3 by-elections, and in this by-election, something funny about this by-election is that the turnout, whether it was in Elgeyo Marakwet where there was a by-election for the senatorial seat, whether it was in Kandara, whether it was in Garissa Township, the turnout was long. Then you ask yourself, why are people no longer interested in these elections, Bernard? Why are they no longer interested in this election? Is it because, they have become so disillusioned and so early in the day? I was just reading a post from one of my friends who said on his Facebook page that, that the hustler is losing steam very fast, Bernard. Is it because the hustler is losing steam so very fast that we are seeing a low turnout, in Garissa, in Kandara, and perhaps in Elgeyo Marakwet? These are some of the things that we need to interrogate before. People seem to be losing hope, in the political kingdom, because the political kingdom that the one Kwame Nkrumah talked about, he said that, seek first the political kingdom and the rest shall be added unto you. But we have discovered that in this country, even after seeking the political kingdom, nothing gets added unto you, Bernard. So people seem, people seem disillusioned, and that could be the reason why they are not, coming out in big numbers, to cast their vote, and if these are the signs, perhaps in 2027, just like some of us told you, Bernard, many people will decide to stay at home and not vote, because if the political kingdom is not delivering what it promises, then why engage in a political kingdom? You could as well stay at home and engage in the kingdom of God instead. Bernard, this is my final take. President President William Samoei Ruto, when he took over power just in the last 100 days, he talked about cutting down on government expenditure. If you remember, he talked about cutting down on government expenditure. And he said that, government activities are no longer going to be held in hotels. You know, he said that the government has government institutions, you know, like the school of government. You know, government has boardrooms. You know, government has government institutions, you know, that are going to be used to carry out government activities instead of people meeting in hotels. Bernard, today we are seeing a contradiction, Bernard. And the contradiction comes in this form. Today, William Samoei Ruto and his entire government machinery have trooped to a hotel in Mount Kenya the hotel is called Fairmont, Mount Kenya Safari Club. You know, that's where the president and his troop are going to reside in the next 4 days, Bernard. You know, somebody should tell us how much it's going to cost, you know, to pay for this entire troop for the 4 years, for the 4 days they're going to stay in Fairmont, Mount Kenya Safari Club. Then I'll ask him the same questions. You know, don't we have, you know, boardrooms in Nairobi where such an exercise could have taken place? You know, what was hard for him to carry out the exercise from State House grounds where people could be attending during the day and go in their homes in the evening, Bernard? You know, these are some of the things that we are asking. Why the contradiction, Bernard? The other day you were telling us that you are going to cut down on government expenditures. The next day we are seeing physically, you know, the next day we are seeing you know, going on what we are calling spending spree. So which is which in this particular scenario, Bernard? Finally, Bernard, on the issue of the Helb, Bernard, the university students don't seem to be happy with the proposal by William Samoei Ruto. You know, they are not ready to see Helb go because, as far as they are concerned, they are saying that, you know, Helb has seen many of them go through university, so they are not very, very ready to see it go, Bernard. For now, perhaps that would be my contribution as I allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wangira. Just before I let you go on that same point, you would have told us who is the owner of that Fairmont so that we know where the money is going before we even find out how much.
You know, I don't like speculating, but the owner, I understand the owner of this hotel is the guy who used to own the Spirit Factory in Thika. You remember the Spirit Factory in Thika that was closed by during President Uhuru Kenyatta's time? I understand that he's the owner of that hotel. Let me just find the name, then I'll come back and I'll tell you who it is.
Okay, thank you. Now
Conclusively.
you are confirming he must be a hustler, so they are giving back to their sponsors who sponsored them through the whole process. All the same, we want to hold President William Ruto to account. That I believe is our responsibility. And for that to take place, Kenyans need to get angry enough and be able to look at these things for what they are. Why is it that Dr. William Ruto sees Kenyans as gullible and, gullible in the sense that they can easily be deceived, or they have whatever selective amnesia? They will not remember what he said, or they will not hold him to what he said. And if that rises up, he said it was politics. Does politics make or justify lying? And don't we have some ethical standards for public servants, so that when you're in a public office, there is some level of expectations that we need to hold over you, that you can't go lower than this? If we don't get back there and ensure that that is in place, basi ni kubaya. Otherwise, naomba wote tuendelee kukaribishana tunapoendelea na mjadala wa leo. Asante sana kwa watu wetu wa Facebook, tumerejea na Twitter. Karibu sana. Samahani watu wa Twitter, hatuwezi kuwapatia link ya kuingia studio, so ukitaka kuingia studio lazima uingie aidha kupitia Facebook page yetu, ni Facebook page yetu, au YouTube. Lakini tunawakaribisha wote ili tukajadili masuala kwa kina. Kenya Kwanza inaonekana ina mpango, na huo mpango wao sio mzuri sana kwa maisha ya Wakenya. Kile kiliopo ni kubadilisha kila kitu, na katika kubadilisha kila kitu kuna ile hali ya kukwepa mikataba ambayo ilikuwepo hapo awali. Kwa mfano nikiwapatia tu mfano wa kibiashara, Mr. Wangira here and every other mature Kenyan here knows what a Kamba bus is. A Kamba bus was the main whatever public service provider, especially flying Western Nyanza and all that. It was a big issue. I mean, a big business. Okay. Then Akamba began to have problems meeting their dates and all that. So there were some auctions and all that. But eventually, what happens is that when the company can no longer sustain itself, okay, it rebrands. It rebrands by registering a new bus company, okay, transferring all the buses into the new bus company, and then it's able to run away from the previous contracts, okay, because the contracts were in the name of Akamba, okay, and then you now call yourself, let's say, Crown, or you call yourself Guardian. I'm not meaning that Akamba is Guardian, but you know that Easy Coach and all these other buses came from Makamba. If you have been here long enough, you know that. So you cannot sue Easy Coach for what Akamba signed for. What is William Ruto running away from Helb, okay, and other institutions by wanting to rebrand them or getting them new names? He has destroyed the Wezo Fund, and this other fund comes up with something that has no constitutional backing, called Hustler Fund, which has already hit a snag from where I sit. Now, all is it really trying to run away from responsibility or trying to camouflage into a new entity? Then that entity will no longer be able to be held responsible for previous engagement. And also that new entity will not have legal grounds. And so it makes very good fodder for corruption to thrive. I need us to look at this keenly, especially on these matters of help. What is Kenya Kwanza's policy on education? They seem to be non-committal on education, especially education. They like corruption, okay? They avoid education like they avoid the discussion on corruption. Why has Kenya Kwanza made education and corruption to be their main enemy? Because primary education, you have not heard about free primary education talk. Secondary education, nobody's talking again, and all that. Asil tu TV anasema Kamba went down with my money. Baya pole, lakini kwa kuleta history inaonekana italeta kukereka, lakini naomba tusonge mbele. Tutacheza video moja tu alafu tumlete Leo. Nashukuru Leo amefika. Sasa tutafanya kazi kwa bidii, na kuna Leo TV. Hii Leo TV unataka tu subscribe ama wewe mwenyewe ndio TV?
Mmekubaliwa. Mmekubaliwa kusubscribe.
So what you do is copy the subscription key and share it in the private chat. Then we will be able to call upon our people to subscribe. It's good we build each other, na hiyo ni muhimu. Sisi hapa tuko familia moja kubwa ambayo we are a big river, so we don't have a problem feeding smaller ones so that they grow into big. We are not in competition. We are in complementing each other and being able to sustain each other into this wider market. The internet is unlimited, and the people who interact there are unlimited. And trying to control who subscribes where, it's none of our business, because there is no, we say that a candle loses nothing by lighting another. Okay, a candle loses nothing by lighting another. In fact, they help each other deal with the darkness when they multiply the light. So I believe it's our Mtembei TV policy that we can help by getting people to subscribe on other channels. Pia nazo zikuwe nyumba kubwa ili nasi pia tunaweza kujificha huko. Biblia inasema imani ya mtu, okay, inasema ukiwa na imani ndogo kama mbegu ya nini, mustard seed. Yeah, the Swahili name is disappearing. It says inapandwa ikiwa chache, is the smallest of them all, but it grows into a big tree that the birds of the air come and lodge under it. So you don't grow your faith so that it serves you. You grow your faith so that the birds of the air can come and lodge under it. Your faith is as good as it's able to carry different people and support different people.
Bernard, before Leo
Yes.
comes in, I want just to say one thing. Today I saw the former Chief Justice David Maraga at the hotel I've told you it's called Fairmont, Mount Kenya Safari Club. Today, as part of the President William Samoei Ruto's administration delegation. So perhaps I would be interested to know what the emeritus Chief Justice David Maraga's role is in President William Samoei Ruto's government. What is his role in President William Samoei Ruto's government, Bernard? The role that perhaps Mutunga is not enjoying.
Now, I understand they proposed him to be heading some police something. Is it there is some Morphers group there?
He was appointed to head the police task force that is supposed to look into the police welfare. So he's the one who is chairing that.
Yes,
so I don't know how that is related with today's meeting.
Yeah, so that's the excuse. And in my opinion, he's stooping too low to take that kind of a responsibility, because from where I see it, we already had a task force or the police. They made proposition. Those propositions are the ones need to be implemented. Kenya Kwanza inachezea wa Kenya. Okay? Sai wanaanza kuokota data ya wakulima. Data ya wakulima ilichukuliwa kwa census. Walihesabu mpaka vijiko kwa nyumba. Mtu asema ana vijiko ngapi, ana kuku ngapi, akona bata ngapi. Hizo vitu zote ziko na data ya serikali. Saa hii wanatafuta tena new data. Wameweka tena another task force to look into the police situation when it was all catered for, paid for, and the task force did a good job, gave proposition. I was proposing Maraga as chairman of IEBC. It would have done better than going to look for police and police welfare. Nani hajui polisi wanahitaji nyumba? Nani hajui polisi wanahitaji mshahara mzuri? Nani hajui hii mambo yote ni mchezo tu. So Kenya Kwanza, they are suckers government. Sorry to say that, but I have to, because hii ni mchezo tunachezewa, na Wakenya wanapaswa kufika mahali ambapo wanakasirika na haya mambo. Okay? Hakuna haja ya kusumbuana na kuzungushwa akili. Who is looking for which police task force for where? And then Maraga anakubali kazi kama hiyo, na anajua hiyo kazi ishafanywa, na yeye ni judge mkuu, na anajua akona hii. When you are the president of the Supreme Court, you are a president beyond capacity. You have access to information that other Kenyans don't have privilege to get to. So why is he allowing himself to get marked into the madness of this Kenya Kwanza? Okay, wacha tuangalie whatever auction, and then Leo can come in and make his submission. I found this, somebody sent me this, I think is one of our elders here. I'll get his name. He sent me this, and it's a good piece that we would want to look at. It's a discussion in, I think, Australia about elections, and they're looking at election auctions, on how there is always a pull and push, and the highest bidder gets elected after the voting. So bidder in the sense that IBC will be given different proposition, just like it played in Kenya. And I found it very fascinating that it is now how elections are being done in the so-called democracy. And then these guys claim they have been democratically elected when they were beaten through an auction.
Be small, we still need stabilizers. And especially we need stabilizers in two areas: protecting our reserves and safeguarding the integrity of our public service. Why do I say this? Because these are two critical elements that give us safety, security, assurance, and resources for the future. It's taken us decades to build up our foreign reserves. They are our oil in the ground. If we don't have a second key, and you happen to have a generous or profligate government, then one government can spend it all and bring you back to zero. Elections will become auctions, where the parties compete to be more generous than the other, offering what it can do to voters by raiding the bank, as happens in countries much richer than us. You look at Australia, when 10 years ago, under basically a conservative government, they built up a significant amount of reserves or surpluses. They set up pension fund for the future, and they said this is our sovereign wealth fund, and this is to make sure that in future you'll be provided for state pensions and so on. But then came elections, and both parties, whether in government or out of government, because of the dynamic of the situation, they had no choice. One side offers something, the other side offers more, and back and forth. It's an auction. Today, the funds for the future have disappeared. The country is in deficit. The commodities boom is over. The budgets cannot be settled. They have to cut back spending. It's extremely contentious. We are back where they were, all within 10 years. It can happen to Australia with all that wealth and resources. Think what can happen if it's Singapore. That's money. What about people? The whole of our excellence in government, competence, the performance of the country depends on the integrity and the ability of the individuals in the key posts in the public service. Judges, central bankers, the accountant general, the commissioner of police, the people who head our stat boards, who sit on our stat board, key stat boards, the people who manage our reserves. Once corrupt persons get into key positions, that's the end. It's not only the end because they take money and help themselves, because you can stop that and put them in jail. It's the end because they subvert and corrupt the system and make it impossible to root out the cancer, which then becomes entrenched throughout the system. The system is permanently broken. You look at other countries. President SBY, President Yudhoyono of Indonesia, used to lament publicly about the problem he had with what he called the judicial mafia. He doesn't mean the mafia on the streets. He means judges whom he could not trust for their integrity because they had become corrupt and they had become part of the problem. You look at other countries where the police are in cahoots with the crooks. And if you have a problem, you're not sure whether you should go to the police station or run away from the police station. Or you look at countries where those responsible for safeguarding state assets instead raid the bank. As the Malay proverb goes, pagar makan padi. You are the hedge, but you are eating the rice, which you are supposed to protect. To prevent this, or at least to make this harder, this system needs a second key. And the challenge is for us how to ensure this second key strengthens and stabilizes our system of government.
Okay, there you have it, Kenyans of goodwill. It is about time we began to interrogate ourselves on what exactly we are faced with the Kenya Kwanza government and their phobia to talk about corruption. Corruption being the number one enemy of this great country. We have a government that sees no problem with corruption, but sees problem with subsidies, sees problem with education support, sees problem with the support to the elders, sees problem with support to the disabled. What is this? What are we
Bernard,
faced with? Yes.
Bernard, was 15th of August 2022 an auction or an election? That's just food for thought. That just that.
Definitely, it was an auction. From what I've gathered so far, this election already had a result as early as on the 13th of August, and the result were overwhelmingly clearly won. There was no neck to neck competition. Whatever Chepukati and team gave us, supported by Mother Kome, is all creation of the auctioneers. It is not the decision of Kenyans. It is not what the Kenyan people decided. The Kenyan people overwhelmingly chose clearly who will be their president and what government they want. And one of the things that was a major deciding factor of the August 8th, August 9th elections was corruption. The turn of events was corruption on both ends. The Kenyans of goodwill, who are the majority, voted for a government that is going to bring to an end corruption. The corruption fighters, the people who want corruption to continue, stepped in after the anti-corruption won and were auctioned to ensure that their corrupt deals continue without being disrupted. So in Kenya, we had an auction, and we will need to look at that and fight until we get our electoral system together. But as at now, hatuna election system hapa, tuko tuna auctioneers, and their head auctioneer is the one who is rewarded by the president and being called a hero. Heroes don't emerge from auctioning a country. Heroes emerge from going through hell and back for the sake of their country, for the sake of the future of their country. And when laws are compromised, those laws serve no other purpose but the purpose of the few who would want to get their way in messing up the whole country. So we'll look at that keenly maybe later on, Mr. Wangira. Tumsikilize bwana Leo. Leo vipi lakini?
Oh, salama. Good evening, Bernard. Wangira, I'm happy to see you. And everyone who was in the comment section, I can see Gitonga, Achieng, Fartun, Pamela, and everyone. Greetings from this end. I think
Okay,
I've been
thank
waiting
you.
for...
Just one moment. Leo, thank you so much. As Leo makes his submission, I want to share his link for his channel. If you are not a subscriber, please subscribe on this particular link. You click on it, subscribe, and make sure you turn on the notification bell, because if you don't, YouTube is going to wash you out in 24 hours. So if you subscribe na weke, you turn on the notification bell, ndio ujulikane wewe hapana robot. Thank you. Carry on, Leo.
Thank you for that kind gesture. Maybe before I give any submission, let me start to pick it from where Wangira left. Wangira asked a question that all Kenyans are asking. When Ruto put that Bible down, kuweka Biblia chini, he promised that he's going to cut on the cost. And one of the ways he was supposed to cut on the cost was to ensure that all the government meetings, all the government retreats will be done in the government offices. But the other mouth of Ruto today, his other mind today thought that he's having a friend by the name Humphrey Karaoke Ndegwa, who is having a restaurant, or I don't know if that is also government building, called Fairmount Hotel. So for your information, this Humphrey Karaoke Ndegwa is the owner of African Spirit, the one that used to make the killer liquor. Those people who've been taking some wines and spirit, they know of Blue Moon, they know of makings, and those third generation spirits that were banned. And I think this is something that the Ruto government talked much, how Uhuru was fighting hustlers and their businesses when Uhuru's government closed down the African Spirit. And the first initiative Ruto did when he came into power, he restored the African Spirit. So as he tells you that he doesn't take alcohol, the Azimio opponents are the ones who take alcohol. His first initiative was to restore African Spirit, not because he wanted to create an avenue for more taxes, but because this guy is his friend, and anybody who is close to him should benefit, even if you hustlers drink those alcohol and die. So Humphrey is the owner of that hotel. I think it is next to this animal orphanage that he is currently his personal orphanage. How he acquired it, I don't want to speculate, but anybody who has got some other eye can be able to go and check. There's an orphanage next to that hotel that is currently owned by him. They say it was owned by the white man, that colonial government. And what I believe is when the colonial government left, everything that was under their control belonged to the Kenyan government. So how it left the government and it's now a private entity, that one we are not going to talk of today. So he was rewarded today. And when I heard yesterday's speech, actually I did not watch it to the end. I heard the Swahili version and I could not wait to be lied to in English. I really had to stop it because when in English there's something called diction. So in diction is whereby you look at the choice of words and phrases in speech. So when I heard the president degenerating the debate of GMO to breast and Ndevu, that is when I ended my view, because there was nothing positive that was going to come out of it. So later on, I had to follow up the highlights, not the exact, but I was just following up the highlight. And I realized that this guy, when somebody asked him why Unga is not 70, instead of giving the answer, he was telling them how Unga would be 300 had he not been elected. So this is the person that you expect to lower the food prices. I think that hope is neither here nor there. This is somebody who proved to us that education, he tried to show us that education is not worthy in this country. He told us the only thing that makes him a scientist is because you've been taking GMO and have not grown breast and Ndevu. So for you to become a scientist in Kenya, you don't need to go to school. You don't need help to become a scientist. You don't need the school fee to be subsidized for you to become a scientist. You just need to go to the shop or to your supermarket, buy GMO products, feed on them. But if at all you don't grow the breast, as he said, then you're automatically a scientist. So I really sympathized with how many years were subjected to lies yesterday. When Ruto was naming his cabinet, he vividly and said it in live TV that Kinoti sent his resignation and was here to resign. But yesterday, what did he say? He said, I sacked that Kinoti man. So this is a man that you want to believe his words. So if he lies and he comes to agree that he lied within 3 months, so how do you then go ahead and believe in him? Really? I don't think we have a president. I don't think we have somebody that we can believe in right now. Somebody is talking of Helb. Why is he destroying these bodies and creating one? What he knows, if maybe we're having Helb, we're having these different organs dealing with education matters. It is hard for you to control 3 different organs. Like if today you want to bribe NEC, Helb, and maybe KUPPC at the same time, you won't be able to do it once. It is hustling. So for you to be able to bribe and control them, you have to put them under one entity and under one control so that you can easily reach and manipulate them. So Ruto's aim is to manipulate these bodies. He wants to manipulate these finances, but he cannot do it when they are separated because you are not likely to convince three people at the same time. So he wants to put them together. After putting them together, so he will easily control them at the comfort of his bedroom, at the comfort of his sitting room. That is his target. You are told that they want to register farmers. We did a census. The last census counted everything. I remember I tried escaping and running away from the census, but they had to catch up with me. They used to come after every 1 hour. They ensured they checked. They were asking you, how many cows do you have? And imagine I was in Nairobi, Kayole. So I was wondering why they're asking me about the cows. So I don't know which data they want to get. Then number two, it is not about doing a census on farmers. Ruto simply wants to run away from giving subsidized fertilizers. If you want to subsidize fertilizer, you pay the manufacturers so that if the price was supposed to be 5,000, so they make it 3,000 after paying 2,000. So anybody who wants the fertilizer will be able to get it at 3,000. Whether they want 10 bags, they'll get it. If you want 1 bag, you'll get it. But if you tell me that you want to register farmers and send them 1,500, what if I'm having 3 acres, I need 50 bags? Will you send me 1,500 times 50? And if I'm having maybe 1 acre, I only need 2 bags. Somebody needs 50, or I only need 2 bags. How will you know that this person needs 1,500? Because 1,500 maybe is per bag or per kilo or per bag. I need 100 bags. Will you send me 1,500 times 100? And what of that person who is only in need of 1 bag and will want also to get 1,500 times 100 bags, yet he doesn't need 100 bags? So this is a confused government. This is a confused government. It is easy to subsidize. You say that we are lowering, we are paying the manufacturers, so it will be genuine. You won't go and buy fertilizers if you don't need them. But if they say they are sending 1,500, Bernard, who is staying in Nairobi, who doesn't have a farm, will also need this 1,500. This is Kenya. How will you know how will you really know if it's registration? Is everyone having a title deed? Will I have to show a title deed to be registered that I'm having 10 acres? We have those people who rent farms. We have those people who rent land. So this government is not genuine. They don't have any economic policy. They are doing trial and error with the Kenyans. Kenya has been turned into a laboratory whereby they are doing experiments. He's a scientist who is doing experiments with our lives, and we should not allow this. Look at the Finance Act that is coming, whereby the e-books, those people who read books online, you will have to pay VAT of 16%. For you to stream live music from Spotify, you'll have to pay 16% VAT. Those ladies who like watching movies from Netflix, you'll have to pay 16% of VAT, something that has not been there. Mobile to bank transfer, they introduced 20% excise duty. Bank to mobile transfer, 20% excise duty. So you are withdrawing money from your KCB app, they'll charge you. You know, you are withdrawing it to M-Pesa. Then again from M-Pesa, they'll charge you. So you are paying double. The capital gains, there are those people who normally they've invested some shares maybe in SACCOs. Like me, I belong to Mombasa Port SACCO. So when I'll be earning my shares, maybe next month, I used to pay 5% to the government. Now they've increased it to 15%. The capital gains, yeah? You are transferring your property. You want to sell your old car to somebody else. The government will have to take 15% from the 5% that used to be charged. Then you want us to believe that the former government was worse when you're taking us to the worst place. We are not moving in the right direction. And I'm happy the leader of minority, Opiyo Wandayi, has spoken, and he's really concerned with the real hustlers. And he promised that we are not going to relent until we get justice. So, Bernard, as I wander up, allow me to congratulate somebody called Atua Salim, for winning the Shell Award by election. He really shown that people are tired with the UDA. That is in Malindi. I think you've scored, you've gotten 1,053 votes. He was contesting on ODM, and his close competitor, the Kenya Kwanza candidate from UDA, have gotten 573. So despite the low turnout, he really managed to double his opponent. So that one tells you, if we call elections today, we'll carry the day. Let me stop there. I'm still around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leo. We appreciate that. And you finished on a very good note to respond to. There is anajitaka nani Odhiambo hapa. Yeye ndio huwa anateta anasema kama
no, forget about Nico Odhiambo. Have been asking the question of nomination. Sahi akuje.
Yes, yeye anateta kwamba kama Azimio ili win elections ikakuwa rigged out, mbona hawajawin by elections? So leo amekuja leo badala aseme results za election, anasema elections are by elections I usually have a low turnout and probably that contributed to the loss. He has an explanation when facts are coming into play. All the same, naomba tu kama Mkenya halisi tusimamie ukweli. The reflection of the difference between the contestants is a clear picture of how much Azimio has the ground than UDA and Kenya Kwanza. And this is one thing that needs to worry Kenya Kwanza government with their hustler movement, because eventually when push come to shove and the people get to the street against this government, I don't think they have what it takes to retain whatever they are claiming to have. Mwenye mbuzi apewe. Hii story ya watu kudanganyana na kusema oh fulani ndio alifanya nini ikawa nini. Let's just get this video. I want Kenyans to be sober. I want Kenyans to be vigilant. Kama mtu hawezi kutetea masomo, mtu hawezi kutetea matibabu, mtu hawezi kutetea maslahi ya wengi wa Kenya, huyo mtu hafai kuwa rais wa Kenya. Kenya ni Kenya kwa sababu ya Wakenya. Kenya si Kenya kwa sababu ya rais na deputy wake na chama chake. That is not the purpose of the existence of Kenya. Kenya exists because of Kenyans, and it's Kenyans who make Kenya, who make Kenya Kenya. So if you are not taking care of Kenyans, you are not the right nurse. You are not the right man to lead the issues of this great country. And that is why I'm in the same perspective. This Malema man is usually vocal, and I want us to listen to him on this one.
Ramaphosa a chance to prove himself. He has dismally failed. We will treat him the same way we have treated Zuma. He must leave the office with immediate effect because he has not respected his oath of office. Everywhere and anywhere where we find Ramaphosa or we see Ramaphosa and we have an opportunity to stop him from speaking in the name of South Africa, we will do so. We call upon all the fighters and the ground forces to start treating Ramaphosa as such. We will start on Thursday, and it will be wire until he let go of that office. That office must be occupied by a man of integrity, not a hypocrite, not a man with double personalities.
Tuliwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya. Mliambiwa 100 days. Sahi it is 300 days. After 300 days, they will be requesting for another 2 years. After 2 years, watawaambia hii muda imebaki kidogo, acha tumalize hii term. Hiyo maneno tutaangalia next term, mkitupatia next term. Hiyo ndio itakuwa campaign tool ya kwamba tulijaribu kusukisha unga ikatushinda, sasa mtupe twende tujaribu tena. Kwa hivyo narudi kurudia na kusema kwamba mulikuwa wajinga, na bado sasa mumegundua kwa uwazi ya kwamba kweli mulikuwa wajinga. Kwa sababu muliambiwa 100 days, now it is a year. Very soon it will be 2 years, 3 years until 5 years. Na niko sure hiyo kinyangarika ambayo kimekaa katika kiti ya president ya Kenya, na narudia kwamba ni hiyo kinyangarika, kwa sababu we never voted for you, na nitasema tena mara kwa mara.
Tumesema kabla ya Disemba mwaka huu, serikali hii ya Kenya Kwanza tutahakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya atakuwa na bima ya afya ya NHIF kabla ya Disemba mwaka huu. Every citizen.
So Kenyans, you have a choice. You want a double-tongued person as your representative, as your symbol of national unity, or you want somebody credible, somebody respectable who will earn respect for your country and give, unajua ukishakuwa muongo, hata banki haiwezi kupatia loan. Ukishajulikana wewe ni muongo. Watu wanateta kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta aliboro loan mingi, okay? Lakini kuna sababu investors walikuwa wanapeana loan kwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Walijua hiyo loan italipwa. Kwa nini? Ni mtu ambaye anaweza kuweka neno lake, anaweza kukeep his promise. Swali hapa, tukiendelea na uongo wa aina hii na kufanya mambo kiholela bila kufikiria kama tunavyoendelea, ni nchi gani dunia nzima itatuamini in our future? Tukihepa masuala ya kusimamia masomo yetu, afya ya wananchi wetu, chakula cha wananchi wetu, alafu tunataka kuendelea kuwa kama serikali, hapo atutoboi. Let's go back to Mr. Wangira as we continue with the conversation, and please keep inviting somebody. Don't watch alone. It is important that we do that, and maybe later on we'll be getting into that aspect of our paying of our bill this weekend. And so I want us just to be on the alert, but from where I sit, Ruto must go. Where it has reached, we can't take this anymore. Mbuzi ipewe mwenyewe. Mwizi wa mbuzi akipatikana na mbuzi sio yake, anyang'anywe mbuzi, mbuzi ipewe kwa mwenyewe, alafu yeye aende Kamiti. Shamalatewa, tuko na Kodiaka, nilikuwa huko juzi, nilipita huko kienda Busia. Iko mzuri tu, hata barabara imekuwa tarmacked, so hautachelewa kufika, na potholes pia wameclear. Uhuru Kenyatta alifanya kazi mzuri, na airport pia iko hapo. We can airlift you to Kodiak directly. So any person who must go has to go there. Thank you very much. Let's keep the conversation going. Mr. Wangira, karibu tena.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Bernard, you would say you earlier said that you would have preferred David Maraga if he was to become the chairman of the IEBC. Those were your sentiments. But if you look at the qualifications of the chairman of the IEBC, the qualifications of the chairman of the IEBC are same qualifications as those of the judge of the Court of Appeal. So David Maraga, having been the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, I don't know legally how possible it will be for him to occupy a position that is now lesser than what he occupied as the Chief Justice. It's just like now saying that President Uhuru Kenyatta was the President of the Republic of Kenya and you want him to become the governor of Kiambu. I don't know how that one would work. I'm just trying to look at, I'm not disagreeing with your point, but I'm just looking at the dynamics of, a person who was Chief Justice, now ending up occupying a position of, chairman of IBC that is equivalent to a judge of the Court of Appeal. And that now also takes us to the position you have told me that is occupying the chair of a task force that is looking into the welfare of the police. I don't know at his level, whether that is adequate. Now, you have been the Chief Justice, and now you are now being reduced to chair some task force, that is looking into some welfare.
Mr. Wangira, wewe, I would just put it closer to you, to your village.
Huh?
Our longest serving Attorney General, Emeritus, Amos Wako. I think we have never had an Attorney General that served that long. I think Amos Wako broke the record and ended up being Senator of Busia 2 terms, and he would have gotten the third term if he ran. But he's from his own sentiments. He said that he had retired and he didn't want public office, but the people of Busia approached him and say, "Our son, you're still strong. Go and be seeing for us what is happening there." And so, from where I see it, those are places or positions for offering services to Kenyans. It's not something that you should hold on dearly, that I've been the president, so I can't be a governor. I still believe that having Uhuru Kenyatta as governor for Kiambu, it will even help better the Kiambu people and probably the management of the affairs, without having to classify that I have served in the highest office, I can't serve in the lowest office. A servant is a servant anywhere. Just like a school teacher, you can teach lower primary and teach upper primary, and you are still a teacher. And like now, the payment, in fact, your salary is no longer determined by the class you teach; it's determined by your job group. So you will still retain the main salary, but you are serving in a little lower scale. And so when we look at it, from where I see it, is we are looking for a solution, okay? And then there is what? Somebody who can offer that solution. I don't think where you have served should stand between you and the service you can offer for the welfare of the country. I don't mind if Maraga, in fact, is overqualified for the chairman of IEBC. He has experience both as a judge of many years. He has served in the Court of Appeal. He has served in the Supreme Court. He's better positioned in his experience and better judgment. And that is why, in my opinion, he cannot be allowed to be the chairman of IEBC by the current regime. They cannot imagine it because he will do what is right. Like I said, majority of the institutions that are established in this country by whatever regime, they are all established to fail. And if they are not failing, they will make them fail. Why? IBC works for them better when it fails than when it does the right thing. And so that will be a nightmare if they will resort on that. But if I was William Ruto and wanted to redeem myself from the eyes of Kenyans, the best place to hide is make Maraga the chairman of IEBC, or even Mutunga. Okay, it will make Kenyans change their mind about the suspicion, and now there are calls for the audit of the elections. He said they have nothing to hide. Now they have taken the most person that overturned an election to be the head of IBC. Probably they did not rig. Probably they did not steal. Probably Chebukati did not do that. But if they run away from getting a credible person for the IEBC, then you know that the IEBC that is being constituted is meant to do exactly what Chebukati did in 2022 in 2027. That's my take. But to hold so much onto the position at Min Shakwa Nini, Mandago was governor, is now senator. In fact, from there he can go back to being he can still serve as an MCA. He can still serve as a member of parliament. I don't see anything standing between him and serving Kenyans, if service is what he wants to provide. But come on, posing around that I am the greatest, I'm the biggest, I am the most this, then ameshindwa kazi.
You know that was just food for thought, because even if you look at the constitution, you know, a judge, the chief justice of the Republic of Kenya serves for 10 years, or for 10 years, or up to 70 years, whichever is less or whichever is more. But you know, in case, you know, something happens that, you know, he ends up, for example, if he serves 10 years and is not 70 years of age, you're getting my point. You have served your 10 years as Chief Justice and you're not 70 years of age. The law allows you to become now a judge of the Supreme Court. The law does not allow you to go back to become a judge of the Court of Appeal, or a judge of the Court of, or the judge of the High Court.
Mr. Wangira, I don't think there is any legislation to that to that effect, except you pointed out. The law doesn't work two ways. It works one way.
I mean, what I'm quoting is the law. The law, it is very clear. That's the constitution, that if you are appointed as the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, and you have served your 10th year term, and you are yet to attend 70 years, because the retirement age is 70 years, then you are allowed to go back to the bench and now serve as a judge of the Supreme Court. That's the law. So, and that's what I was banking on, that, you know, you cannot now not go back and you say now because you are the Chief Justice, you could now serve as the judge of the High Court or the judge of the Court of Appeal. The Constitution allows you to judge on the bench, to serve on the bench on which you are serving. And that's where I'm finding problems when you say that, you know, Maraga should become the chairman of IBC, because the chair of the IBC qualifications are just those of the court, the judge of the Court of Appeal. Then how will he be the chair of the IBC when his qualifications are those of the court, the judge of the Supreme Court?
Mr. Wangira, you're not reading the law well. Okay, he say at least. That means you can be higher. You should have the least qualification should be equivalent of. Okay. That's not the topmost top. That's the lowest part. So if you're higher than that, you can do that. And then I don't see I don't think there is legislation that if you have served as a Supreme Court judge, you can't serve as a court of appeal. I believe being a judge is like being a doctor. And if there is a matter of the law and your expertise is required, you should be engaged for the same. At whatever level.
Bernard, just imagine a guy who has served as the judge, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, going to private practice and, you know, appearing before a chief magistrate in a magistrate court. You know, there are some things that you want to avoid, because you end up being soiled. You know.
So, Wangira, you can go ahead and make other submission. I think that's a debate for another day. We will look at it and make a right conclusion.
So the other thing, you know, there was a clip by the other young man. You know, I didn't like the language he's using. You know, when we have the president and he has been declared president, he becomes a symbol of national unity. So I don't like the language he used against the president, because it's not adequate language. We need to respect William Samoei Ruto as the president of the Republic of Kenya, whether we agree with him or not, because he remains so. So the only thing that we are allowed to do is disagree with him. So, you know, this issue of 100 days now to 300 days, and likely to go up to 5 years, Bernard, this guy must have observed it correctly. That, you know, William Ruto says that in 100 days we are going we were supposed to have attained whatever we are supposed to have attained in 100 days. Now, it's especially in the issue of food security, is now saying that, you know, let us give him 1 year. How sure are we that he's going to deliver it in 1 year? Because I'm very sure that after 1 year, he's likely to come back to the people of Kenya and with some excuses to tell them why he never delivered it in 1 year. And perhaps he'll be asking for the next year. And before we know, you know, what is happening, it will be the end of his 5-year term. And after the end of the 5 years term, you'll still be blaming Uhuru Kenyatta for every shortcoming, and he'll go on the campaign trail telling the people of Kenya that, it's Uhuru Kenyatta who made this country. If it was not Uhuru Kenyatta who made this country, it could be somewhere very far. And that's the reason why I'm asking you to give me another term of 5 years so that I can go back to the office and deliver for the people of Kenya. So you see, there is a lot of William Samoei Ruto. His sweet tongue, Bernard, he talks nicely, but when it comes to what we call delivering, he's very short at delivering. And that's where the problem is. You cannot tell the people of Kenya that in 100 days I'll deliver. Then at the end of 100 days, you have delivered nothing, and you're asking them to give you another 200 days, so that another 300 days, so that becomes 400 days for you to deliver, Bernard. Is that not shortchanging the people of Kenya, Bernard? I find that one is shortchanging the people of Kenya. And that's the problem of having an auction instead of an election. When the people of a country agree to be auctioned, they end up with a leadership like the one we are now having, where William Samoei Ruto is the president, and he's a man who keeps on promising without delivering. And at the end of the day, Bernard, I don't think that much will come out of it. For example, yesterday I was listening to him, try to articulate the issue of the junior secondary, and how they are going to implement it, especially the terms of teachers. Bernard, he didn't seem to convince me. And I tend to see a lot of confusion come the 23rd of January when schools open. We don't know the type of teachers that will be teaching our junior secondary students, whether they will be the same primary school teachers, or whether we are going now to employ more qualified teachers, Bernard, to teach the junior secondary students, Bernard. So, that was the reason why perhaps Uhuru Kenyatta had proposed that the students in junior secondary, graduate to high school, so that they will get the adequate human resource in form of high school teachers, who are adequately trained to train them, to teach them at the junior secondary level. But now that they are remaining at the primary level, Bernard, with the same primary school teachers, Bernard, what are we expecting? So we are expecting the same teachers who taught them at grade 6 to continue teaching them at grade 7 and to continue teaching them at grade 8. So with such type of reasoning, Bernard, I tend to see that the inequality in education in this country, Bernard, is likely to continue, and that's the problem of what we call an auction. We had an auction on the 15th of August, and when you are auctioned, wewe kama umenadiwa, you don't have a right to menadiwa. So let us suffer the consequences of the auction, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow Leo to come in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. I agree with partly what you are saying, but I'll put it this way. Like I said, there are some ethical standards that are kind of expected of you as a national leader, especially when you assume that national office. But if you continue with the old habit of how you used to work while you're out of that office, then you also don't respect that office. And that is why Malema there says the president should go, because he has not lived up to the oath of office. There are some of the things we tolerate that contribute to the kind of life we are being treated to by politicians as Kenyan, as the Kenyan people. If we were more intolerant, some of these people in office will behave better because they will be afraid of us. The trouble is they are not afraid of us because they think we can take anything from them and everything will be, will be appropriated. Nick Odhiambo anauliza who appointed Chebukati and Hassan. A very good question. But I will just share some information. Rumor has it, okay? Rumor has it that after the interview and the vetting, Chebukati was number 3. Chebukati was number 3 among the people who are qualified to be the chairman, and he was picked because of his incompetence, not of his competence. And that's why he has delivered to us incompetence in successive elections. That is why I'm saying some of the institutions that are charged with public responsibility are meant to fail. Okay, they are meant to fail. When the Kenya anti-corruption was with Lumumba, okay, and he began to go for the big fish, how long did he last there? He was kicked out within a short time. There was agitation for the disbandment of the entire thing. Why? Institutions are built there for PR. They're built there for just for the show of it. They want them to fail. We need
Bernard,
strict people in strict offices to get the act of Kenya together. Yes, Mr. Ongera.
you know, a respected leader, you know, when he fails in his projected achievement, in his projected, you know, goals, you know, he should come to the people of his country and tell them, you know, in good faith, I meant to do A, B, C, D. But given the dynamics of the time, I've been unable to meet the set goals. We saw the late Daktari Mwalimu Julius Kabarage Nyerere in Tanzania. When the Ujamaa system under what was the Arusha Declaration failed, he went back to the people of Tanzania and he apologized to the people of Tanzania. He told them that, you know, I meant well for this country. But because of the dynamics of the time, you know, I come back to you and say, I'm sorry, because what I thought was the best for this country, you know, did not achieve what I expected it was supposed to achieve. You know, I expect it to, even in leaders like our President William Samoei Ruto Bernard. For example, if you have promised people that, you know, that the cost of living is going to go down in 3 months, Bernard, and nothing has gone down, you know, come back and apologize to the people. Tell them that, no, I expected that A, B, C, D was going to work. But because of this dynamic B and because of dynamic D and dynamic E, you know, things have become hard. And that's why we have not achieved, you know, the low cost of living the way I had anticipated. That is what I expect of a leader. But, you know, if you still see a leader who has been elected, you know, in 100 days, still blaming, you know, his predecessor, then you ask yourself, you know, where is the integrity of this leader, Bernard? Where is his integrity? You know, just like Malema asked, where is the integrity? Because the integrity tells that, you know, you have failed. You promised the people of Kenya that in 100 days you are going to achieve, but you have not achieved in 100 days. So you need to, integrity dictates that, go back to them and seek for forgiveness. Tell them that because of A, B, C, D, I didn't achieve what I promised you, but I beg of you that allow me. See? But you don't go on blaming your predecessor, who is no longer in the office, who does not have a platform to defend himself. Because today, President Uhuru Kenyatta does not have a platform to defend himself anytime he's being accused of all the wrongdoings in the government, you know. Unless we want a crash, you know, unless we want a crash where now he says that you have blamed me enough, let me go out to the media and also try and defend myself. But unless he picks that route, he does not have a platform to defend himself. So anytime I see President William Samoei Ruto, you know, taking the route of blaming President Uhuru Kenyatta for all shortcomings, Bernard, I wonder where the integrity is, you know. The integrity is that you deliver on your promises, you know, and if you fail to deliver, don't look for excuses, you know. Come back to the people and tell them that, I'm sorry, I did not deliver because of A, B, C, D. Bernard, perhaps,
Thank
you know,
you.
let me just...
So thank you, Mr. Wongera. It is William Ruto is not suffering from anything new. He's suffering from his old sickness. In this old sickness is, number one, he thinks he knows it all, and then number two, he thinks Kenyans owe him the presidency. Okay, they need his presidents, and that's why he's making those nasty claims. Okay, that if you are not president, the cost of unga would have gone to 300 shillings. How? He does not explain. And then he says he has put brakes. That is why the cost of unga is stuck at 200 shillings. Which brakes? Okay? Can he point out one thing that he has done in terms of applying brakes on the cost of living? I was in the supermarket today. Okay? The packet of milk is now averaging 60 shillings. So you put brake on unga and then you release brake on milk. What are you doing? Okay, a kg of bread is now costing 200 and what? The same price with the 2 kgs of wheat flour. They are at par. Now, William Ruto is, I think, an anointed liar, and he wants to lie to Kenyans, and he wants to force Kenyans to believe him. The truth is, Kenyans need to rise up and say no. And that's why I'm saying we need to wake up and begin to do that. William Ruto must go. Okay? We have been treated to this for too long. We need to get angry enough and begin this aspect of our approach to our politics. If the office is too high for you, you look for a lower one. Mr. Wangira, you're the one who suggested that. We ukiona umepewa kazi ya Chief Justice na wewe kazi yako ni High Court, enda High Court. Wacha kusumbua watu kwa Chief Justice for kuzungusha na story. Hapa tuko na mtu ambaye amejitolea kukandamiza maisha ya Wakenya, anaweza kuongoza tu Kenya wakati kila Mkenya ni maskini. That is what is working out. It is his mentality. Alafu hana msimamo katika masomo, hapendi masomo na hataki Wakenya wasome, kwa sababu Wakenya wakisoma sana watapevuka na watadai uhuru wao kutokana na oppressive leadership. So anataka kuweka break kwa masomo, aweke break kwa matibabu, aweke break kwa chakula, aweke break kila mahali ili kila mtu amtegemee. He's obsessed with Moi kind of presidents where everybody sang Moi. Yeye ndio baba number one, yeye ni mkulima number one, yeye ni mwalimu number one, yeye ni kila kitu number one. He's obsessed with that kind of imperial presidents, and that's why he wants to get everything into UDA. You have heard it being said that now UDA wants to swallow Ford Kenya and to swallow the other parties so that they have a single party. So he's obsessed with Kanu kind of presidency, and that is what is blurring his judgment. And he thinks Kenyans are going to follow like sheep going for slaughter. That is not going to work. And as long as we're here, we must wake up and realize this. Huyu ni mtu akona script, na hiyo script haina wa Kenya. Script ni yeye, na nataka kila mtu a revolve around him. If you give him another 200 days, give him another 300 days, he will turn this country into the old Kano where hakuna kuongea chochote kinyume na rais. Ukiongea kinyume na rais utakamatwa na hiyo mambo mengine yote. He wants to scare Kenyans into one corner, and that's why we should arise and refuse to be pushed in that place. Thank you very much. Naomba tumrejelee Bwana Leo kwa atoe maoni yake, na Wakenya tafadhali tuendelee kujadili. Comment section, asante sana, to keep it civil and clean. Please, let's keep the information that we are giving to be credible, so that the people who depend on this show, especially for information, let them get accurate information. Story of propaganda na sweeping statements that cannot be substantiated, let's avoid it. Asante sana. Bwana Leo, karibu.
Thank you once again. We have to admit that we have a new tax collector in town. We are being led by a tax collector. If you listen to the tax collector's speech yesterday, it was about collecting tax. And there was a journalist, a presenter, who asked him, how are you going to increase the tax base? He didn't say anything tangible or anything economic on how he's going to increase the tax base. He kept on repeating the usual things he's been telling us on TV, that even a Form 1 student who is doing business studies will be able to explain how to increase the tax base. In fact, I thought he would even try to tell people that, you see, I've given them 500 shillings to start business. So from these businesses, they'll be able to pay tax. He didn't even reason like that, because he knew very well the moment he touched on that 500, they'll ask him which kind of business can be done with this 500. So he didn't give any explanation on how the tax base, even those journalists who are more enlightened on matters of economics compared to him, and maybe his CS who did not brief him on how to increase the tax base. So we are having a tax collector who is mad and wants to collect tax from everyone, yet we don't have businesses. I don't know which kind of tax he wants to collect. I was surprised. The president said that we used to lose 8 billion per month on subsidy. But when he was asked, he also said that only few people used to benefit on the subsidy. They asked him, who are these few people? Your president said that no, this money was not paid to Kenya Power. The Kenya Power did not receive the money, so they were running into debts. So now I have to look for money somewhere and pay the debt. But he's the one who told us that the country lost 8 billion. And then now again, when he is asked to tell us who received this 8 billion, he's telling us that the money was not paid. This Kenya Power was just giving services for free. The government did not pay that money, so they ran into debt. So that is somebody you cannot believe in. He is not going to speak the truth. He never spoken the truth, and nothing can change him so that he can start speaking the truth. And as yesterday I noted, there's a reason why he normally keeps on telling people he doesn't take alcohol, like kunywangi pombe, because the people who speak the truth ni mtoto, wazimu na mtu amelewa. So he fears that when he takes alcohol, he will be drunk and he will be forced to speak the truth. So that is why he will. I don't think that is the only thing that is keeping him away from taking alcohol. Why it not for that? He will be a heavy drinker like Wetangula and Mudavadi. So he recently introduced, they changed the NHIF with the CIC for the medical cover for the police. And if you read the several news today, these junior officers are really complaining that CIC is a scam. They are forced to pay from their own pocket when they are sick or when their children are sick. And they're saying at least NHIF would pay, even if it was little, but NHIF will pay. The other one is a scam. No one is responsible. No one can be held accountable. So that is what he wants. The president told us in his speech yesterday, 70% was about the former regime, as if he was told to go and give a speech on how the former regime was. Everything was about the former regime. So I asked myself, is this the person we are calling the commander-in-chief of the armed forces? Is this the person who is having military, judges, DCI? Is it ICC or what? The EACC and IPOA still telling us how the police killed Kenyans in a container and he not arrested, not even a single person. If he was really genuine, then that Kinoti should be in jail right now because he have got all the power. Why is he not arresting Kinoti? Yet he said clearly that people were killed in a police office, in the police station, and there was a container. So me, what I can request Kenyans, if you ever lost your relative in last year, maybe you lost the relative, he got lost and he died, whether he was killed or not killed, you need to get a good lawyer and sue the government to compensate you, because the head of state yesterday said clearly that the government that he was the deputy president to killed Kenyans and were dumped in River Yala. So those people whose relatives were found in River Yala, you have got evidence, go and sue the government. The government will have to take responsibility of what happens, even the previous government. We saw those people who are compensated by the acts that were done by the British government or the colonial government. So go and sue the government and call William Ruto as the witness. The government killed people. So we're having a clueless government. We have a government that is, we are having what I can call oral government. They are good in talking, but they cannot act. So today they've gone for a retreat in Mount Kenya. I don't know what they are going to discuss. I don't know it's when they are going to be told the job description. They are spending millions in a useless retreat. When they come out, they'll still keep on telling us former regime. William Ruto said that the issue with the Kerio Valley is an easy thing. He just needs to put the Bible down and those bandits will not be there. He was celebrating in Mombasa and people are losing their lives. So what has happened? Does it mean that corruption is still there? Does it mean that the police officers are still careless? They're not taking their work seriously? Does it mean that the police departments and the Department of Justice are still state captured? No. When you go looking for a job, there's normally what is called a probation period. Same with these elective posts. The probation period is normally 100 days, and anybody campaigning for whichever post, they normally give the long-term goals, and the short-term goals are normally based on the first 100. And in everyone's manifesto, including the UDA's planless manifesto, they used to tell us they have a plan when they did not have any plan. Their plan was to plan and to keep on planning. They talked about 100 days. So we cannot gauge you before the 100 days, but after 100 days, we have to look at, in 100 days, you promised this. So if you manage to fulfill even half of it, then we can say you're moving in the right direction. But this is a government that gave us promises, and in their probation, you failed. Who will give you a confirmation contract if you fail in probation? Because once you've been given a confirmation contract, it is natural that you're going to grow horns. Because a performance contract is normally long enough, so you're going to grow horns, you're going to have so many benefits, you're going to become more arrogant, and you'll not be questioned. So they normally tame you at the probatory time. So this is the right time that you need to tame this government. They've ended their probation. We cannot give them a performance contract because their performance is below average. It is dismal. There's nothing positive that we can see. And that is why, Bernard, you've been calling these UDA minions, you've been telling them each and every day to come in this studio and explain to us those positive things. We really want to hear those positive things. My ears are really yearning to know that positive thing that the president has done within the 100 days. No one is coming up to tell us. We really want to know how we are progressing positively. Maybe it's doing them, we are not aware. Can somebody just volunteer to come and tell us those things? Only 3, not even 10. Just come and tell us the president did this. Don't talk of creating positions for people like Mudavadi and dropping cases for people like Aisha Juma, or taking CS to some retreats that are not yielding anything. So we want to see those things that have been done to help the womb to boda aliambiwa maisha yake itachange. So when will their life change? We want to see. Tell us, whom to boda fuel imefika hivi sahi maisha yake imechange. Don't tell us you gave them 500. They used to get this 500 before. In fact, during Uhuru, they used to be bribed then. During campaigns, they used to get 1,000, more than even 500 in a day. You said that one was a handout. It did not change their life. For you to come and give, what he's giving is not even worth to be called a handout. It's really sad. We are in a sad situation. And the elected leaders are not going to help us at this moment. It is citizens to help themselves. We are on our own. Babo Weno confirmed what we've been saying here, that 70% of the MPs that we are having are stupid. I'm just quoting what he said. He said that 70% of the MPs or leaders who were elected in 2022 elections are stupid. And somebody confirmed that majority of them, 50% of them, were elected from Mount Kenya to punish Uhuru and punish Raila. So we are having a clueless parliament. What has parliament done for the last 100 days? What have they done? Nothing. So it is this civil movement. The church, don't count on the church. They are not going to help. So it is me and you who will get out and say enough is enough. If it is a matter of pushing the government, we can even push even that parliament. We can start by pushing our MPs, and if they are not doing what you want, if we send them and they're not sending the message, then let them come back. We can go and present our message on our own. Let me allow Stone PK to give us what he has today.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Leo. We appreciate that, and I think it's about time we named the enemy of the people. and let the people arise and defend themselves. Naona Black anakuja anasema careful what you wish for. We don't know what we are wishing for. There is a better way to lead this country other than what William Ruto is doing. His 100 days in office has proven that he is not capable of carrying and shouldering the responsibility of this great country. He wants to avoid responsibility at all cost. He wants to avoid to deal with corruption, which is the major and main problem of this great country. He has zero policy against corruption. He has zero policy in terms of resuscitating an economy that is already in shambles, and he seems to have no clue. So he's on a fishing expedition trying to hope that one of the things he's trying to do will help the situation. That is not how to deal with the case. When you have a patient that is in a critical condition, he needs a competent doctor, not an amateur who is trying to experiment and see and assess before he locates and diagnoses what is the problem with a patient. That patient is going to die in the hands of an incompetent doctor. Right now, we don't need experiments. We need people who know what they are doing and do it in good time. When we risk education, we risk healthcare, we risk cost of living. What is left of Kenyans? So Ruto must go. If he's not shaping up, let him shape out. Na wale wote ambao wanaona kwamba Ruto ni mzuri sana, amechaguliwa na Mungu na nini, kama Mungu amemchagua ampeleke mbinguni. Kama Mungu anaona service zake ni nzuri sana, basi ufalme wa mbinguni umefunguka wazi, okay, aenda katekeleze kazi huko. Sisi hatutaki Mungu ambaye anatuchagulia kiongozi ambaye anakuja kutuoppress, na kiongozi ambaye anakuja kutoa nyama kwa mdomo ya wazee, kutoa chakula kwa mikono ya Wakenya, na kuhatarisha masomo ya watoto. Kama unahatarisha masomo ya watoto, ustahili kuwa katika uongozi sehemu yoyote, hata kuwa chief. What makes you a leader is when you secure the future. You secure the future. You can compromise on anything, but not on the education of the country, and on the health of the country, and then on the food security of the country. That should be priority. William Ruto angeniambia kulalo imeanza kufanya kazi, irrigation imewekwa tayari, in the next 100 days mahindi itakuwa imeiva. It's just 3 months mahindi kunini, kutakuwa na mahindi mengi, and didn't not to tell us it is Uhuru, it is the handshake, it is the previous government. Kenyans, wache hii maneno ya kuvumilia ujinga, tukatae kuchukuliwa kama wajinga. Asanteni sana. Mr. PK, welcome sir. How are you today?
Thank you, Bernard. I'm very fine, Bernard, although really morning. Good to see you today, and also good to see Leah. I've been listening to what those whom you opened the program with have been saying. And I think mtungi tunaendelea kuchangia. We want mtungi ijae mafuta, ndio tuende tuashe kiberiti. Nikisema mafuta si mafuta ya kukaanga, kuna kitu tunakaanga hapa, ni kuchoma. We want to burn. We are just tunatonesha petroli pole pole ijae kwa mtungi, alafu tuende tuchome. Why I'm saying this is honestly, I think as much as some people say, oh, you know, these people are not accepting that this has happened and all that, it's true. Hata mtoto uzaliwa anakufa na watu wanaenda kutafuta mwingine. Sometimes also they used to say, there's a book I did in literature where they were saying fear is the seductive power of goodness. But sometimes when you fear too much, you may not see the goodness. That's why you are supposed to have a limit. Kama sasa umeteseka, you have to have a limit. Useme sasa nimetosheka. Hii mateso imezidi. Kwa Kikuyu ama kwa Kikwetu uko mbele tunasema unakata kamba. Ulikuwa umebebwa na nini, sasa unasema wale wanaelewa kutua mikoa, yani unakata hiyo mikamba zimekubeba, unasema sitaki kubebwa, wacha ni whichever way I'm going to make it. We have all the indicators of mediocrity. We have all the indicators of a failed government. And I'm so sorry to those people who are saying it's too early. It's too early for what? Kuna mapema ya njaa kweli? Yani Wakenya, yani mimi unajua siku anajua nchi yetu sisi ni wajinga hivi. Mimi nikiwa mmoja wao. Now is when I'm realizing kumbe Wakenya wale werevu waliisha. Na waliisha na akina nani Njoya na akina kumbe akina Imanyara. Kuisha ni kumaanisha of course labda wamezeeka, hawana nguvu tena, wameachia sasa sisi. Na kumbe sisi ndio mafala wale Ruto alikuwa anasema. Ruto knew very well he is now in the generation of mafala. Mafala wale wanaenda kukaa kwa conference, wameitwa unaitwa TV ati rais amekuita, unaenda pale na madigiri zako na nini, ati you are one of the senior reporters, you are seated there yapping and laughing when you're being fed with garbage. Unaambua container ilikuwa ya maiti ya nini, and you are seated there. Badala uulize hard question, uulize wewe ulikuwa wapi watu wakiuliwa kwa container? Where were you? From 2013 when you took this government by force, because they faked, they never won. Uhuru and Ruto, Jubilee never won election. But Kenyans were made to believe they won. Just like the way we are being told now, oh, you see now, Ruto has won. That narrative imeanza kuuzwa, and that's why you can hear people like Wambugu, people, even those people who are in Azimio, at now they are warming up. How do you warm up to a hyena in your house? Mtu amekuja boma yako, amechukua bibi yako, ako pale kwa kona na your wife. You warm up ati unajua, really? Which African country, which African home can tolerate that? Nyoka imeingia kwako pale, iko pale kwa kona, na unajua ile nyoka ni ile inatema mate ile mbaya. Na ukikaa mbaya inakungata kabisa, within 30-40 seconds you are dead. And you keep on feeding it because by looking at it, saying wacha sasa tuone kama itatoka hapo kwa hiyo nyumba pa nini, ikuje kona mzuri ndio tupige. My friend, this is a big cobra ambaye iliingia, iko nchini Kenya sasa, na inataka hata ni cobra ama ni python, one of those, inaanza kumeza. This is a person who does not know, and he has no clue of what development is. Because I would want people to go, watu huwa tunaangalia past development record. Let's look at what Ruto planned for, what he operated, what he managed. Zote ni fake. Una manage YK97, it was a fake thing. Kunyanyasa watu bure. Una manage nini? Amaco insurance, ni kukula pesa ya serikali bure. Una manage vitu gani zingine? Anything he has touched there, he is number one to oppose any constitution that is for Mwananchi. Then we are seated here crying, saying that Ruto will take care of Mwananchi. That's why, and I believe in true God. Because true God makes you foolish. That's why immediately he was sworn, the words he used, all are against him. Ngoja niweke Biblia chini muone. Of course, what does he start? Oh, kata hii. Any leader, hata bana dama saa hii upelekwe uwe transferred kwenda kushiriki kanisa mahali pengine. You don't go there and the first day the people you find there ni kuanza kuwafuta kazi. You will be a failure from that day you have stepped. Because utafuta wataenda na the historic knowledge ile ungetaka ndio ulete management yako. In management we are told you enter and quickly you start picking up and learning from those who are there. Ndio ujue what to change and what not to change. You don't enter there and then you blow the house. And ukinifukuza bana admin ndio nilikuwa na kifunguo ya hiyo kanisa, kesho utafunguliwa na nani? You will have to break the door, which people will think you are a madman. But utasema nani anakaanga na kifunguo? Ni Stone PK. Vipi nini? Unarudi unaona Stone PK anachelewa kufungua mlango wa kanisa. You don't fire me immediately. You ask me, why are you late kufungulia washiriki kanisa, nini? I'm giving that very basic example because that is how basic a country or any institution is supposed to be run. You talk of cartel, unaingia wewe unakuwa wewe ndio big cartel. Now look at somebody not even talking about corruption. And Kenyans knew this. Corruption was not in the 10-point agenda, 7-point agenda ya UDA. So how would they talk about it? Ruto is on international media saying corruption is nothing. It can't stop any development of any nation, of any country. He is on the world record. The first leader who has ever been heard to say that corruption cannot interfere. It is there with an ampo. So how do you give such a person to lead? And no wonder he proved his point. Immediately got into power. All corruption cases zimekuwa ni weaponizing cases. So they are free. Kwa hivyo wezi walifunguliwa. Tuko na wezi huko sasa Kenya mzima. Akina Gachagua, akina nani ndio wanatawala. So the danger here is mwananchi, you have no one to run to. I'll keep on repeating that. Whether we debate or nini tufanye nini, ndawa ni maandamano. Melema anaitanga waya. Hapa kwetu ni maandamano. Tuanze mapema, tuandamane na tusiambiwe excuses. Our aim is not kuandamana ati juu ya cherani na nani. It is Ruto akwende hana mwelekeo. Period. Tutokeleze. And we should start. Don't wait for Raila, don't wait for nini. Nimesema hata Wajakoya can lead us now. Anybody who comes to join us to kungatua Ruto is welcome. We don't have to know to have the people we know. But Al-Bashir alingatuliwa na kamurembo kamoja na kitambaa cheupe. Period. I keep giving that. Yes, where is he now? Sri Lanka walianza pale park. Egypt walianza pale park. Watu 10 unafikiria ni wendazimu. They are talking. Hata sisi tuanze Jacaranda, tuanze Jivanji Garden, tuanze Mombasa, tuwashe kiberiti kila mahali. Na msiambiwe ati unajua hii mnalilia inaweza kuja backfire. It will not backfire. It will be Kenyans for Kenyans. And we can stay without a government. Because of what benefit is the government now? We can have everyone na government yake. That's okay. Yes. Ambayo unakuwa na government yenyu kona ile, mnajua education ni muhimu, mnapeleka watoto shule, wengine wakae na yao huko. We have no benefit of being called Kenya. Being together hakuna faida. Inafaidisha Ruto na wezi wake because of taxes. In fact, we should first of all begin by stopping paying taxes. Completely. Let's disintegrate into smaller whatever. Being unified is useless. I'm saying that. Ni bure. Hakuna kitu inaitwa taifa la Kenya. Ni kikapu ya Ruto kula na kuiba wakiwa na akina Gachagua. They are only the ones benefiting, and that's why they have built palaces. Ruto has his own palace, atakaa huko na nini yake. Wakale wake wale wanampenda wakae huko. Akuwe igwe yao. Na sisi tutafute igwe wetu pande hii. Yeah, let's go Somali way. Back to you, Bernard. I'm still around.
Thank you, Mr. PK. We appreciate that clarion call to all Kenyans to arise and defend their democracy, defend their liberty, and defend their welfare. We cannot be run by a government that runs away from responsibility except that of collecting taxes. Leo hapa ametumia jina kwamba kuko na rais ambaye ni tax collector, yaani yule Sakayo wa Biblia, ambaye yeye kazi yake ilikuwa ni kuokota ushuru, lakini kuwajibika kwa welfare ya community hakufanya alivyopaswa kufanya. Na wakati Yesu alimtokea akafunguka macho akasema, kama nimechukua mali ya mtu nitalipa mara 4. Tunapaswa kufikia hapo mahali. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa John William. Hatujafunga stesheni na hatufungi kama ulikuwa unatarajia kufunga. Ukweli ni kwamba wewe na serikali ya William Ruto ninyi ndio mtaonea Kenya kwa TV. Sisi ni wa Kenya kwa haki. We are Kenyans by right. And our Kenyanhood is not determined by the William Ruto presidency or any other presidents. We are all well catered for within our constitution provision, and the liberty to say what we are saying is also covered within the provision of the constitution. And so if you think it is William Ruto who is making us Kenyans, you are too late. And his government, when it fails, we will make sure that it fails, because he has not done what he needs to do. Kusaidia Wakenya ama kufanya maisha yaboreke kwa Wakenya. Na hiyo itakuwa jukumu letu. The enemy of the people need to be named, and the people need to rise against the enemy of the people. You can't take away subsidy for education, subsidy for food. So now you want to take away Helb loan. Masomo yasiendelee kwa sababu huwezi lipia. Wewe ni mzazi, kuna wazazi wanajinyima. Kuna wazazi wanajinyima. Mama yangu alikuwa anajinyima, anatengeneza chang'aa, anauza ili niende shule. Okay? Hakusema niko na watoto 11 nitafanyaje. Okay? Siwezi. You wouldn't have met me, you wouldn't have seen me. Okay? As a president, you don't cut down on the cost by looking for excuses on what not to pay for and what not to pay for. You increase the cake if you have more eaters. You don't kill eaters because your cake is small. That mentality and that kind of thinking in the mind of one William Ruto needs to be stopped forthwith. We are 55 million of us. You cannot kill us into the size that you can feed. No. We need a president and a leader who envisions on how Kenya can be run when we are 100 million. In fact, right now, there should be measures put together that there will be enough food for 100 million people. The budget should be for 100 million people. Why? We are closer to 100 million people. But uko na rais ambaye anafikiria kuhusu feeding 30 million or 20 million. Anataka hao wengine waende wapi? Alafu ninyi mnampigia makofi. Hii ndio njia ambaye ya kutokomea. There is no way we will take it when William Ruto wants to destroy the future of this country by denying people education. Of all things, can you deny a country education and you say you want to be the leader? It doesn't work that way. So we must ensure that the right thing is done. And those people in office, before they draw the salary, they should own up. Let's just get this video before we continue the conversation. Mapambano yaanze, na tuanze mahali ulipo. Sisi tumeanzia hapa katika mazungumzo. Piga simu nyumbani, wale mko diaspora, ambia Wakenya wote wakuwe alert. Bado mapambano, na lazima tupate kiongozi anayefaa. Mwenye mbuzi apewe, mwizi apelekwe manyani.
That document must unify the country, and all of us must move together, and everybody must accept the outcome of this decision by the people of Kenya. And I want to say, for the avoidance of doubt, that the writing of a constitution must be devoid of threats, of blackmail, of intimidation, because it is not just a solemn document, it is a sacred duty of every Kenyan to participate in this exercise, and everybody, irrespective of who they are, they must be listened to, because this is their country, this is their document, and Kenya is a democratic country. We must respect one another. Tunakubaliana jameni? Tuko pamoja? Ndio mimi nasema hii mambo yote mwisho tutakuwa na mkataba. Na hiyo mkataba ambayo inaandikwa saa hizi ni mkataba ambao unatueleza vile itagawanywa mamlaka, vile itagawanywa vyeo, vile itagawanywa pesa. Na mimi nataka niwaambie, ile mkataba ya muhimu zaidi kuliko hii tunaandika ni mkataba ambayo itatupatia nafasi ya kugenerate opportunity, kupatikane kazi, kupatikane biashara, kupatikane mali. Hiyo ndio mkataba ya muhimu zaidi, na ndio tunasema kila Mkenya ajumuishwe katika uchumi wa taifa letu la Kenya. Nyinyi mnanielewa? The contract we are writing in BBI is a contract that will give us what to share, how to share, sharing of positions, sharing of resources, sharing of power. But the most important contract that we need to write as the people of Kenya is the contract on how to create jobs, on how to create opportunity, on how to create wealth, because the challenge in Kenya is not so much about sharing. The challenge in Kenya is so much about the few opportunities, the few resources, and the less jobs that we have in Kenya. And that is why we are saying we are going to write a new economic contract that believes in bottom up, that we are going to start with ordinary citizens. Mimi nawauliza, mnasema tuendelee kungojea pesa itoke juu ama tulete pesa kutoka juu tulete kwa mwananchi hapa chini? Nyinyi mnanielewa?
Okay, question. 100 days in office. How many jobs has he created? How many Kenyans are now employed since he is in office? I want us to look at this critically and understand that we are being taken for a ride. This is one person who says this in the campaign and then he turns the other way around. Now he says, hakuna pesa, tulipata kofa ziko bure, kulikuwa na madeni, mara subsidy ilikuwa inaharibu mambo, sasa tumeweka breaks. Na ujinga huu mpaka lini? Okay? Nataka William Ruto aniambie Wakenya wangapi sahi wamepata job tangu yeye apate job. Okay? Nataka aniambie serikali yake aliyotengeneza from cabinet to every other person, where is the bottom up approach? Wapi mama mboga? Wapi mtu wa mkokoteni katika hiyo constituted cabinet? Mchezo hatutaki. The enemy of the people must be named, and the people should rise up against the enemy of the people. Hatutaki kubeba wajinga. Yes, Bwana PK.
Bernard, thank you for that clip and giving us the memory, because Wakenya unajua tunasahau kama ngiri na Ruto anajua tumesahau. That's why unamuona na hiyo nguvu kwa conference, ameita ma TV na anaongea vile aliongea. Honestly, huyo ni mtu ameona watu ni wapumbavu kabisa. Rais wa Kenya kusimama kuongea hivyo, hiyo akiongea Azimio alikuwa anawaambia hiyo ni upuzi. Because even if you take his two, amejuxtapose BBI na hii maneno yake ya bottoms up. Anasema shida ya Kenya si ugawaji wa viti. Anasema ni uzalishaji, ni opportunities ziko chache. But he is also wrong. Shida ya Kenya ni kwamba hakuna utawala thabihu, hakuna utawala ambao unamjali mwananchi. And that is what Azimio wanted to cure. Kenya is not short of all these things Ruto is talking about, and no wonder he's not able to lift anything. The country we know, our own country, we are not foreigners. We know very well this country with the correct leadership, whereby if it's IBC, ama even before IBC, tungeanza kuchagua viongozi, wale wananchi wamechagua ndio wanapewa uongozi, this country would be where Korea is, South Korea is. That's the truth. We missed the boat. Even now we are drumming, oh, Ruto. Unaona amepotea kabisa upande wa Chibukati, upande wa everything. He's a beneficiary of thuggery in election. That's why he's a president. And do you expect him to lead the country into the right direction? No way. So mwananchi ashachezwa, tulichezwa na tumekuwa tukichezwa until the day your vote will count. And that is why they don't like Raila, because Raila was going to fix that. Raila was going to ensure hata kama ni ameshindwa, and he says that a million times, ashindwa na kura imehesabiwa vizuri. Stone PK kura 10, Lea kura 11. Bernard kura 12. Kwa hivyo mshindi ni kura 12. Wa pili ni kura 10. The day it will be that. Hii maneno ya resources, sijui nini. Look at how much is being stolen. When I hear Ruto talking that garbage, I feel like puking. It's not about resources. Kenya has resources that can be multiplied maradufu by the correct leadership. Akina Aisha Juma ndio wata increase resources. Akina Linturi ndio wata increase resources. What is this bagger telling us? Sorry to use that language. I'm not even sorry. Yani unatuona sisi ni wajinga namna gani? Security minister professor anaenda kule kulament. Kwanza that's something I wanted to comment on. Unaenda kwa do you call mkutano to give warning to magaidi? Hiyo ni ujinga gani hiyo? Na mtu ni professor. Security unakaa chini ya maji, unalima kulima. I hope these guys were there during ule jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Bernard Shaw. That guy alikuwa tu anakuja kwako nyumbani Bernard. Anajua we ni mwizi sugu. Anakuja kama huko anakuta mama yako anamwambia wewe hebu ambia mtoto wako najua unajua mahali yuko. You know where your son is. Just tell him nimempa masaa 24. He doesn't call mkutano kule kwa Wanogo Karura ati sasa nyinyi mwambie Wanogo mahali yuko nitamkujia nimempa masaa. You don't do that. And you don't need to call baraza there. You don't need to call baraza. Ingia chini kwa chini. You don't to tell people ati unaambia watu sasa tutatumia jeshi sasa he will fail like he has always asked. He should ask himself 60 years down the line, why hasn't he been able to deal with this? With the country has not been able to deal with that. See a crossover kwa Museveni. Aone what happened in Karamojong. Karamojong mtu anaangalianga ng'ombe hivi hata anaanza kuuliza hii ng'ombe ni ya nani? Anaenda akinini akisema nimeona ng'ombe imeenda njia ya pande hii, enda yani you pass word so hiyo ng'ombe ipate mwenyewe. And they used to be as sugu as these other guys in Kenya. Yeah, Museveni said this is garbage and he stopped it. Ilikwisha mara moja. Na hiyo minister alipatia bibi yake. The wife went there. Whatever she did there you never know. Sasa hapa ati unaita baraza. Wazee hata walikuwa wanamwangalia hivyo wanacheka. Because they know the business that is going on. We are in denial. Hiyo ni biashara ya hawa babu wenyenye hao. Okay? And until we discourage that, and we don't discourage that by hiyo hata ukipatia professor gani ama nini, if you don't do the basic, you will not get it. So in this country, and I'm happy it's going to collapse. By the way, I'll celebrate because it has to collapse so that we restart again. We go to factory setting, and the biggest problem we have, which we will have to fix, is for elections to matter. Period. Watu wangu msidiscuss vitu zingine ati sijui nini sijui. Sasa mnaambiwa education iuliwe so that people are so vulnerable. You know people who have not gone to school how vulnerable they are. Yeah? Ilikuja time moja tukaambiwa kila mtu akienda shule amepita, which is okay. We can adopt that kind of education if we want, but then we make sure that everybody goes to school. Na aende mpaka ile klasi atafika. Akitaka kufika university afanye degree 10 afanye. You don't start saying ati wale wana afford hawawezi lipiwa na serikali. It's an obligation of the government to educate its people. There's nothing wrong with paying free education. Libya was paying everybody with irrespective of whether you can afford or not. Why are you una categorize nini? If I can afford I'll pay, but if it's there I'll pay. You as people are given food. Hata kama una kazi unaweza enda kuchukua hiyo food. Nobody chases away. Ati umekuja na V8 unachukua hiyo chakula. So education haitaki kugawiwa. If I choose to take my kids to private school, that's my choice. But you don't deny that kid the right that he or she is supposed to enjoy in that country which is hers or his. When we bring hizo ni wezi ndio huwa wanaleta hiyo. Why do you want not to do a blanket support? Because you want to have money to steal. This country has a thief. And Kenyans, let's stop debating. Let's ban that state out. Tutajenga ingine. Akikatalia huko tubomoe. hiyo mahali wako kwa meeting right now. I would love a Kenyan, a volunteer achukue hiyo jet hapo Isili, aende mwage nini, abomoe yote, wachomeke wote hapo, hoteli tutajenga tena. I don't know what happened. We should have an Ochuka. One person ajitolee vile ule jamaa pale alimaliza Anwar Sadat na wala watu wote walikuwa pale. It's one guy who said this is nonsense. Kaenda hapo akasimamisha kifaru na akamwaga kila mtu hapo, akaokoa nchi hiyo ya Misri. You know? So somebody, Kenyans, I'm calling, just jifanye mwendazimu from wherever you are. Look at Kabila, what happened? Although people say he was killed by his son, it can happen, because if you are my dad and you are giving, you are giving 50 million, you know, you are exposing 50 million to poverty, I can eliminate you to save the rest. These things happen. Hii vitu inatakiana ifanyike. You can't go on TV and start telling us that una matiti. I mean, we have been insulted too much. Nani anatakiwa kujua ama una matiti? I keep on asking that. And that's a president talking in front of cameras with a lot of, you know, pomp. Na Wakenya wanapiga makofi. Kenyans are clapping. Ndio ujue, as he says it is true. Kumbe every statement of his is on the reverse. Akisema Wakenya waliisha Kenya, kumbe anasema Wakenya wamejaa Kenya, wajinga wamejaa Kenya. That is what this guy is doing. Yeah? So Wakenya tuache kusema mapambano ni kesho. Mapambano ilikuwa ianze juzi. Pale tarehe 10 tumechelewa hiyo siku 100, ni siku nyingi sana, na kidonda kitakuwa sumu na kitakuwa sugu. Time is now, in whichever way, wherever you are, as Bernard says. Washa moto. That's how we do when we used to do burn and grazing huko nyumbani. Unaweka moto pande hii, moto pande ile, moto pande ile, and then the bush burns, and then you clear and you plant. So let's burn the bush. And when you are burning the bush, sometimes unaunguza hata ile nyumba unalala. Utajenga ingine. Yeah, kuliko ulale nyumba iko na nyoka. So there is a collateral damage. Tuache kuambiwa, you know, you may ask for something you not have control. We will have control of everything, because justice will prevail. And whenever justice prevails, the house will be reconstructed with the right pillars and the right leadership. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Stone PK. Let's keep the conversation going, and I invite all Kenyans, wherever you are, if you love this country and you want the best of this country, you must demand the best from the people charged with the greatest responsibility, and that is taking care of the Kenya business. We cannot have mediocre in the helm of power only for him to run the country to you know, to a mockery to the international community. There is a video. I'm still. There is a video by Kagame talking about African leaders being invited in Paris and everywhere, only to clap and take a photo session and discuss the African problem. And he wonders, why should we be called abroad in order to discuss African problems? Don't we see these problems when we are here, and with the solution to those problems? And so we also must, as Kenyan people, wake up and do what is required. Now, the best way is what we are already doing. Let the conversation begin, and use your space, use your page, use whatever sphere of influence you have. Let the word get out there that what is being done, it's not what the way things should be done. Every government needs to own up their responsibility. The government exists to provide service to the citizenry, not to collect taxes. Collecting that today, I was at around Moi Avenue, and while we were starting, we were having a conversation with my Bishop Silas, and from nowhere we had these guys in blue, and they are grabbing somebody, and the crowd is gathering and all that. And then we get shocked. We'll say, what is it? He says it's the council askaris. They are arresting hawkers. I mean, the kind of mistreatment that Kenyans are being treated to, it cannot be taken anymore. Okay, so somebody's picked up his phone, it falls this way, another one picks the phone, the other one, and then you're under arrest, so you're losing your items. Unapelekwa kwa kioski ingine ya nini ya ka gari kengine hapo ka 1960 what, alafu then they say they are doing their work. Is that how civility is held, and how, you know, the hawkers are going to be cleaned on the street by targeting specific people, grabbing them, and then, you know, behaving like thugs? And then those people are moving like a gang. Okay, it's a gang of about, I almost took a video of them. It's a gang of about 10 people. They move like in mass. Then they target somebody, surround the person, carry him up, wanamweka kwa hiyo kiosk, then wanaenda kwa dirisha, wanalipwa hiyo 500 yao, 500, they release the people in the matatu. Hii mambo yote inaletwa na uongozi mbaya. Samaki inaoza kuanzia kwa kichwa. Tusianze kujaribu kutafuta mahali pa kujificha. Hii inji itaharibika kabisa kabisa kama Wakenya watasimama na kusema enough is enough. Tumebeba ujinga muda mrefu. Serikali kama haifanyi kazi itimuliwe, na Wakenya mjihami, mkwe tayari kuhakikisha kwamba mambo yanatendeka kulingana na katiba, sio kulingana na matakwa na mapenzi ya mtu mmoja. No. It has to be according to the constitution, and the constitution has it that every government should take care of its people, take care of their health, take care of their education, take care of their food security, take care of the future. Job creation. How many jobs has Kenya Kwanza created? On the contrary, many people have lost job. Kazi mtaani haiko, so the earning in the family has dropped. Hakuna nini, the bars that were banned, those are workers that have been laid off. The 100 days of Kenya Kwanza has made more Kenyan poorer than any person added to those people who are earning. Is that how you want the country to be run? Those of you are campaigning here that Kenya Kwanza should go up to 2032. Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana. 2032 in another country, not this one. Tutagawana inchi. Kama hamtaki kubadilisha uongozi, tutagawana inchi. Kila mtu aende na sehemu yake. Wale ambao tunaamini katika uongozi ambao ni bora, tutumie akili ambazo ni bora. Wale watu wamesoma, wamepevuka, waongoze. Sisi tukifuata nyuma kwa nyuma, tutajitenga na nchi yetu. Tuongozwe kulingana na masomo na kulingana na katiba na kulingana na uongozi unaofaa. Hao ambao wanaamini kwa corruption na kutumia shortcut na zile certificates za River Road, wajitenge na nchi yao, watumie hiyo certificates za River Road, wafanye mambo yao. Hatutaki kuwa contaminated na wale watu hawataki kutumia akili, wanataka kutumia ujanja na ukora na kutapeli na kuharibu katiba. Haikubaliki kwa sasa, haitakubalika wakati wowote. So those of you who think that Kenyans should be mistreated and Kenyans should be taken for a ride, they need to go to their own country. We will remain with a country where civility can take place, where people get jobs according to merit, and we will need people who can create jobs into leadership. Not those who are taking the little you have and want to punish you for it. Thank you. Fidel, I'm a drop off. Okay, let's do what is required as we get back to Leo to make his to continue with the submission. Na leo nilisema leo, kesho na Saturday tunalipa bills, kwa hivyo tafadhali ukipata hiyo number is the way we pay is everybody contribute what they can, and when we reach the target we close that. And so we have dedicated today, tomorrow, and probably Sunday tuwe tumemaliza hiyo maneno. So we are appealing to you to make your usual contribution for this particular month, and then we take off as we continue with this conversation. We need to stabilize, and we need to ensure that nothing is left to chance. And then there is a Chieng amesuggest kwamba tutengeneze another WhatsApp group ya resist. Hiyo napatia hiyo kazi Stony PK, tengeneza hiyo WhatsApp group ambao wale wanataka kujiunga nayo watoe namba zao baadaye in private chat, alafu tutengeneze hiyo mtandao. Tunataka Wakenya ambao wako na akili timamu, ambao hawapendi ujinga, kufukuza uongozi wote ambao unaleta ujinga na kujaribu kufanya nchi ya Kenya iwe nchi ya wajinga. Wale watu hawapendi masomo, hawataki kusoma na wanataka katisia wale wanataka kusoma. Nchi itakuwaje kwenda mbele wakati we are talking about artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is what is where the whole world is going. Na wewe unataka kunyima watu the ordinary one. So if you can't have the ordinary one, how are you going to survive into the other one? Let's wake up. Let's make use of this. And that's why I love the interest of over talking. That's why I love the founding fathers of this country. They had a vision of a country that is independent, a country that is self-reliant. You hear stories like Jaramogi Oginga Odinga going to Uganda. Then he discovers Kibaki and say, who wrote this? He says he's a Kenyan. Where is he? Makerere University. And then Jaramogi is able to convince, he say, we need these brains back home. Our independence required these brains so that we take care of the country. So he's able to convince Kibaki to come back to Kenya because Kibaki is capable of drawing out an economic plan that will help the country Kenya. Okay, people who like Tom Mboya, okay, he travels abroad. He gets opportunities that Kenyans can go abroad on scholarship and be able to do what? To get more exposed so that they can come and serve the country. What does he do? He comes back, gets bright students. And that's how Obama, the senior, got his way to the US and was able to contribute for us, our president, by just that opportunity. Now, I want you to look at the mind, okay? Moi is president. Where does he invest most? In education. This Jomo Kenyatta University of Technology and all that is a brainchild of who? President Moi, wanting innovation. And look at the Kenya Polytechnic. Look at the people who have the future in mind even when they are in office. Now, I want you to compare that, okay? Kibaki comes into power. His number one priority, free primary education. Why? He doesn't want illiteracy in the country. He wants everybody who can get education to get it at no cost. So what happens? He has a future. He's focusing ahead. He wants a country that has enlightened people. Now, I want you to compare all those previous presidents from Jomo Kenyatta to Moi, okay, then Kibaki, and then Uhuru Kenyatta. He comes up into office and he looks at the country, he looks at the future. He says, we will not be able to compete internationally if we don't upgrade our infrastructure. If our infrastructure is upgraded and we are on the international standard, then we will be able to intertrade and be able to interrelate rightly. Against all odds, he invests into what? Infrastructure. Even when Kenyans were hungry, he said he cannot drop the infrastructure investment because the country needs to get to a particular level where it will not be left behind. He's looking at the future. Now, I want you to compare that with Kenya Kwanza. Gets into office, 100 days, stops everything else. Right now, even the infrastructure program, it is either on go slow or it has stopped. Na mnataka kuniambia kwamba tukae tu tungoje miaka 5. Hakuna kungoja miaka 5. Kama miaka 5 ni ya hiyo miaka 5 ikatisiwe. We cannot continue donating our country to uselessness. We cannot tolerate anybody who doesn't want people to be educated. That's an enemy of the people. That's a person who doesn't want the progress of this country. And so he needs to be sent where he belongs, backward. We are all forging forward, and that forging forward requires intelligent people, learned people, exposed people. How are we going to get that when secondary education is not affordable? University education is not affordable. Then you begin to bring classification, and those who can afford should pay, and those who can't afford should be paid for. You're beginning to have two classes of people. This is what drove our forefathers into the bush to fight the colonial masters, because the colonial masters had the education system for the black and the education system for the white. They were doing classification. It's the same thing William Ruto is saying. If you can afford education, get it. If you can't afford, leave it. Is that what you want as a Kenyan? I beg to reject, to resist, and will lead the movement to resist this kind of mindset. We must have a leadership that values education, that can sacrifice everything else to get education, because when education is gotten, then the future is secured and other things can be developed. Lakini nyinyi mnakaa hapa kushabikia mtu ambaye anataka kuwarudisha Stone Age. And it's not surprising. Kwa nini? Slogan yake nini? Wheelbarrow. Okay? Wheelbarrow, do you need education to push a wheelbarrow? You don't. Now that portrays to you the attitude he has towards education. Okay? He has appointed ministers who are semi-illiterate. Semi-illiterate. And it is on record. They are semi-illiterate. Okay? How do you wamesimamia hii na hii? How do you expect people who are semi-illiterate to help you get education? Wakenya, tuamke, tukatae ujinga, tufanye yale ambayo tunapaswa kufanya, kutekeleza wajibu wetu na kuokoa nchi yetu. Asante sana. Bwana Leo, tuendelee.
All right. Just as you've just wrapped it all, this is a government that is against education. And we know the only equalizer that we have is education. So telling us that you want that Helb has been benefiting few, and Ruto himself prides himself as the son of a poor man who only managed to sit on the table with the rich men through education. I believe, and I'm certain, that Ruto used Helb to go to school. And as a matter of fact, if you do your statistic, majority of the students who use Helb comes from the poor family. The rich is telling us who pays 200,000 per month in private schools, they don't go to public universities. Neither do they use the Helb. They don't have even that time to wait for help. By the time when Kenyans had to wait for a year before you join university, the children of the rich were joining university 2 months after the results have been announced. Most of them go to Daystar University. They go to this private university. So the majority of those ones who are using Helb, who keep on waiting for help, are the poor. And Ruto is being, he's not sincere with himself when he's telling us these things. Apart from being in the government for the last 30 years, Ruto was the Minister for Higher Education. After he was suspended from Ministry of Agriculture, that is after the maize scandal, he was taken to higher education because they knew in higher education he could not steal maybe students. So what did he do? What did he do? So he still wants to tell us he doesn't know how these organizations run? That's a great lie. That's a great lie. He is telling us that the only way he's going to improve, I don't know, he's going to make the government services to be online. I know major government services are on online, and we have to credit somebody called Dr. Fred Matiang'i. He's the one who led to the migration of these services. He's the one who made tremendous changes in the ICT when he was the minister for the first time. And that is why when you want your ID, you don't need to go to the DO's place the way you used to go. You simply go to Huduma Center. That is why when you apply for your passport, you don't need even the certificate of good conduct that we used to align and make long line queues at the DCI. In anybody who stayed in Nairobi will have visited the Thika Road, Muthaiga. Currently, you just need to go to cyber and you get your services. So most of what he needs to tell us is that government doesn't have more services. He's telling us only 25%. He's going to make 1,000 services to be online. Which services are these ones? Can he even name 100 services that the government is giving? Government is not giving any services. They are less than 100, and almost all of them are currently online. So what I need maybe to tell Kenyans that, you know, when the government fear the people, there is what is called liberty. But when the people fear the government, there is what is called tyranny. So currently in Kenya, we don't have liberty. We have tyranny because the people fear the government. The government do not fear those people whom they represent. That is why the government, the head of state, will lie to us, and we won't even switch off our television. We'll keep on asking questions even after the first questions have not been answered. We'll keep on answering because we fear the government. There is tyranny. And the strongest reason why citizens normally, maybe people normally, they want to retain the right and they want to maintain their liberty, they will always resort to protect this right. They will always resort to fight against tyranny in government. And if somebody was asking and saying that we people make noise here, we don't have an impact, we are here at night. You know, these people don't know the history of coups or revolutions. In 1929, in Tuvan, there was a coup in Tuvan, and it was Tuvan Republic. It was led by 5 youths. They were supported by the Soviet Union. 5 youths. And one of them, somebody called Atoka, became the supreme ruler in the Tuvan Republic. 5 youths led a coup, and they overthrew the whole government. Somebody gave us an example of Bashir, that woman who was only having, do we call it hijab or kitamba on the hair? So here I think we are more than that. You don't need a million people. You only need people to lead. Those people who are in the University of Nairobi, I think around 2006, 2008, that time, there was a gentleman who was called Karl Marx, somebody Owiro. I'm told that man was feared by even President Moi. That man was feared by even the OCPDs. I think it was in early 90s, but he took about 13 years to finish his degree because he was on and off school. Somebody Owiro, he was nicknamed Karl Marx. So such are the minds and thoughts that we need. You don't need to be huge, but we need some courage in you. You don't need to be fat. You don't need to have maybe some six-pack for you to fight this war. So we need the will. So once you have the will, we can do it. You don't need to be an elected leader. After all, even if you look at the attempted coup in 1982, the people who are most involved, they were not elected leaders by that time. But they are people who had the nation. They are people who had the nation at their heart. They are people who felt things were not going on the way they're supposed to go. So you need to make that change. Okay. I think we should use all these platforms to make that change.
One moment, Manaleo. Let's put this in proper perspective, okay? We are not planning any coup to anywhere, okay? We are remaining within our constitution provision. Civil disobedience, picketing, demonstration is a constitutional provision. Why? Our churches have been captured. We can't go to cry there. Our parliament has been captured. It cannot represent our views anymore. Judiciary has been captured. It cannot defend Mwananchi anymore. So we are heading to the streets because whatever avenues that the Constitution had given us as alternative ways for expressing ourselves has been taken over by the current regime. And so when we call for civil disobedience, demonstration, and picketing, we are not doing anything illegal. We are within our legal framework, and it's our civic duty to take care of bad governance by going to the streets and doing that. So kusikue na hawa wanajifanya hapa kusema we are planning coup and all that. We can even plan it. But what we are saying is we want every Kenyan on board. Number two, there is this Njuguna Kamoto okay, is it Kamotho or Kimotho, anasema Kenya Kwanza imeemploy 30,000 teachers. So why should you employ 30,000 teachers and make education unaffordable? Watu wasiende shule lakini umeajiri walimu. Is that not an avenue for corruption? Bwana Kimotho, wewe unaajiri walimu and then you make education unaffordable. You make Kenyans not able to access that education. So you'll be paying teachers for doing what? Nothing.
No, Bernard,
So we can conclude it later. Leo, you can wrap up what you're saying, then
all right. I was just saying maybe on the issue of the Kamotho, the Kenya Kwanza has not employed 30,000 teachers. You know, there is something that is advertised or there's something that we are shown in media and there is the reality. Before we talk of 30,000, we need to know that TSC have rested or have retired 13,000 teachers. So we need to start picking it from there. So before you talk of that 30,000, first of all, remove the 13,000 that have been retired. Number two, TSC is employing for the purpose of the junior secondary. They're employing for the purpose of the junior secondary. And most of these people who are being employed, there are so many teachers who've been waiting for the year of employment, and they are the P1 teachers, and they're not going to get any chance because they are employing people who are CBC oriented. The government asked teachers to go back to classroom using their own money. The only thing the government was giving you was that study time, that short time. Not even it is your time during that holiday, but you're supposed to use your own money. So he should not lie. I'm speaking as a teacher who is registered but is not planning to get employed by the UDA government because of how they do their things. And most of these teachers are employed they are interns. They are not employed on permanent and pensionable basis. So the government should stop lying and should speak the truth. So just maybe to wrap on what you said, it is true. The avenues that we had of representation, of practicing representative democracy is not yielding any fruit. So we need to take back our sovereign power and exercise it directly. And constitutionally, we only have one option. As citizens, we all cannot fit that parliament or the court, or we can't fit anywhere. The only place we can fit is the streets. So we have to fill the streets and speak on these streets. And if that is the only language the government is going to understand, let it be. We have to be on the streets. And that one leaves us with only one option, maandamano. If not maandamano, then demonstrations.
Okay, asante bwana. Leo tunashukuru. Like I said, we are paying bills, so please, you are sent in your contribution. I've received one person. Thank you so much. There are those who are claiming anonymity. We will respect that, but all in all, let's do our very best so that we get that out of the way. Let's do everything within our power to see to it that we are part of the right history. Wale wanataka kuongoza ama kusaidia William Ruto aendelee kuoppress wa Kenya, wana haki yao kikatiba kuendelea kufanya hayo, lakini sisi wa Kenya ambao hatutaki oppression na hatutaki watu wetu watumiwe vibaya, tutasimama kuwatetea. And from the performance of Kenya Kwanza in 100 days, conclusion is Ruto must go. And so let everybody wake up and realize if we don't get rid of bad leadership, we cannot get right and proper services from the expected quarters. Tumlete dada yetu Nifa atoe maoni yake tunapoendelea kujadiliana. Na wale ambao mnataka kuingia studio, samahani, wale wa computer, you can only get the feed for broadcast. You can't join from Twitter. But if you want to join the discussion, you either follow on Facebook or YouTube. I just want to notify we are back on Facebook page and YouTube channel. And if you have not subscribed on the YouTube channel, please do, because there is more you get on YouTube than you get on Facebook. There are only limited programs that go to Facebook. The rest of the programming ends up on YouTube only. So if you're not a YouTube subscriber on Mtembei TV, you miss a lot. And of course, we are promoting Leo TV, the channel for our brother Leo. Kuna mambo tu mazuri huko, kama ungependa kufuata mambo hiyo mazungumzo mazuri, tafadhali subscribe. Nitakuwa nakupatia link wakati tunaendelea na mjadala. Una subscribe and turn on the notification bell so that you are not taken to be a robot. Asante sana. Sister Nifa, habari ya leo?
Your time. Habari ya asubuhi, nimewasalimia.
Tuko salama, asante sana.
Yeah. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza why sometimes unatuma, because nilikuwa nafikiri hakuna show. So nimeangalia kwa YouTube sikupata. And then nikaenda kwa my WhatsApp, then nikaona umenitumia link. So why sometimes unatuma link and sometimes
sending you a link, it's what do I say? It's just a special treat. Okay, everybody should get the link from the channel. But you had problem logging in previously.
at a special treat.
Yeah, in the sense that when you can't log in with a
alert,
link that is
unani
shared.
alert.
Ngoja kwanza dada, si uliuliza swali, mimi nataka kujibu uelewe. Okay, nasema hivi,
unajua I'm faster.
You had problem logging in previously. Okay, and it usually happens when somebody corrupts the link that you have joined using the public. So if I send you on your WhatsApp number, you log in without much problems.
In a jump, Bernard. The ni sound in a jump. Sijui it's my side ama your side. I don't know. Ndo nilitoka nimerudi, but it's still. Sasa sijui ni kwangu ama ni kwenyu.
Okay, there seems to be distortion from your end, and probably it's just the configuration of your gadgets. Yeah, kuna shida na gadget zako. If you can get me, you restart your gadget. If you're using your laptop, restart it. Kuna some cookies that may have been sent to monitor your conversation. So if you restart first, tuone kama iko stable sasa.
Okay, nitaenda kuuliza watu shida ni nini. Hawa watu nawalipa bill pesa nyingi. 10,000 and I'll go and ask them also. You see, I used to have two. Yeah, the main house na mobile, cause sisi as we never have hatuna hizo za kama mini bundles, so sisi tunaacha to the old the kila siku ina nini, so it's like it's normal whether ufunge usifunge utalipa hiyo. So I don't understand. Kesho nitaenda kuwaulizia cause ilikuwa inanisumbua, and then sometimes ina hit up. Tukiongea sana ina hit up, sijui kwa nini. Okay, sasa ile niliwaambia I've been waiting for it, sasa imefika leo. Sasa wanalala vizuri. I'll go to the point. Ile yenye niliwaambia siku ile hiyo retreat yao, so it's happening. Wengine hata walienda kumbe the night before walitangulia ndio wapate ile Wajaluo wanaita osuodho. Leo okay, it's not a laughing matter. Najua PK amekasirika since yesterday. Leo asubuhi PK niliwasikia leo asubuhi pia, but I had no chance to, sikuwa na time ya kuingia. Nimeona ule anaitwa nani, that guy ule wamesumbuana na Alex. Ule alikuwa anawasumbua leo asubuhi, ule that guy. Wewe na
Mzalendo.
mzalendo. So paka hata niliona PK amechoka, unataka kufunga, mlifunga leo mapema. So hii normal sijui help loan to university. Sasa wametoa university pia. University they used to have your subsidy pia.
Helb is the board that is responsible for giving loan to university students, especially those who can't pay for university education. Then when you finish your education, it will be deducted in your salary. It's just a normal, usual, and it's been there forever. So
okay.
there are some undertones and some suggestions that they do away with that. And what the president said yesterday, probably I should play the clip just
Kwa interview. Hiyo interview yake.
To remind you what he said, just some minutes. It's a short clip, so ndio hii hapa. And then you get the picture of what you're talking about.
Pay 100,000, 200,000 a term. But when they go to university, we want to tell them we can pay for all of them. Why? If a parent is able to pay for their child in primary and in secondary, why don't we allow them to pay for their child in university?
Civic dynasty baya. Asra tawala.
Okay. And the former president Uhuru Kenyatta was shouting behind, anasema mchagueni tu. That was before, si ndio? Anawaambia mchagueni tu. Okay. Provocation. Sasa, okay. So now akisema if a parent can pay for primary ama secondary private, why not pay for university? So how does he know all parents, they take their children to private schools? And how do you compare ile wale ambao wanalipia primary and secondary? How does he know that they can cater for the expense and not cater for university? I mean, university is another high level. Ye ni PhD student, so you don't compare ile school fees ya university as in it's much. Manake, as far as I know, kuna wale wengine ambao wako Nairobi, so they have to board, wapate nyumba na chakula yao. So it's not kama wale ambao wanaenda primary. So why does he do the comparison? I don't know, question mark. Sasa hao wamesomesha watoto wao. Sasa hao they are in better position. Sio kila mzazi is the same kama hao, to be honest. But you know, like today, PK alisema, why can't people react in that country? How come I protested 3 cities. Nili protest in Bern, in Zurich, in Lausanne, and in Geneva for George Floyd. Why? Mbona Wakenya wamenyamaza? Mbona walimu wazazi wamenyamaza? Why they can't do something? Mbona watu wanangojea tu paka Raila? Manake the moment Raila ataongea, utaona wanamshambulia. Wanamwambia we mzee, enda nyumbani, we nyamaza, tutakupatia ofisi. Why do people wait? Mbona hata vijana wa university hao pia they can, you know, when we say protest is not ati paka watu waende kwa maduka wapigane. Hapana, people can write placards. Sisi saa zingine watu na, if president anakuja Geneva and people don't agree with hata kina anaitwa nani before kina Bush, former president, akina Putin, if we want to do the protest, we do the protest. Wanaongea na si tunafanya nje protest na wanaona vizuri sana and they can't do anything but tunaandika we don't agree yale ambao mnasema. Why Kenyans cannot do that? Mbona watu wamenyamaza, wazazi wamenyamaza, vijana university wamenyamaza? You know, when people can protest, listen guys, 2012 I'm HIV activist. We used to have international conference every after 2 years in pale penye wamechagua. So we were in Washington DC and by that time ilikuwa ni Barack Obama. It was in Maryland. After 3 days we protested. Tulienda paka kwa State House, like international. Sisi wote. And we were like, tuko, yani all over the world tuko kama until, tuko like 150,000 people. And there are so many activities going around. 2018, the former first lady of Kenya, alikuja kuongea about hiyo mambo ya Linda Mama hiyo. Alikuja kuongea in Netherlands, huko Holland. And we protest. Na hakuna kitu watafanya watu, hawatuletei sijui matiaga, sijui na nini. I understand huku ni international, huku ni West, but it's still the same. Nowadays, mwezi tu kupiga tu watu hivyo, watu wanaweza, people can do that. Na unajua the moment mnafanya hivyo, at least wanaona, manake watu, the journalists, they are supposed also to do their jobs, wanaandika, wanatuma nini, wanafanya interviews kwa watu in the street, and then after UN wana recognize, and then UN wanatuma maneno, wanasema what's going on in such a country. Lakini the problem with Kenyans, unajua hata Kenya kuwasaidia ni ngumu, Bernard, to be honest. Cause for example, sisi hatuwezi tukatoka huku, unaweza kujifanya kimbelembele, alafu watu waseme sisi hatuna shida. But you see, angalia, how many are they kwa retreat? There are so many. Ebu imagine kila siku wanakunywa maji na kila kitu chakula, which is okay, paka wakule. But I asked, kwani ni lazima paka waende kwa retreat 3 days, wanalala huko, wanakula everything, wanaenda kufanya meeting? They have a State House, they have KICC, wako na hiyo Bomas of Kenya, niliangalia, it's a beautiful place. I've never been there. Why can't they wafanye meeting yao na wanaenda nyumbani? I've seen the cars, nimeona kila watu wanaingia na hizo big cars, wanafunguliwa na madrivers, na lakini Africa, unajua, acha niwaambie Bernard, to be honest, wakubwa wazungu wakiona vile those guys are high class, wanasema watu wana shida, hizi manchi hazina shida, because yani the way watu vile wako and there, you know, to be honest, to compare with West, watu wafanyangi hivyo. Watu huku wanafanyia wananchi kazi. Tena hata ukikuwa na shida, Bernard, even if, and to be honest, I don't understand which part of West watu wako. Me, I cannot speak bad where I live. Ukikuwa na shida, Bernard, hata wewe ni mweusi, watakushughulikia, to be honest. And you can even feel, unaweza ukafeel, huwa tunasema watu wa huku wakitubagua we will understand, manake sisi hatukuzaliwa huku, sio nchi yetu. Lakini huku utapata wanakunini, hata ukikuwa na shida, Bernard, ukienda kwa ofisi, where specific place where you supposed to be, kama ni child care support, kama nini, they will take care you. Hawatakwambia tu because wewe ati unaishi mahali fulani ama wewe ukuzaliwa hapa ama no. I don't understand vile pekee alisema sisi wa Afrika the way we treat our fellow Africans. Saa zingine wanajiuliza why Bernard, mbona sisi mbona walipigania uhuru? Wangewacha tu hivyo hivyo. Maanake hata sisi wazungu ndio wanatutawala na we are happy. Wangewacha hivyo hivyo Bernard, wangewacha, hawangesema ati oh independence. Independence gani walikuwa wanatafuta? Wangewacha hivyo hivyo, at least mzungu ajui boundary, aoni ati Bernard way you are related to PK ama leo is related sijui to nani. Hapana, utumishi kwa kila mtu. Ukienda kwa bank, we ni mweusi na we ndio ulikuwa wa kwanza, mzungu anakuacha anasema we ndio wa kwanza. Hata sema ati wacha mimi nipite ati kwa ajili mimi ni mkubwa ati sijui nini. Hapana, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Lakini sisi wa Afrika the way sisi wa Afrika vile tunatreat wa Afrika wenzetu, to be honest, tunajidharau sisi wenyewe, and that's why unasikia tunajidharau. Tunaona nikikuona umevaa koti naona wewe ni mtu mkubwa, nikiona pikea na koti naona huyu ni mtu fala tu. You understand? That's how we grade ourselves sisi. Nikikuona na saa naona huyu mtu anaonekana na pesa. Na huku utapata hata mtu anavaa jeans hata wiki moja, kumbe huyo ndio milionea. Na akwambii chochote, amenyamaza. So I don't want to say much, but Kenya as a country, Kenya wamezidi. Not Kenya watu wote, lakini hao the leaders. Alafu ukiona mkubwa wao vile anaingia vile, kila mtu yuko mbele. Yes. So Bernard, I wanted to ask you, I saw the former CJ, bila kusema majina. So CJ alikubali hiyo kazi.
That could be the reason why he's part of that delegation.
Okay.
And usually such positions are not arrived at by just appointment. They have, of course, background political whatever pushes. So it may not be his personal decision per se, because politics is played in such a way that you send emissaries, and then the emissaries will go and prevail over the person, and then tell him the advantages and the disadvantages of the same. If you remember, when there was insecurity issues with the Jubilee government of Uhuru Kenyatta, 2013, the stabilization of the country and security was a major problem. And then Ngaiseri, who was a former...
Ngaiseri, the one who died, yes, right?
The one who died. He was an ODM member of parliament. Okay. And so, they knew he's capable of arresting the security situation. And so they had to send emissaries to him and give him the proposition. The president requests that you relinquish your parliament seat and be made cabinet. Then he says he called Raila Odinga, then talked and said, if it is an opportunity to serve your country, we can't let our political difference stand in the way. The country comes first. And that's how Ngaiseri became the Minister of Interior and was able to serve all through and brought about all these changes and the stability that we were having. And so usually what happens is somebody like Maraga and all that, he will not be approached alone. There are many other games that play around. But for him to appear in that meeting, it means he has accepted and is going to serve in that. But in my opinion, that is a less, in fact, unnecessary task force. It's not needed because you have had other task forces. You remember there was a task forces that was presided over by Angomudi, the prisons and all that, when we used to have something called the Ministry of Home Affairs. And when Kalonzo was vice president also, there was a task force into the police force and the prisons. So hii kitu ni kurecycle tu maneno. Hiyo information wako nayo. cha kufanya ili wasaidie maaskari ama polisi, wanajua ni kujaribu tu kutafuta njia ya kuhadaa Wakenya kwamba wanafanya kitu, ili hali ni kumaliza tu muda wa Wakenya wanamaliza. Alafu
So, but
issue on
so
colonialism.
yeah,
Colonialism had its advantages and its disadvantages. Okay, the segregation in the country was too much, and that's what drove our fathers to fight for independence. It was not management. Life was affordable, yes, but for a few. And then the person who divided us, as African people, it was the white man. We lived and related together as communities in harmony. The Luos, the Luyas, we only had some problems maybe with the Nandis and all that, which could be settled through our traditional leadership and eldership. But the person who brought us into, wewe ni Mluya, haustahili kusalimiana na Mkamba, huyu ni nani, huyu ni nani. That was a colonial approach, divide and rule. And it worked to their advantage. And it is the same thing they are using today. Okay, look at Congo. Look at what is happening in Congo. It's all being fueled externally for the external advantage by destabilizing the internal agreements. And so mimi naona hii story ya mzungu kutuambia yeye ndio number one, sisi tumfuate, ni uongo, ni
no,
kudanganya.
but okay, wacha nikujibu. Si ati tunapendelea wazungu, ama si ati hata sisi hatuwaabudu. Number one, we tunajua we are all equal. Hata sisi tunaishi kwao, na kuna wazungu wengine pia wanaishi kule, na nowadays wazungu wanaoa wanawake wa Kiafrika, wanaume wa Kiafrika wanaoa wazungu. But hiyo mambo ya colonialism tulisoma ndio shule, but Bernard, ile nchi ya Kiafrika ambayo ilipata independence juzi tunasema ni South Africa. But compare Kenya and South Africa now. Compare South Africa also, they suffered a lot. They suffered.
With the risk of not degenerating into the advantages and disadvantages of colonial, the South Africa you quoted, look at the gap between the rich and the poor, the have and the have-nots. They gave them independence of the flag, but they kept all the money, kept fingers and grips on the economy. The economy of South Africa will not survive without the whites because they run the affairs. Mwafrika ni bendera tu na kuimbiwa nyimbo, kama Zuma ni kuongeza mke wa pili, watatu, wanne, watano.
Kama Zuma. Hiyo ni makosa ya mzungu. Ni makosa ya mzungu.
Mzungu atakupatia bendera, lakini mali atabaki nayo. Now that's a debate we'll do later on. We'll do that. But
no, it's not a debate.
It's not a debate. We have homegrown solution to our homegrown problems. Kuna ile mentality ambayo nataka kudeal nayo, ni ile ya inferiority complex when it comes to white skin. Not everybody with white skin is intelligent, and not everybody with white skin has answers to your problems.
100%. 100%. Hiyo ni kweli.
The black man, he may be maybe more advantaged and more exposed, but we all have capacity to handle what we can handle as a people. And so one way for us to free ourselves as a people is to begin to understand that we don't need to be given permission by the white man to do what we are required to do. Our dependence syndrome needs to be cut. completely. Wanaweza kutusaidia na hela na loan na hiyo masuala mengine, lakini ikifika kwa uongozi, okay, Africa was leading itself. We are the pioneer of civilization. Education started in Egypt. The agrarian student now. Now, all these things, it is the black man who was leading the way, but white man came with dealing with us wisely, making us feel inferior, making us feel substandard, and in the process tumemuinua juu, sisi tunafuata chini. Na sasa katika hiyo kuwa juu, badala akuwe big brother atuongoze sisi kupanda, yeye sasa anatukandamiza. Okay, kila mara anatukumbusha sisi ndio tuwaletea hii, sisi ndio tuwaletea hii, fanya vile tunataka ama tutafanya hiki na kile. So he gives with one hand and takes with another. And that's why where Africa needs to have a conference. Africa needs to have a conference with herself and begin to see what are we bringing to the table. Okay? What is the white man bringing to the table?
Okay,
then compare and contrast and see who should be the boss, the other.
Pastor ama reverend. Pastor ama reverend. Reverend, okay. Sijakataa hiyo. Sasa mbona up to now, 21st century, hii summit ya juzi ya Amerika, when do uliwatuma waende kule? Was it necessary for them to go there? No, why are you laughing now? I'm asking you. You see, I like tukiongea so that tukue pamoja. I'm a good challenger too. The way I talk to you is the way I can listen. The way I talk to you is the way I can talk to a white man. I don't care. I don't care. Nilikwambia nilipeleka watatu kwa koti na nilishinda. Here.
That's exactly what I'm telling you, Nifa. It is true. And then you know that we did not send them. But
I'm talking about our presidents. Kitu gani kiliwabeba waende kule? Why they went? Why they could not tell Biden, I have a lot to do in my country. Kama unataka njoo uone vile nikupeleke Sogoi sijui nikupeleke Nyawita, nikupeleke inaitwaje hiyo nini Nairobi.
Okay, let's do this. Nifa, let's not go there too much. What I'm saying is the same thing I've explained. My explanation is the inferiority complex that we are inflicted by when it comes to white skin. That being called by Biden is something that makes you interrupt your program. It ought not to be the case. That is what I'm saying. It ought not to be the case, but because we've been treated to that mentality for long, we will also need to be weaned from it. And that's why we are debating, so that we get out of that mess, whereby we say that when America sneezes, the whole world catches cold, okay? Catches flu.
Not the whole world. Not the whole world.
No, I mean, Ireland, don't go there. It's the whole world. Africans are...
It's the whole world now.
It's the whole world.
And I'm not coining the statement. I'm just quoting.
Pike wacha kumsaidia pastor we na. Sasa nyinyi 2 by 1.
No, it's not a competition and it's not
I know.
You see, we are straying away from our course. Kenya is where
I'm with you. Unajua in another way. Munielewa, unajua nyinyi hamjanielewa.
Please don't make me begin to use quarantine now. I have quarantine capability.
When umezoea no, listen, it was my turn.
Order, tafadhali. When I say order, we get into order. What is it? Take it easy. Thank you. I want us to have a flowing debate, not for us to...
Moses is laughing. So, me, I think I'm having a flowing debate with my brothers. You know, me...
Tafadhali, mimi naomba, tufanye nini? Hii show inapasa kuelekezwa, ndio sababu tuko na mwelekezi. Okay? Kama kila mtu atakuwa mwelekezi, then it will lead to nowhere. You get that? So when I say let's stop this, we get back to this. We don't insist on having it this way. We end up causing problems. And we already have complaints. Ukiangalia kwa comment section, there are outcries. Those outcries is part and parcel of our guys that we must take care of. So please, naomba nikiitisha order inamaanisha we want to do housekeeping. Tukishafanya housekeeping, tunaendelea na debate. It is not one scoring against another. Please, let's stay within that. And then standing orders are, if you have an objection on anything, you lift your hand, you will be picked or you'll be given an opportunity. But when it's an exchange, we are not just making the debate not useful, we are also making the viewers get confused, okay? Because we must hold a line of thought to a level whereby people understand what we are saying. And so when you're chairing, as I'm chairing, I'm not just protecting the debaters, I'm also looking at the comments, and I'm also defending my listeners who are very important people. Those are the VVIP. Because if they are not watching, we can argue as long as we want, and it will help no one except us. So please, let's remain within that framework na tujali mmoja kwa mwingine. The reason we have a lengthy debate is because people will have first, second, third, and fourth opportunities to make their submission. So you don't have to finish everything in one setting. All the same, asante. So hiyo swala la independence and all is debatable. Kuna video fulani nitacheza ambayo inasort hiyo maneno to some degree, but all in all, let's keep the debate healthy, strong and factual. Wakenya wanahitaji hiyo sana. Asante. So, Nifa, I'll give you 1 minute to wrap up what you are saying so that we move to the next person. Moses is ready.
Okay, so actually I've already finished. Yale ambayo nimesema, even me, I don't want to speak much because you are big chefs, you know, what you call chefs. Hao wanapumzika vizuri, so sisi ndio, nini ndio bado, sisi ndio tuko hapo, we are still concerned, and yeah, whatever is continuing. So just, we don't have to lose hope. We have to be focused, and again, of course, it's not going to be easy. Not everybody, the way I'm saying, why can't other, the parents, the students, why can't we, or all of you at the same time, if it's Mombasa, Nairobi, kind of, because it's through protest. It's through protest, nasema hapana, tumechoka. Because if you don't, kama hata ukikuwa na mtoto na viatu inamfinya, mtoto atakwambia mami ama dadi, kiatu hainitoshi, inanifinya. Mtoto atasema kiatu kinanifinya. Hata ngoja paka wewe ugundue. Alafu ndio unaenda, that's reaction. Alafu unaenda unamnulia kiatu. Maybe it's not comparable, but that's how it is. Mwanamke akichoka na bwana yake, baba watoto, atamwambia mimi narudi kwetu. Manake huwezi kuni. I'm trying to give an example.
Nifa mifano yako ni ajabu, but all the same, tufanye hivi.
Mike nikifinywa, mike nikifinywa, anaambia kumzee. Right.
I understand you very well. But what I'm saying is, it's not that Kenyans can't protest. Kenyans can protest and they want to protest. But also the protest needs to achieve. It's not just protesting for the sake of protesting, because if that's all we are doing, we will only succeed at protesting. The protest needs to provide the required changes. And for us to get those changes, we must be more strategic, more calculative. It is easier to get people on the street. How do you get them off the street? Okay? Sisi tumeenda kwa street, tunataka hii nini serikali iondolewe. Okay? Alafu tukifika kwa street, tukakuwa overwhelmed, tukanyamazishwa. You get that? So we have defeated ourselves on our own course. But for us to succeed, we need to be more. And that's why I'm saying, let's not work foolishly in just getting people to the street. They must have a serious cause why they are going to the street. Something that will keep them on the street. Lakini ikiwa tu ni story ya kuongea, that will be abusing even the people for listening to us and going to the street. So let's give it time and build up into the place whereby when the call is made, there will be response, not just reactions. Bwana Moses, vipi lakini?
Poa Bernard, poa, mambo?
Tuko poa,
Habari
karibu karibu.
zenyu? Stone PK, Leo, and Nifa. Hope you all fine, guys. And those ones watching us from far away. Bernard, for me today, I have like few things, 2, 3 to say. But I'll start with that one point that Nifa. Sorry, your last point. Yeah, like demonstration. Yeah. Oh, if it must be successful, we must see the fruits, and you must come out well prepared. When you are not prepared, and there are some demonstrations that cannot even, they just ignore them because they know that after all, it is going nowhere. But very soon it will be there. It depends. That's why you see people very soon we will see they will come out, and hopefully when school starts, now some people they are not feeling it yet, but very soon people will start feeling it. And also someone talked about we African, Bernard. It's like until we start feeling for others, like helping others, like loving each other, feeling like having that developing humanity in us. I think what is driving us back, like as Africans, we are always after ourselves. When there is a bread here, you always want to take each and everything. You don't feel for others. We don't have love like Westerners. Those Westerners, they have that games, but when it comes to humanity, that's when they beat us hands down. They have that kind of like kindness. They feel for others. They feel like, but we are divided. When someone is rich, wants to see Bernard is crying all the time, and that is someone's happiness. The reason why I said that, Bernard, I think I need someone to tell me that, Bernard, you have been there. You are not. Yeah, you are just in the middle. The history of the Dr. William Ruto. Has he ever been a hustler before joining politics or not? Because to me, he looks like he has never been a hustler. Because you cannot tell me that you have ever been a hustler, and I don't know the meaning of a hustler. Like yesterday when they were asking him about school fees and what, someone is saying that if a parent can manage to pay school fees for primary and also high school, and you cannot tell me that he can fail to pay university tuition. My question is it the same tuition for primary and high school? Is the tuition of primary and high school the same tuition of university, or because I get confused? Because if someone is trying, some people even they sell their properties to provide for their kids to go to school, and government has been supporting them with that little amount that it was helping, it was making a difference. But if you come out and say, I think you would have said that if someone can pay tuition for university, you cannot tell me that he can fail to pay for primary. But if you tell me that someone can pay for primary and fail to pay, I see things in a vice versa. It's like maybe I'm not, I don't get the point. So he doesn't know the meaning of hustle. Like I saw the clip here when the former president was saying, we told you, and you were like, dynasty, hustler, tawala, tawala. It is coming to the reality. And like me, I've never believed in that Dr. William Ruto. I was already I was, I had that feeling from the first day. I've never expected something that is productive from them. And I'm not surprised at all. Like I said yesterday, today I saw also, I watched a video on social media. It was James Orengo was giving a speech somewhere. I don't know which place was. But he was like, as opposition, they know what they can do. They know which part they have to play. But if these people cannot, they are not ready, they don't know what to do in government, they can step aside. For them, they know what to do if at all they get there in government. So we just call them that if at all they are not prepared, they are like there is confusion all the time. It's just gambling here and there. Let them just resign. After all, they were not elected to be in that office. So, Bernard, that question I want to hear from you before we continue. Is there any evidence showing that Ruto was a hustler before joining politics? Because a hustler, we all of us, we have hustled. And that's why we feel for others. If you find a friend asking me that, my friend, from morning I've not eaten anything, can you provide for me with 100 shillings or 50 shillings? You feel that, once I was in this same situation, and you feel it when someone tells you, just feel how it feels. But someone who cannot even know what it feels for parents, how they are struggling. Even him, he said that even school fees was like, I had him some time back, was talking about school fees, how he used to, and if you cannot recall what you went through during your school times, that means everything you are just narrating, you are playing your comedy. It's like you are looking a favor, sympathy with the people that I was that, kumbe you are claiming something that you have never been. Because you have been, you said you were hustler. Hustlers, few of them, they were convinced and they voted for you. Then it's a time to pay back. Mama Mbogas, I don't know, whenever they are just on off hook. Kabisa, I've never seen anyone talking about it, but before election in campaigns, every time I'm a boga, very border. Now where are they? Maybe they are. So Bernard, tell me, is this guy, has he ever been a hustler? Because history, we know we can go back and check. There are people who claim of what they have never been. And through his actions, I really doubt. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Brother Moses. A soul-searching question indeed, but this is what I would say. Kama kuna mfano mzuri wa president wa wanyonge was the late John Pombe Magufuli. He came in on the premise that he's the president for the poor and defended the poor to his last breath, even going against his friends, going against his confidant, going against his predecessors, the other previous presidents, until they were called to intervene. This man is finishing us, but he will always defend the poor. There is a video I ran into where he was talking about no student, no child should be sent out of school because of contribution for Harambe. He said, in fact, no school teacher or headmaster should be in charge of Harambes for schools. He said, let the administration take care of that. And no student should be kept out of school. So we see the difference between president wa wanyonge na president wa kutumia wanyonge. Okay? From my study of the Kenyan history and the history of one Dr. William Ruto, there are many things we cannot explain about him. All we know, he was in the University of Nairobi. He was a Christian Union leader. He was an evangelist. Okay. Then from there,
Yes.
he joined politics. And when he joined politics, okay, everything he has right now in terms of wealth and all that, he has gotten it because of politics.
Okay. But
Sio biashara. Kama ni
one thing.
biashara, alifanya biashara ya kisiasa, alifanya biashara na wanasiasa, na kafaidika kutokana na connections zake. Some of the money he made it from the Moi family. Others he made from KANU. Remember the Y2K, Youth for KANU 92. He was one of the proprietors. And that's what made, in fact, our economy begin to go down. Ndio nani Junet alikuwa anauliza, mnasema bottom up. Tujibu kwanza, nani alifanya ikaenda down, ndio tuanze kuongea kuhusu bottom up. By that time in 92, in the 90s, the Kenya shilling was exchanging against the dollar at 35 shillings, thereabout. Okay. But after they produced, the mistake was the production of two denominations of currency within a short period of time. The 200 shilling note and the 500 shilling note. They were not, when he talks about political decision, they were produced out of political decision and not economic decision. And that's how the shilling shot from 35 to 65, and now it has never gone back below. So we are still suffering from the consequences of that. And from there is where this person came. History ingine, alikuanga akiuza kuku, akauza kuku mpaka zikamfanya millionaire.
Yeah.
How many chicken
So,
will you sell?
I conclude with one thing that, I believe, like the way the daughter they started, that is why, that's how I'm thinking. It was just a hereby, But because if you have ever been in the situation, you can never forget the pain, how it feels, a poor people who are not well off, even getting that he said.
Bwana Moses, kuna maswala mawili hapa, okay? You can be poor and very poor, okay? Until you hate poverty and poor people. You get that?
Yeah.
And the worst thing is that when you get rich, all right, you will always be afraid of becoming poor again. So what happens? You will be the proprietor of afflicting people with poverty simply because you want to remain rich. The reason why you want to become rich is very important, whereby kuna wale ambao wanataka kuwa rich to get even. Okay, that's the wrong motivation. So, and I believe it's one of the things that are afflicting one Dr. William Ruto. He wants to be rich like Moi, the Moi family. He wants to be richer than the Kenyatta family. He wants to be richer than this. The moment we compare ourselves among ourselves, the Bible says we become unwise. Okay? And so, hapa kuna swala ambalo, kuna maskini ambaye kutetea maskini, na kuna maskini ambaye kwa sababu ya umaskini atajali maskini. Sio kila maskini akipewa mamlaka atajali wa maskini. Kuna wale ambao wakishatajirika ni hao peke yao walikuwa watajirike. Wengine wote wafungiwe milango ya kuwa matajiri. So it's not cast into stone that the poor man will be taking care of the welfare of the poor.
Yeah, I totally agree with you that he's having a target that he want to score. One point I forgot, I had forgotten. Let me summarize it.
Tuko na wewe mpaka tufunge station. Ngoja kwanza tutarudia kwa hiyo point nataka tupatie nafasi kwa hao wengine ambao wamekuja wachangie nao, na mimi niko karibu kufungasha. Bwana leo inaonekana kwa tea break, akimaliza chai atakuja. aendelee. PK pia naona ako around yet not within. Haya, Kenyan Naliaka, msichana wetu, karibu. Unmute mami.
Mimi ni Mama Mary Naliaka, Kenyan. So habari zenu wote, tutafurahia maisha kwa sababu Kenya ni yetu na mambo yote ni yetu. Kuwe shida, kuwe na maendeleo, ni sisi. Na kwa hivyo hatutaki shida, tunataka maendeleo kwa sababu nchi yetu lazima iwe free from bondage, free from hostage. Kwa sababu sisi ni Wakenya ambao wanapenda nchi yao. Na leo ni mchana mwema. Ninaomba Mungu tuendelee tukifikiria Kenya yetu itaendelea na itakuwa mzuri. Stone PK, we closed the show with you when we were talking about Ruto being ati ana bribe watu. Kuna mtu alikataana na hiyo maneno ati anataka tutoe facts. But show us your friend, then we tell you who you are. So hiyo hatungeweka kwa mezani ndio aone pesa ziki-exchange from one hand to the other. So that one is obvious. Hakuna mtu anaweza banduka kutoka kwa upande yake aende upande mwingine bila kitu ambacho anatarajia kupata. So we know that whoever moved from one party to the other, they were promised something. And I cannot imagine somebody dumping his great number of supporters ati kwa sababu ameambiwa ataenda kula nyama pandi ile. Umewaacha wapi? Wao wakufe na njaa. That is how Kenya is. So Wakenya wanyonge, sisi tuwe strong. Hivyo wanataka tuishe ama tuishi na maisha ngumu, tukatae kwa sababu sisi ndio tunajifanyia kazi, sisi ndio tunajua kujimudu, sisi ndio tunajua tukulacho na tuvaacho na watoto wetu wanakula nini. The only thing we are not going to accept ni watu kutuambia ati mimi nimekula GMO na mambo ile yote alisema. He is not the gauge of the poison that we should take. Yeye akitaka kukula poison akule, lakini sisi hata tupimia maisha yetu. Sisi tumeumbwa na Mungu na tumewekwa Kenya, tuwe wa Kenya na tuwe na maisha mema na maisha marefu. Kwa hivyo sisi tunapenda sana kuishi Kenya yetu. Nilikuwa nataka kusema hiyo mambo ya kuwa ati subsidies zimeondolewa za watoto wa university. That's a big blow. I remember I had a cousin who was collecting that boom. They used to go to the bank and they get that help. Honestly speaking, that boy would not have gone to university except that boom which was helping him. Na huyo mtoto alikuwa amepita vizuri na mama yake, who is my aunt, had no way to take him to university. She could not. Totally she could not. And my I would call him my cousin, would struggle so much even to get pocket money. And he was a very, very smart boy. Very smart. Sasa hivyo ni kumaanisha kuna watoto wengi ambao ni mama zao ama parents zao ni very poor, that they might not end up in university, however how good they have done in primary school ama tuseme secondary school. Hiyo ni shida kubwa sana na watu wanaona kama ni mchezo. Watu wakikosa masomo kwa nchi yetu, hiyo ni maisha ambayo hatujui itakuwaje. Hata hiyo nchi sijui itakuwa ya namna gani. And still yet people are talking of being doctors, PhD holders, all this. How did they get there? Actually, most of them, it's not from their pocket. It's the boom, that money they were getting from the government that boosted them to that status. Now, when you say that these children at this juncture, they are not going to get those loans to move from that step to university, what are you telling us? So the education is that is the end of their education. Because if they can't afford money to go to university, what is going to happen? There is no free university. And if there is free, then they could be limited. But now we don't have it. And that is why the government was trying to subsidize the education so that those who cannot afford, they can still move on. Huyu mtu mpango yake ni mbaya, na kuna mtu alisema ati ukichukia mtu usiendelee, you might be overboard, but I mean you might go over. But for me, I'll keep on saying that he is not a fit person. If he can reach that point of being a president, who cannot consider the life of those people who are in the country. I won't say his followers, because not everybody who voted for him. But now he's a president for everybody, because that chair he's sitting is not sat by two. It's sat by one person. And that person who is sitting there, masilahi ni ya kila mtu, kwa sababu wote ni wa Kenya. Hakuna mtu anahama Kenya aende nchi nyingine kwa sababu yule alikuwa ana support hakuchaguliwa. Shida yetu ni kubwa kwa sababu kukikosa elimu, hiyo nchi imezorota. Na maisha ya kila mtu sasa itakuwa mbaya. Because most of the number, there are people who are in school. Kwa sababu parent mmoja labda ako na watoto 5 ama 6 ama 4 shuleni. So that means those people on education, they are more than the people who are taking care of them or who can support them. So when you look at this point, you'll see the biggest number have been blown away, have been slashed to the category of what they were looking to make their future or their foundation. That's very painful and very sad. And wherever he is, he should sit down and calculate and see how many children are going to suffer because of that change that he has made. That is a drastic change for somebody who really know what people are going through right now. Mimi naweza sema yeye hajapata tabu, na kama amepata tabu, awe mtu muungwana, aangalie maisha ya Wakenya, na especially watoto wa shule. Na akiangalia habari ya watoto wa shule, ameangalia hata mzazi. Kwa sababu mzazi ndio ako na jukumu ya kuangalia hao watoto. Na hao watoto wakikosa shule, mzazi ndio atakuwa na shida. Kwa hivyo hakuna mtu sasa atasema ako sawa. So for that, I would ask the president to sit down and think twice how to make the country go forward. And nobody is complaining. But without that, we are doing nothing. Our country is doomed. And it has been doomed since the time he said there will be no loan. And those changes of fees for all education sectors. Hiyo ni shida kubwa sana nchi yetu. Tulikuwa tumeendelea vizuri, masomo ilikuwa inaendelea, watoto walikuwa wamezoea, yani kila kitu ilikuwa smooth running. But now we see there is a break that is giving us headache. Maisha yetu itakuwa ngumu, na imesha kuwa ngumu kwa sababu it seems nothing is going to change. We are the only people who can change it. Mchezo tuache, Wakenya tuwe serious, because this is a doom that is coming towards us, and we are in a dilemma. And this dilemma ni sisi tu tunaweza tatua. si huyo mkubwa, huyo hawezi tatua. You see how he is going to hotels, spending all these millions of money and saying that the government has no money. The country is dry. There is no money. There is no food. But GMO can come with 1%, 2%, 2%, 3% poison you can eat. It won't give you any headache. I wish you know what I know about GMO. People, please take care of yourself. Sisi ndio tutajiangalia, hatuangaliwi na serikali. Serikali haina haja na sisi. Tujikaze na tuangalie anything that is going to kuletea sisi madhara. Sisi tunataka kuishi na mwili ule na nguvu ile Mungu alitupatia. Hatutaki those invention, genetically modified food or organic, whatever. That is something that we don't want to hear. If anybody has to eat, wao wakikula wako na mali. Wakipatwa na madhara wanaweza kimbia India, wanaweza kimbia America, wanaweza kimbia Germany for treatment. Wewe mtu ambaye hana hata chakula ya kuweka mezani, ukiwa mgonjwa utaenda wapi? Madawa hakuna hospitali, daktari wamekataa kulipwa. Hata kama wanalipwa, they are not doing with a moral, because it has become like survival for the fittest. Asanteni ndugu zangu. Tuendelee na hivyo na tuelimishe Wakenya wetu. Asante.
Okay. Asante sana Kenyan Naliaka. We appreciate that, and we'll keep ventilating and poking questions where necessary in order for us to gain what we need to gain. In my opinion, Dr. William Ruto is becoming economic with the truth. Okay. He knows that the Helb loan is not given to everybody haphazardly like the Hustler Fund. The Helb loan has a structure, and it's only given to you after you qualify. You make an official application. They consider many things, your capability to pay for yourself or not able to pay for yourself. Before you win, before the panel, and then you get listed to receive that loan, it's not as easy as dialing to wherever hash *254 hash. It is not like the Hustler Fund. And so when he comes up with the issue that some parents can pay for themselves, why should the government pay for them? He's just trying to play with Kenyans' mind. He knows what is right, and he doesn't do that. And the Bible says, if you know what is right to do and you don't do it, it is sin. So we are being treated to a mind game by somebody who knows exactly what he should be doing. No country has a future without heavy investment in education. Right now, we should be talking about free university education, not how to abolish the loan that helps people go through university. That is backward. That is making the gains we have made to be lost on the grounds of what? Now, a secondary education unattainable. Primary education, they can't afford it. The next thing you'll hear, they cannot afford devolution. And we revert back to the old system. And I believe that's where he's headed. Okay, he wants one political party. He wants one central place where everything is counted so that he can preside over every contract and make a kill on everything. This is unacceptable, and we will not take it. Let Kenyans wake up and realize that whatever we have is not what we bargained for, and we need to begin to push for the right change. Mzalendo, unasemaje?
Asante sana kaka. Habari Stony PK na mwenzangu Fidel, Kenya Naliaka and Moses. Sina mengi ya kusema leo Bwana Bernard, ni ile tu kukukosoa.
Mzalendo, ombi moja tu, samahani please. Kuna request hapa nilikuwa sijaona. Fidel anasema kuna kitu anakimbiza, tumpatie muda aseme machache alafu aondoke, and then you'll have the liberty to make your submission longer. Fidel, go ahead. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Sorry. Thank you, Bernard. It's been a while since the last time I came over to this show, and I was just passing by, and I saw you guys, and the topic kind of attracted me. This is I don't want to really talk about the reason why what this man is doing, because this is just my opinion, and I don't want somebody holding what I say, holding the station because of what I've said. This is just my own opinion, and whoever is listening should take it as such. If you don't want to take it as such, that is up to you. You can just go to hell. I really don't give up. I don't care anymore. But this is my own opinion. There's no point of us even discussing about this fraudulent government with its weirdos and wacky leaders. To me, that's what they are. I don't really regard them as leaders. They didn't even know why they were running for office. I don't think they were prepared to lead, to govern. They had their own reason why they were running. It wasn't to help Kenyans or govern Kenyans. That was just, it's above their pay grade. You can even see how they are above their pay grade. They were just running to cover their behind because of ICC and the domestic courts that they were going to face, and it forced them to resort to whatever necessary to be elected. They were not even elected, to be honest with you. Sorry to use that word, to rig themselves into office. So all in all, what just shocks me is how Kenyans, I never thought that Kenyans were like this. Kenyans, I've just realized, I live in Nigeria for a while, and I thought Nigerians were the most timid people on earth. But Kenyans have taken the cake. Like the foolishness that is in Kenya is beyond comprehension. Here is the person who now preaches about the Constitution. Yet he knows that he's in this particular office, not constitutionally. I mean, right now, if you look at what is happening in the USA, where they cannot even elect the speaker, they are willing to launder their dirt in the open. It does not really matter. But when it came to Kenya, some people were cornered and forced to have this fraudster, this thief as a president, against the wishes of the majority. So I am sitting down here and I'm wondering, why are we even talking about this man and all that? Isn't it a high time for Kenyans to really say, listen, if this man cannot be taken out, it should be overthrown? This is just my word, because there's no any other way to say it. If you don't overthrow Ruto right now it doesn't matter whether it's through armed struggle, a coup d'etat, or mass. I'm sorry, Bernard, to you to say that. It just needs to be taken out. It does not need to be in office, because the longer he's given time to stay in the office, he's taking Kenya into that precipice. We're just about to go on that particular cliff. This is what is going to happen. Look at what has happened to Haiti. Haiti, where there's people do not even know what the gangs are, the ones that are controlling the streets, are ruling. And this is exactly what this man is leading Kenya to. And yet Kenyans are clapping. Kenyans are just cheering. They're saying, tumpe sijui muda mwingine tuangalie, maybe things cannot turn around. This man did not even know what leadership is all about. Look at what he has done. Literally from school, either fake things, Y2K, Y92K, fake thing. Literally everything that this man has always been doing is fake. But Kenyans are rewarding him by even allowing him to be in that particular office. Why are we addressing him as His Excellency? Why are Kenyans really addressing this particular person? Somebody who's giving you misery like this. Why should we continue perpetuating the existence of this nefarious? I don't understand. It's high time Kenyans come out and start saying, listen, enough is enough. Even if it, see, we are talking about Helb right now. Why this man does not want people to go to school and all that. Maybe it's for the better. Because you look at it, in the 80s and 70s, when Kenyans had not been educated that well, they were patriotic. They knew what they needed and they could stand for something. But since the modern age, look at how many Kenyans are educated, and how look at how they are. Their brains have completely been overtaken. I don't know by what. They cannot even think for themselves, and yet we're supposed to have been exposed to ideas. Right now, this generation, look at the generation we have today. Do they even care about what is happening in Kenya? No, and yet they're saying to be the most educated generation. So maybe Ruto is taking us back to where we really belong. That generation where thinkers were, people were patriotic, people will think, people will create, will come with people add wisdom, you know, because the present generation is all about celebrities and all that, how much money they want to grab. People want to be rich, millionaires, without even investing a cent. And this is what the kind of government people Ruto is bringing up. Look at the generation that Ruto is bringing up. You know, you are told eti kazi ni kazi, hata kuiba ni kazi. Kuiba imekuwa kazi, as far as Ruto is concerned. And people have adopted to it. In a very short period of time, as we are talking right now, the only thing that is going to be to be carrying the day is kidnapping. In Kenya, it become an enterprise. The way it has been in Nigeria. Now, the Nigerians don't have to go to work any day these days. They just kidnap you, and then you pay ransom. That's exactly what is going to happen. So let's fatten these particular MPs the way they think that they need to be stars, and then look at these useless MPs like Babu Owino and all these. You're wondering, these guys were elected to go and stand for something. The only problem in Kenya is there's no principled individual who can stand for something. Mtu anachukua kidole chake, puts saliva and see where the wind is blowing. What kind of, do they really even have wives? Do they have children who should look up to them? How can you look at your father, the father who sticks his hand in the wind and start saying, this is where the wind is blowing, this is where I'm going? You should be having a backbone as an individual. We don't have, why do we have these elected people who are eating our money for no apparent reason? I mean, what I'm saying here is, before I go, if there are people there in the armed forces who have got wisdom, who are patriotic, it's high time for you to start thinking about Kenya. Don't think that that particular gun you're carrying is only supposed to be shooting protesters. No, think beyond the box, outside, that you can actually change society. You can create an environment where this particular government is taken out. Let's take them out. There's no point of waiting. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Fidel. We appreciate your perspective and your thoughts, and of course the pains that Kenyans are being treated to, and it is stipulated in the good book that through much consideration make war. So if we just went out without any proper plan or any proper strategy, we may not achieve, and there is no need investing in an undertaking that you are not sure of its outcome. getting William Ruto out of office and his government is part and parcel of our constitutional responsibility, especially if they are not delivering on what they ought to deliver constitutionally. We can even get them off the hook if they are not doing what they promised to do. But when they begin to go against the constitution provision, especially things that are basic, like education, healthcare, and the whatever food security, those are basic human rights that are covered within the constitution. When they begin to meddle with that, that is the very reason why we need to get up and begin to protest against, because we don't have an obligation for them to deliver on what they promised, but we have an obligation for them to defend and deliver what the constitution has availed to Kenyans. And so let's remain within that particular framework, and also put up strategies, not just getting out there and protesting without a proper structured system. We want to win by investment, not just to make news. You can make to the headlines with anything nowadays, but for you to really achieve whatever that we need to achieve, lazima tuweke mikakati, and that's why we need to take responsibility as well. Take responsibility. Kama tunataka watu watoke nje, watatoka nje vipi? Okay, do we have who is taking care of the northern wing, who is taking care of the southern wing, who is taking care of the, because we must make it impossible for these people to contain us, and the only way for that to happen is everybody to get out, or at least the majority of Kenyans to get out. And for that to happen, we need to take responsibility. So after we talk and agitate, we now lay back and ensure that we lay down the strategy for it to work. And that also need not to be shared in public, of course. But Wakenya wajue kwamba we are being treated for what we don't deserve constitutionally. Serikali inapaswa kusimamia matibabu yetu, afya yetu, masomo yetu. Hiyo ni jukumu la serikali, lakini serikali imekubali jukumu moja tu, kuokota ushuru. Majukumu mengine yote imekwepa. Haitaki subsidy yoyote, haitaki kuwajibika kokote kule. Inataka tu kuokota tax. Tax ya kufanya nini? Ya kujilipa mshahara na kutembea na bendera, kwenda kanisa kufanya na Thanksgiving. That one is unacceptable. So tusimame kidede kama Wakenya na tuambiane ukweli, tuache kudanganyana. Asante. So tutaenda kwa mzalendo tafadhali. Fidel, muda wako umeyoma, ama kama utapata muda utarudi. Hii show inaendelea mpaka asubuhi. Mzalendo, endelea.
Asante sana Bernard. Nimeona Fidel amekerwa kweli kweli. What I can tell you, Mr. Fidel, is that what you are agitating for cannot happen in Kenya. The forces cannot overthrow a government that has been elected by the people. Constitutionally, you understand, we have got only one way of electing governments in Kenya. And we go, after every 5 years, we go to a ballot and we elect our leaders. And another thing, don't underestimate the power of prayer. Pastor yuko hapa, Bernard anawaambia kila siku. Wacha tu nimalize tu.
I've given a very solid sweeping statement. Which governments are overthrown? These other governments are overthrown, are not elected.
I said governments are elected by the people.
And you say they cannot be overthrown. You say they cannot be overthrown because they are elected by people. So I want you to tell me these other governments that have been overthrown, Brazil, Haiti, and the other places who are not elected. Because when you use it as a basis for why you cannot be overthrown, then you need to substantiate it. You don't just let it go.
You see, overthrowing a government is not a constitutional measure. So I would not be advocating for that. I'm only talking about the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya. Tell me a clause where it is written that the army can overthrow the government in our Constitution. It is not there. So let us not talk about things which are not which are not attainable, and it's just some imagination somewhere. We tried it in 82, it
No.
didn't work out. Usimuache nimalize nyinyi watu wa Azimio
Unatuambia
bwana.
matoke mzalendo bwana. Hizi
Order,
government
order,
za
order.
overthrown.
So, mnataka kupendua
Give
serikali?
the
Okay,
other
sawa,
person.
mtaipendua
Wait.
njia gani?
Don't tell
Order,
us that.
everybody, please. Let's not have an exchange match. Thank you very much. Mzalendo, we are not talking about overthrowing the government just because for the sake of overthrowing a government, or protesting and engaging into civil disobedience against a government that we feel is not serving the purpose of Mwananchi. That is constitutional, okay? And if push come to shove, somebody will vacate office for failing to deliver on what he needs to deliver for the Kenyan people. So it's not a matter of sinister motive where people are sitting together to plan a coup against a government for no reason. If the Kenyan people are suffering under the burden of bad leadership, it is their civic duty to rise up and uprise against a bad leadership, like the one they are being treated to. So hii sio masuala tu ya ati vijana kadhaa walikubaliana kwamba hawapendi sura ya William Ruto, wanataka kumtoa kwa mamlaka. It's not that way, and you are treating it with that triviality because you think it's about the height and maybe the looks of William Ruto. We are talking about the pains of Kenyans who are going to bed on empty stomachs. We are talking about parents who don't know 23rd. They are supposed to take back children to school. They don't have how to take children to school. The payment that had been taken off their shoulder is now back on their shoulders. And you want to tell me that that cannot be reason enough for Kenyans to rise up and say no?
Thank you, Bernard. Let me just correct you a bit. This is something that we talked about yesterday. You know, some of these things when you say them, they really sound like, you know, the truth. But when you dig deeper, like the issue of Helb, what the president says is he's scrapping Helb, but what is he substituting Helb with? Is substituting Helb with something else that will be beneficial to the students. There's no way that Ruto can wake up one day and say that tunatoa Helb but hakutakuwa na pesa wanafunzi wanapewa. Wacha nimalize. Mbona mtaki nimalize? Because you know that there is no truth in what you are saying. What Ruto said that Helb will be scrapped and it will be under a national educational fund, and an increment of 11 billion. From 11 billion, they will increase it to 22 billion. That is what he said. He said TVET, Helb, and educational funding board will be merged into one body. Mambo ya kudanganya watu ati pesa kutakuwa nayo, school fees tumetoa. Subsidies ya school fees ni gani Ruto ametoa? Ni wapi? Just tell us ni wapi. And these things, there is a task force that runs this thing. Ruto does not wake up one day and say bana ndatoa hizi vitu. There is a task force that there are teachers, there are parents, there are those professors in the universities that discuss these matters. It is not like just a government policy. It comes from the stakeholders. So learn to tell Kenyans the truth. There is no Helb loan that is being scrapped up completely. What he's saying is that the universities themselves cannot account for the money that they are being given. Right now, as we speak, unajua university iko na deficits ya pesa ngapi? They have not even paid pesa za retirement. The billions wako na madeni, all the universities, and yet the government has been pumping money. Why can't you question the universities, what they've been doing with this money? There is no research going on in our universities at the moment. So when somebody is trying to restructure things so that they work, tunaleta siasa, anataka kutoa hii, anatunyang'anya hii. Haya mambo.
Is Helb presided over by universities?
Helb
why should you? Okay, for example, we have scrubbed off youth fund, we scrubbed off women fund, we have scrubbed off Uwezo fund. and now we have come up with the Hustler Fund. So you want to tell me that also Helb is going to be collapsed into one fund, like the Hustler Fund, and then we'll be presiding over it? Angels from heaven, or still the same Kenyans that failed at Helb?
Bernard, when I come to your house, I find the way you have arranged your sofa set in the sitting room and where you placed your TV and your flower pot. I walk into that house and then start arranging things, and you are the head of that house. You can't do that. This is Ruto's government. Let him arrange the things the way he wants to arrange them,
That
because he
is
feel
where you get
he
it
feel
wrong, Bwana
no.
Mzalendo. This
I
is
mean,
not,
hii
it is
serikali
Ruto's government,
ni
but
ya nani?
Ruto
Hii
is not
serikali ni ya
Kenya,
nani?
and Kenya is not Ruto.
No, me, I'm asking you, hii serikali ni ya nani? Who is the president?
Sikiliza Bwana Mzalendo. There is
Thieves.
constitutional structures, okay, that successive governments have operated with. We have not been told what is wrong with them. You said there is a task force that informed William Ruto to scrap off petrol subsidies and the food subsidy. Which one was that? When did it sit? When did
Umerudi
it
tena kwa mambo ya substitutes. It's another lie that you've been telling
So
Kenyans here.
hebu tuseme hivi tafadhali, wewe ndio unasema uongo na tunataka kushika na huo uongo wako.
Wacha
Tuende
nikuambie.
polepole tuelewane, Mzalendo, tuende polepole tuelewane, okay? Wakati mtu anaingia kwa ofisi na siku 100 na anataka kubadilisha kila kitu, aidha kuna makosa na kile kitu anataka kubadilisha, ama anataka kusababisha makosa na kile kitu anataka kubadilisha. Saa hii kuna wanafunzi ambao they are midstream. They are already in the university. They are debating on Helb. The university is about to resume, and then you scrap it off. Where will they start? How are you going to account for that? William Ruto's budget, you're saying it is his government. William Ruto's first budget will be in June of 2023. Right now, he's working on Uhuru Kenyatta's budget. If Uhuru Kenyatta budget cut out for all these things that is scrubbing off and diverting the money, where is the money going? How will that money be accounted for? Because in the budget, it was allocated for this. It has been scrubbed off and taken to nowhere. This is laying a ground for corruption. And that is what you are advocating for. Because kama budget yako hujasoma, budget yako hujadraw, which you will draw in June. If these changes were introduced after June, I will understand. But if they're being changed right now because you have come in the house and you don't like the way the house is arranged, there is a stealing taking place right now, which I predict not many days from now, the kind of scandals that will be flying around like popcorns. You wait and see. But for now, ni wizi unataka kuendelea na mtu anajaribu kutengeneza kitanda cha kulalia kwa wizi. Kama ni mkweli, afuate budget vile ilivyo, kwa sababu accountability ya hizo pesa zimeandikiwa kwa budget, zitatumika hivi. Health ni hii, education ni hii, ya food ni hii, na hivyo. He should leave everything the way it is, correct where it is wrong, then make changes in his new budget so that there is accountability. Now there is whatever Hustler Fund, it has no legal grounds. Why is it hurried? So that somebody can hurry up into what? Beginning to divert money into wrong places. Na wewe mzalendo mzima unataka kusupport kitu ambacho hakieleweki, okay? Ni ukweli kwamba hii serikali itakufuata sheria, lakini ina pretend kwamba inafuata sheria. And it's not a lie, it's true. Somebody is avoiding to do what is required to do because he wants to find fault with everything everyone did. You cannot be the only angel that you get in and you want to change everything. You change the Attorney General, you change the DCI, you change everything. It doesn't work that way. Serikali ni ya Kenya, serikali si ya Ruto, na Kenya ni nchi ya kila Mkenya, si ya mtu mmoja. So iwezi kuwa run like a family enterprise. this is a different ball game altogether. So tusidanganyane hapa kusema ati hapendi vile nyumba inakaa. Hii si nyumba ya Ruto, hii ni nyumba ya Kenya na kila Mkenya is a stakeholder. Ile nyumba State House, ile Ruto analala ndani, hiyo nyumba, it is a title deed in Kenya's name, not in Ruto's name. So tusichanganye mambo mawili. There is political differences and there is national issues. When it comes to national issues, we address them nationally. And then there are national values that must be upheld. One of it is transparency, accountability. So kama tuliandika pesa fulani zitakwenda sehemu fulani na unastoa huko na usemi zinaenda wapi, okay? Alafu tutafanya auditing. Tutafanya auditing against what? So you tell us, subsidy ya petroli ilienda wapi? Subsidy ya chakula ilienda wapi? Subsidy hizi zingine zote zilikuwa za wazee na hizi zilienda wapi? Can you account for them where they are? They are all in the mind of one person. Tukitaka majibu tumuulize Ruto akuje kutueleza nilitoa huku nikapeleka huku. That is not how accounting is done. That's not how auditing is done. So tusijaribu kujibeba wajinga hapa eti serikali ni ya Ruto. Serikali ni ya Kenya. Na kama Ruto ni mfanyikazi wa Wakenya, kama afanyi kazi ipasavyo, we as the stakeholders will fire him.
Umenena vizuri sana, but unajua kuna government auditor general wa serikali. Hiyo ndi kazi yake, kuangalia pesa imeibiwa wapi na kwa kureport hayo maneno. Mambo ya subsidies, wacha tena nikurudie. Wacha nikuambie mambo ya subsidies. Subsidies ya mafuta. Unasema ati Ruto alitoa subsidies yote ya mafuta. That's a very big lie. Subsidies zile litolewa ya mafuta ni ya mafuta ya diesel, ya petrol. Subsidies ya diesel na kerosene bado iko. Go and fact check your information. Endo uangalie, hiyo utapata bado iko. Inaendelea. And the reason why ilitolewa is because it was not sustainable. At the end of the day, it was not sustainable. That is the reason he gave. It was not sustainable. The government didn't have money to sustain it. So we wait for the Auditor General report. Atuambie hii pesa kama walikula, tutajua walikula. But tukuja hapa, we are acting like Angel Gabriel, that we know atalikula, we know wataiba, we know sijui watafanya nini, yeye ni muizi, sijui. I mean, those are just hearsays. And I'm somebody of facts.
Ujajibu swali langu. Inji inaongozwa kwa sheria. Haiongozwi kwa mapenzi ya mtu. Okay? Kama tuliandikiana pesa fulani itatumika kwa kitu fulani. Kwa nyumba, wewe umeachia mke wako tuseme 10,000. Umesema 2,000 ipewe watchman. Okay? 2,000 zingine zipewe watoto wapeleke shule. Hiyo 1,000 ingine 2 ilipwe mtu wa makaa. Na ile 1,000 ingine 2 ilipwe huku. Okay? Then umerudi nyumbani, unakuja madamu, your wife amebadilisha. Okay? Anasema hakuna haja ya kulipa watchman. Okay? Kwa sababu huyu watchman analalanga kwa gate. Alright? Your next question will be, zile pesa za watchman ziko wapi? Kwa sababu huku mlipa na unasema hapasi kulipa. Sasa wewe unatuambia tu alitoa. Kule alipeleka au tuambii sheria ambayo inakadiria hizo hela wakati mahali zimepelekewa ni gani, ili tutatumia hiyo sheria tukitafuta audit kwamba they were first allocated for subsidy for petrol, but when they were removed there, the law said they will be taken to education, and they were taken in education and they served in the primary education, secondary education, and all that. If there is no law in that area, we will never account for that money. And if we cannot account for the money, pesa inaliwa.
Ndugu yangu, unajua hii serikali Ruto amechukua wakati Kenya haingeweza kukopeshwa pesa yote na dunia mzima.
Bernard, is this supposed to be a dialogue between the two of you? Because
okay, let's leave it there. Bwana Zalendo, inaonekana unataka kudanganya.
Hapana, mimi wacha tu nimalize. Mimi sitaongea tena, ndawaachia muongee.
Tuache excuses.
Ukweli ndiye mpendi,
lakini ati serikali ilichukuliwa when the whole world cannot lend
World Bank ilikataa kupatia Uhuru pesa, IMF ilikataa kupatia Uhuru pesa.
I don't like when grown-ups behave like children. Okay, you cannot treat us to children. We are not children, and we will not buy into that nonsense. Stony PK, unmute and take it.
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. I was just raising my hand because Muzalendo comes here to pull us like small babies, you know. And honestly, anybody who supports Ruto, I doubt his integrity or her integrity. Somebody who tells you Ruto's issues are hearsays and all that, I don't really engage with such people. And I tend to think some of us or some of these people have lived abroad. They are so comfortable. Tunanonea huko, tunakula manono huko, and we have made the lives of Kenyans, we are joking around with them. Tunafanya utoto ukweli. Huwezi kuniambia nitoe evidence Ruto ni mwizi. Ruto is a thief. He's known all over the world. He's a crook. He's a killer. He's a thug. He stole elections. And he's killing. He's continuing to kill people. And we are telling Kenyans, if you want to die, you will die. You are telling us, oh, hajatoa hii, hajatoa. What do you mean hajatoa? Universities opened last week. I have two people I'm supporting at the uni. One of them has been getting that help. A party, you are telling us it's being taken to. That's garbage, honestly. And it's the garbage that we are getting from Ruto. So it is so irritating. And I always say, over 90% of people you see on this channel, wale wamefanya kazi, either civil servants in Kenya, they are thieves. Ni wezi wakatoroka. Ni wezi wameiba na Ruto. Anybody who supports Ruto is a thief. That I can vouch anywhere. They are crooked people. They are people who believe in stealing and conning people, which is what they call working hard. Ni wezi tu, Kenya. Civil servants, thieves. Thieves kabisa, they can take me wherever they want. Ruto is a thief. Up to today, 100 days. How much money has he collected? You anaita foreign grant and all. I mean, he thinks we are fools. You changing names and you keep on collecting money and you are not telling us where you are putting in that money. And then we sit here saying, oh, he's organizing the government. How are you organizing when you are not telling us what you are organizing? Children are going to school. Tell us where they will go and get that money they were getting as help. Don't tell us, oh, it will be sijui channeled to that. Those are theories za Ruto kutoka akiwa mtoto. I said yesterday, he's good. People say he's eloquent. Ni muongo, mwizi wa ajabu. He tells you lies. Look at the interview he had there in front of journalists. Telling plain lies, open lies. And he tells them with his eyes open. The other day, day before yesterday, I was playing his clips, interviews with Anampo, even about Weston. He admits he stole that land, but he tries to defend. He's told when you buy anything stolen, you are a thief. He starts saying, oh, is it only Ruto who has stolen in that country? This is a PhD arguing like a kid. Even kids don't argue like that. I mean, go play those. I'm talking of things that are facts on YouTube. And then you sit here telling us, oh, Ruto is the president. Yeah, he's your president, but don't force us to do that. He's a thug, he's a thief, internationally known. And that is where he's heading. He's looking for where to steal money. Amesimamisha hizo zote anaiba. We know Amaco, for example, the insurance, what it has done to the government of Kenya. It was revived. We know what he has done to KPLC. Who has he brought back? The MD, these people who are stealing money from there. How much is the energy now? Muzalendo don't come here and kutubeba utoto bwana. Right now KPLC amerudisha wezi wote. Bernard, wezi wote wale walikuwa wameongezea pesa kwa mita na kila kitu. Right now, and I know some of them. I worked with some of them some years back. In fact, I know the most top guy. We taught together in some school somewhere. And he was recalled back. If that team that was ilitolewa kwa sababu ya wizi wa wananchi, kuweka exaggerated, kuongeza mapesa kwa hiyo nini, they are back. They have come back to do what? Bwana, akina Gachagua, the money they stole, Was it political? Please, in fact, nobody should come here telling us and trying to, don't even give people airtime when they come here to tell us that Ruto is not a thief, he's organizing the country. What country is he organizing? 100 days he's still saying he's organizing. What are you organizing? Huh? Wacha niache hapo. It is annoying. That's a thief, and anybody who supports the thief is a thief. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Fidel, quickly, in a minute or two.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that somebody at the caliber of Mzalendo will actually come over here and say things like this nonsensical thing. A government cannot be overthrown, is constitutionally elected. What do you mean constitutionally elected? When you steal an election, are you constitutionally elected? When you steal it, when you rig it, and you even know that you rigged the election, that's not constitutionally elected. Why do I say that? Look at even the composition of parliament itself. When you knew that Azimio had more numbers, what did the speaker rule? That Kenya Kwanza has got, was that constitutional? I mean, you know, you guys are, you look, I look at you and you're calling yourself Mzalendo. It's an embarrassment. You should actually live to your expectation and your name. You know, it's an embarrassment when you say that a government cannot be overthrown. Throwing a government does not require you to go and have guns. No, you can overthrow the government by civil means. Sri Lanka was just was overthrown by civil means. People went in the street and the president had to flee. They didn't have to wait for the constitution because the guy was a thug, was a crook. He let the government down. He let everybody down. So they had to go in the street and take him out. How many governments have been taken out because of popular revolt? So don't come here. I don't know where you are, whether you're in Kenya or not, but if you happen to be outside and you're speaking like this, my friend, you are more or less like wasting your talent. You know, you should be contributing something to the people who are downtrodden, who are feeling the pinch, and you are sitting here smiling and saying, "Oh, Ruto is." What kind of nonsense is this? This is what has created the environment where Kenyans finding themselves in, because Ruto has got people like you who keep on gullible people who keep on believing that whatever he's doing is right. It's not. Unatuambia kwamba eti when he went and declared GMO, was that a policy? That was by fiat. He just woke up in the morning. He realized that he had so much money to make out of the GMO, and he announced it. Did he consult anybody? Was anybody assembled and said, "Okay, let us hear the opinion of the stakeholders"? No. Even this maize thing, Unga, he just woke up. He didn't consult anybody. I mean, and you're sitting down here telling us that, oh, he is the president. Of course, he's your president. Don't say he's Kenyan. He's your president. Some of us don't recognize him. We don't recognize him. Yeah, and if I could get a means of taking the action towards removing him, I will do that. I will happily, and I will enjoy it. Because I really do not see this person as even worthy being regarded as a leader, as a president. I'm sure even his PhD must have actually had somebody write for him on his behalf. Do you really believe that this guy really understands what it really means to write a thesis by himself? Because all along, all his life, he's been crooked, fraud. I mean, we can see the picture where he's taking Kenya. So it's high time for Kenyans to realize that there are ways in which this particular train can be stopped. We need to organize ourselves, just like what Bernard had already said, and I like that. We need to organize so that whatever steps we take, we move forward with, are structured. We know what is supposed to come after this one, and then we are also having our own ways in which we look at things in a more holistic way. We can't continue. We cannot allow this thing to keep on happening. And people like Mzalendo are sitting down there and saying he's reorganizing. How can he? What is he reorganizing? Of course, he's reorganizing how much money he's going to steal. This is what he's doing. So when you talk about subsidy, which subsidy? Of course, he took the subsidy Like Bernard said, where did that particular money go to? The budget is operating on right now was made during Uhuru Kenyatta. All these things were catered for. So when he takes them out, where is he taking the money? Has he explained to anybody? But you are sitting down there and willing and telling us that it's okay because he's the president. Kenya is not, it doesn't belong to one person. It belongs to all of us. It belongs to all of us. So leave us alone. Those of us who are thinking of reorganizing our own thinking, our own thoughts, how to move forward without Ruto. Leave us alone. You guys just go to your own corner, do your own things. Let us also do our own things. Whichever that we want to do, let us just do it now. But don't keep telling us that it's the constitutional. Which constitution? Nobody's following constitution in Kenya. If we were following constitution, Ruto will not be the president. He will not. Let us just face facts. He will not be the president if we were following constitution. So Bernard, I like that particular idea. Let us look into it. Let us organize ourselves into a proper structured way in which we can be able to bring our own thoughts, our own thinking in the direction where we are advocating about change, transformative change, not this change where you bring in looters like a Shago or thieves like semi-illiterate people who cannot even read, and are the ones you are having there as being leaders. What kind of a country is this? I thought Kenya had already got so many people who are learned. What happened to those particular learned people where they're being ruled by semi-illiterate people all over the place? Anyway, I'm embarrassed to hear people like Mzalendo. Sorry.
What do you mean?
Okay. Thank you. One more before Mzalendo. I'll give you your 2 minutes to respond. Mama Mary.
Oh.
Bernard, it really hurts when you hear somebody say that this is Ruto's government. Many people killed to vote. And I wonder why they were queuing to vote if this is not their government. It really hurts. It makes somebody feel like you belong nowhere. You are just like a knife passing through your body, cutting you off. I can't believe somebody can just stand there and say this is Ruto's government. When did he get it? And when did he start this government? This government belongs to Kenyans, and Kenyans have the right to have who they want as their president. We didn't get him. He was not voted in. He did whatever he did. And God knows that. It's very painful, very painful. In fact, you make people feel emotional. If that was what all these people, my people who voted for Raila, they were doing nothing. That the government belonged to Ruto. Ruto is just an individual sitting there, pretending that he is going to rule all Kenyans. But I'm very hurt, very hurt. Somebody would say that government belonged to Ruto. Ruto is an individual. Millions and millions of people are crying because they need help. And now one person can come here and spoil our hearts. And we are not going to give up. We will still continue to tell those few Kenyans who will listen that we need our Kenya back. I don't support what is going on. And it is very painful for some of the Kenyans who doesn't see this. They are blind. They are deaf. I don't understand. Kenya is weeping what is going on. But the few who are mocking us, they'll come to cry one day. Because they will find whatever they were fighting for the downfall of our country, will not win. And God is there. And his reign will fall on us and give us strength to resurrect our country. It's really bad, very painful. I am very, very passionate with my country. Very passionate, because that is where I belong. Really, this is not a young guy who is talking like that. The government belongs to Ruto. Ruto is an individual. It's one person among millions. And those millions are the one who killed to elect the right person, but it was stolen. Anyway, God will see us through. And I pray so hard. I always cry because I know the pain I go through. And when I think about my people, the few people who really love their country, others are just laughing. I can't believe, Mzalendo, you can sit back and sit there and smile. I'm not insulting you, but I'm asking you, as young, as old you are, please think about those Kenyans who are suffering, who cannot afford food on their table, who cannot afford to take their children to school. Government can stay, but lives of Kenya can live and continue. We shouldn't even have a government if that is the kind of a government we will have. We don't deserve that. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary. And before I give Msaledo to respond in 2 minutes, let us remain focused. It is good to stand for something. And what is right for the country is better than what is right for an individual. What is right for the country is better than what is right for an individual. We cannot sacrifice the country for one individual. The welfare of each Kenyan is more important than the welfare of one Kenyan. So let's not get our things upside down. Mzalendo, you have 2 minutes to respond, and we go to Duke.
Anyway, I think some people here are very, very emotional about the last year's election. It was a competition, and I think all the avenues were followed. If you felt aggrieved, you went to court, you lost in court. And that is what the Constitution provides. Other means of addressing the electoral reforms, we have seen them happening in the country. We have seen since Kivitu, we have had Isaac San, we have had Chebukati. Chebukati was actually brought by ODM, Isaac San the same. So these things have been happening in the country, year in, year out. Today, we want more accountable IBC so that the man we support can be at the helm. We have freedom of choice. Kenya is divided now into two. There are those who support UDA and those who support Azimio. That is a fact. So when you say that you on this other side ought to be on government other than this other side who are in government, then I don't think that is right. It is our democratic right to support the candidates of our choice. It is our democratic right also to express what we feel is important for the country. It's less than 5 months, and you've already started feeling that this government should be overthrown and all that, and coming up with all these proposals. Yet the same government, you are here in this show telling us they have not even presided over a financial budget. They have not even been in parliament and drawn their budget that will cushion so many of these sectors. So what are you saying? What are you saying? Yeah, this is somebody who was just sworn in the other day, and here you are saying that hata budget yake ijaenda bunge na hajapeleka bunge budget ya serikali yake, and we are complaining we don't know what is in his budget. So sipatieni serikali muda muone zile vitu ambao atafanya. Mimi nikikuambia, when I tell you that I am seeing something better than the previous government, I know what I'm saying, because there's most success. Just a minute. Oh, Bernard, let me handle somebody here. You can continue.
Okay, thank you. I like words all the same. This is what I will say. Ngoja Moses imekuona lakini what I will say is Waswahili wanasema akumulikaye mchana usiku atakuchoma. Okay? Kama budget ya mwenyewe hawezi kuwa loyal kwayo for a minute or for the first month. The first day in office, you overturn everything that especially was meant to cushion Kenyans. I think the last thing if a well-intended government would do is to sustain the cushioning of Kenyans against harsh times, at least for a month or two, before you begin to say, we are losing too much money this way, that way. You can't overturn that in the first 5 days in office and you still tell me that this is somebody who cares about the Kenyan people. The judges that were sworn in, there were reasons why they were rejected. Were those reasons addressed?
No, but Bernard.
So you don't, what I'm saying, I'm raising questions because wanasema siku njema huonekana asubuhi. If the first 100 days are looking like this, then you can't imagine the first year will look like. So sijui kama unatumia macho ya kinabii kuona hii mambo mengine.
To me macho ya kinabii, but lazima ukae ukijua Ruto amekuwa kwa serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta kuanzia vile walitengeneza serikali pamoja. Hiyo subsidies unaongea juu yao walitengeneza wakiwa pamoja, and there is nothing new to him about him removing those subsidies. He was part and parcel of those subsidies. When he tells you that these things are not economically sustainable, he knows what he's talking about. Now, before any international organization gives you money, they have to look at your financial proposal, how you are going to pay this debt or how you are going to run your country. Unanielewa? Lazima waangalie ni mikakati gani umeweka ili tukikupatia hii pesa utaitumia kwa njia mzuri na itasaidia wananchi wako. Ndio maana unapatiwa hela. Kenya by saizi haingestahili kupatiwa hela lolote kutoka World Bank ama IMF, isipokuwa ile mikakati serikali ya Dr. William Ruto iliweka, ndio ile wale wazungu wakampatia hela. Uhuru alishafika mahali ile debt inaitwa there's a name, I'm not a financial guy, but there's a name. Well, he had reached that cap where he could not be given any more money. They could not be lent any more money because they didn't know even how they are going to pay the debt that they had. Unaelewa? So these are things that we can be talking about them, but ziko na their roots, their genesis about how Ruto is getting his money, what economic program that he has for the country, who has approved that economic program. Si ati mambo na bunge la wananchi kuenda kukosoa economic program ya serikali, ilhali wajui ni nini hasa inatendeka kwa background.
Maoni ya kila Mkenya ni ya muhimu hata awe kwa bunge la wananchi. Okay? Wewe umesema vizuri kwamba William Ruto amekuwa sehemu ya serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Anajua jinsi serikali inaongozwa. Tena kwa mdomo mwingine unasema tumpatie muda. Sasa kama sahi hajashika rada na amekuwa kwa serikali for 10 years as a deputy president, muda gani mwingine anahitaji ili ajue cha kufanya kusaidia mwananchi wa Kenya? Thank you. Okay, now we are going to move forward, and before we do that, let's just get this clip so that we take a slight break, and then nashukuru wote, tafadhali tuendelee katika mjadala. Don't get too worked up. Don't get too worked up. We must be strategic about everything we are doing so that we achieve the required goal. But if we stay back and do nothing, we may just lose whatever that we have. Let's listen out to this, then we move to the next item.
Affirms that Kenya is a country governed by the rule of law, not the rule of men, where the constitution and the sovereignty of the people are supreme and not the political elite. We must figure out a way of enhancing productivity and competitiveness while creating millions of job opportunities as a matter of urgent priority. A related and urgent intervention that will help in this effort will be to reorganize and consolidate financing of micro, small, and medium enterprises to liberate them from the chokehold of Shylocks and an exorbitant interest rate regime that presently stifles the promise of meaningful growth and stalls the possibility of enterprise development and wealth creation. As a nation, we must commit to creating opportunities for every enterprising Kenyan to thrive and make a living.
Yes, okay, it is the turn for Mr. Duke to take the floor. I want to appreciate what were comments after that. Let's keep it civil. And then remember we are paying our bills, so tuendelee kutuma hiyo mchango wetu tukiendelea na mjadala. Mr. Duke.
Good evening, good morning, wherever you are, and Happy New Year. I want to start by saying that and I've said this not once, not twice, that the world is made up of many people with different cultures, with different ideologies, with different opinions. That's a fact which we cannot run away from. And Fidel has said that Kenya belongs to all Kenyans. But all Kenyans does not exclude Musarendo. The way you, Bernard, and him have been trying to disregard his own personal opinion. And to make the matters worse, what Stone has said, that anybody supporting Ruto is a thief. I'm very sure if somebody said something about that, maybe saying anybody who supports Raila or something, that will be malicious and maybe will be thrown out of the studio. So we must be very fair and we must embrace differences. And what has been differing the Azimio side, I can say is I don't know what to call it, superiority complex or entitlement, a conviction that what they say or their opinion is the truth. And anything contrary to what they are saying or what they are fronting, it's wrong and illegal. And that's not how to bring change in any country. Bringing change entails articulating the issues to convince people that these are the facts and this is wrong and this is the right thing to do. So on that point, I'm going to give my reservations about the coup. And I will refer you to read a book which called How Democracies and Republics Fail. And as per the statistics or the research of that book is that any country where a coup has been successful, that country has never stabilized. And there are several numerous examples. If you want to go to Liberia, where it's a country, an African country where they have the 3 presidents. There was a president who was the president for 13 days. Because if maybe you want to use a coup to remove somebody, those people you are removed also, they will start to organize a coup to remove you again. And that game continues. And that's what has been happening actually in failed state. It makes a country to be a failed state. So the right approach may be to convince many people, maybe to come up with a mass action, something of that. And we use the sovereignty of the people to bring change, because that is within our constitution. But a coup is legal, a coup is criminal. And if you are supporting that, I want you to name 1 or 2 countries where there was a coup and the country is very successful, or that coup made that country to be very successful. I need to get evidence of that. Another key issue I want to outline is the media. The mainstream media and the social media has been given freedom, but there is misuse of that freedom to a large extent, where you find maybe a given mainstream media, the aim of that mainstream media maybe is to reach many people. And reaching many people means more views, means more money. So what they are trying to put across is not what is right, but it's what they think that many people or the audience of this mainstream media will like it. And that's why the facts are getting distorted. So on that point, I want to give actually two instances where the media has misquoted the political leaders of Kenya. We start from the Cabinet Secretary for Education. He said that because of the status of the exchequer, or because the economic status or the financial status of the country, we don't have money to give universities and other institutions more funding. So the key word was giving them more funding, not cutting the funding. And you can replay that clip. But the media said that he has said the universities are not going to be funded anymore. So that is distortion. Number 2, the president was actually gave the proposal. He was trying to say that we have some people who are, that's actually a very genuine observation, if you want to use the resources accurately or prudently, because we have Kenyans who are very poor. That's a fact. But we also have Kenyans who are very rich. So if the government is subsidizing products for every person, including billionaires, so is that a misuse of, for me, I feel that's a misuse of the resources to some extent, because if we have a mechanism where we will be able to identify accurately the capability of Kenyans maybe to afford education, to afford some products, so that we can give more assistance, not the current one, more to those who are economically challenged. But here in Kenya, you find that, for example, take about unga subsidies. We want to bring unga subsidies 100 at supermarkets. So maybe somebody like Uhuru Kenyatta those billionaires we have in Kenya goes to the supermarket and then buys at that price. But that person can afford and can even pay more taxes to assist the poor people. So that's the critical issue. That's why African countries get it wrong. If you go to other developed countries like US and others, who qualifies, for example, for a food stamp? Not every person. It's impossible in US, for example, somebody like Bill Gates to get a food stamp. You can't. Or to get an education grant, or his child to get an education grant, something. They may say maybe your financial statements or your earnings per year must be below a given amount. So as a country which we have limited resources, it's critical and it's a good thing to do if we have accurate data of the capability of Kenyans, so that when we are giving assistance to disadvantaged Kenyans, unemployed Kenyans, very poor Kenyans, those who need help are getting that help. And that means there will be more money to help those who need that help. Also, when it comes to education at university, what does that mean? Most Kenyans think that that high education help board is what the government gives students to study. No. Every student, every government-sponsored student, the government pays like, I think for STEM courses, it's about 200,000 per year. Those who are doing arts and something 150,000 per year. Every government-sponsored student. And also now the higher education board or the loan comes for small tuition fee, some small expenses. But you find still the government pays the lecturers. The government is involved in maybe the development of universities, something of that kind. So what? And if you go across Kenyan universities, you find most of them are actually theoretically teaching students. Students come to a hall, they lecture, they give handouts. The Kenyan students are not more engaged into practical experience or practical learning, which will actually make them more productive or more skilled when it comes to solving the Kenyan problems which we have. So you find that most of the money is actually it's corruption. So I think the government must do something to ensure that the education system is offered in a qualitative way and it's affordable and there is accurate control. For instance, you find that mandated institutions are even opposing each other. For example, I can give you one example. You find that we have what you call maybe the university placement board, maybe that admits students to universities. And also we have other boards, like for example, I can give you an example, Engineering Board of Kenya. So you find you have a government institution, it admits government student to a university, a public university. And then we have also a government institution, which is Engineering Board, and says this course is not, maybe this institution is not qualified to offer that course. You see, now that's a wastage of resources after students have gone to school for 5 years or for 4 years. So there must be rearrangement and coordination of government institutions to ensure that there is effective and efficient provision of services to all Kenyans and all students. Another issue I want to address about the legitimacy of William Ruto as the president. Most of you have been repeating, saying now and again that he is not a legitimate president. He did not win the election. But the question is, who is mandated to determine who is mandated to determine that? Is it individual opinions of Kenyans? And even if it's the individual opinions of Kenyans, how do you measure that? How do you know how many are saying that, or do you even have the capacity of checking that or measuring that? That's the reason why we have the mandated institutions. So if you say somebody has made a mistake, you go to into the mandated institutions, and then they determine that. But it's about Kenyans to say this is yes, this is not. We will never agree for a million years to come. There is nowhere, it's impossible for all Kenyans to agree because of the differences. Actually, sometimes you find that that's why sometimes I say facts are relative. If you say you can go to a different culture and something is a taboo, in another culture, something is something good.
Brother Duke, thank you for that. Please, let me just ask you one question. You've been to the university, and probably, I'm not sure, but you must have been a beneficiary of Helb. Does Helb hawk Helb loans? Do they say we are giving out loans? Come, anybody wants loan, we give you. Is that how it works?
No, it doesn't work that way. But what I'm very sure that like almost all applicants get, if you have a minimum cutoff, they hardly disqualify anybody. Or if you have gotten the minimum entry into university and you make that application, it's like almost all the applicants are.
So it is available for application, and anybody who applies and there is enough money is given.
Yes, but that's why the one point on that. The government assistance to government-sponsored students, not just that just the way the government gives secondary students.
No. I just want us to get it clearly. I want my audience to understand what you're talking about. Okay, so Helb is available for the applicants, and the applicants are given the loan according to the availability of the resources available. That means if we have 100 students who have applied and there is enough money for 100 students, okay, there's no need of denying the 100 students simply because they are from the rich family. Okay. Now, if that is the case, right, where could be the wrong? Is it because these students are from the rich family or because their parents can afford? Is that where the fault is? Secondly, the government has a responsibility to offer service to its citizens. One of it is make education accessible, affordable, and accessible. The same also goes to the purpose of subsidy. The purpose of subsidy is to make products accessible by all and affordable, right? Now, if you say that we should have different prices for different commodities for different people, are we not bringing back the colonial setting where the white shops for white people, then black shops for black people, white streets for white people, and then black streets for black people? Then what would be the purpose of us being an independent sovereign country where every Kenyan is Kenyan in their own right without obtaining favors from anyone? In 1 minute, please. We need to move to the next person.
Okay, let me answer that. I gave her information about the government assistance to university students. If you are a government-sponsored student, just the way the government pays 22,000 for every secondary student, it pays like around 150 for every student admitted into a government university. The help which you get is just a very small amount of fees. Like you pay for tuition fee, which is 16,000. You get like 40,000 per year. But what the government funds you directly into universities is to a tune of 200 students if you talk about STEM courses. So the president was talking about that. You find, for example, then the government gives that assistance to all students who got admitted to public universities. But for example, maybe assume the student of a president goes to a university. He also benefits from that. He's given 200,000 assistance per year. but that person is very rich, he can actually afford that. So if there is a mechanism where we are able to identify people who can afford that, there is no reason for us to give them. Also, you are talking about affordability and accessibility. You know, affordability is relative. We don't have the same income. We don't have the same buying capabilities. So usually the government should protect those who are unemployed, those who are poor, those who are maybe disabled. So that's the responsibility of the government to assist those who are economically challenged. So if we have limited resources, and then you are trying to say, if you are giving subsidies, let us give to every person, to billionaires, people are earning. For example, you talk about the CEO of KCP Bank. He earns like 10 million per month. So we also assist him. Does that make sense? And we have somebody who's unemployment, who cannot afford food. The only issue I have is that...
Are you criminalizing being rich in this country?
No?
That
No,
is
I'm
one.
not criminalizing. No.
Number two, I'm sure you've heard of Stare Boy Center. Stare Boy Center is a school that runs, and okay, the founder of Stare Boy Center had a policy whereby if you bring your son, you are a minister, government minister, member of parliament, you bring your son, you want him to be admitted in Stare Boy Center, Graphins will put it on you that instead of you paying the school fees for your son only, you pay for another 3. Okay? But the students in the school are not discriminated upon who can pay and who does not pay. They all have access to the same teachers, same teaching, in the same environment, eating the same food like everyone other person, without being discriminated on. You come from a poor family, I come from a rich family. If there are people who can afford to wherever pay that 200,000, okay, why can't that money be channeled to Helb or whatever institution that is in charge, so that the money is in the pool, then it's distributed equally, so that every Kenyan has access to education without favors? What you're advocating is 2 classes. Kuna wale wanaenda shule by favor, others wanaenda shule by affordability. Eventually, we still end up with 2 classes of Kenyans. And that will make the cohabiting in this country very, very difficult, as it is already.
No, that's not factual at all. It's like you are trying to say that all Kenyans must be paid the same salary. So do they provide the same services?
Education is not salary, Bwana Duke. Compare things that are comparable.
No,
when we
we
graduate from University of Nairobi, okay, we did the same faculty. We are graduating together. Our certificate is not the same.
You know, we are not talking about the differences in quality of education or access to education. We are talking about the capability of parents to pay and the incapability of parents to pay. So
The
that is it.
government to step in and make sure that there is no parent who can't afford, or there is a parent who can afford. Education to be made a Kenyan issue, and the government of Kenya makes that every Kenyan student who is capable of going to school does not get discriminated because his parents are not able to pay, or the education he cannot afford. Mimi nikishamaliza masomo yangu ya form 4, okay, nimepata grades zile zinapaswa, I am guaranteed I'll go to whatever university, and the government will make sure that I will be educated in that university without me being referred to as children of poor people or children of rich people. Why? The government takes care of all the expense. That's why we are talking about free university education, free primary education, free secondary school education, to be a service given by the government. Why is it reverting back to how my parents can afford and cannot?
You see, yes, what you are saying is true, but we are talking about a country which has limited resources. I hope if the government was having enough money, it can make education free, even food free. But you have the key word is we have limited resources, whereby Sometimes the government borrows even to pay teachers and do basic stuff. So you have to consider that there is no enough resources. And the retro we have, we should actually channel them to those who need them. You don't make sense that you can give a subsidy or a grant to a person who's earning 10 million, and there is somebody who's unemployed or somebody who's disabled who does not even get 10,000 per month. It's reasonable and fair for you but the government to ensure those at the bottom, they are given some economic boost, and that happens across the world.
Okay, like the Hustler Fund, is being given to the poor and
That's
those on the
relevant.
bottom, so that they can also rise to the top. Enough of that. Let's tell each other the truth. The current government is a government that is non-committal in securing the welfare of the Kenyan people. It's full of excuses when it comes to the masses. But when it comes to themselves and their team, everything is possible. Hata kama una kesi ya kuua mtu, everything is possible. Bora tu uko connected. Hiyo ndiyo serikali ambayo hatuhitaji. Hiyo ni serikali ambayo lazima ifurushwe, na hiyo ni serikali ambayo kila Mkenya anapaswa kusimama kinyume nayo. Kwa nini? Inahujumu uchumi wa nchi, inahujumu maendeleo ya nchi, inahujumu maisha ya wananchi. And for that only is enough grounds for this government to be kicked out of office. Many other reasons. Alex, ndio hiyo naona umeitisha link ndio hiyo. Samahani lakini naomba hivi. Oh, Nifa, I've seen your hand, but just hold on 1 minute. I will give you after Mzalendo left without finishing his 2 minutes, so he's remaining with 1.5 minutes. So I want him to finish, then taenda kwa Nifa, and then mimi nitakuwa na sign out. But nataka tufanye hivi tafadhali. Tukikuja kwa hii channel, tusaidie Wakenya wapate ukweli. Tusaidie Wakenya kuwachanganya. Okay? Ukweli ni kwamba nchi ambayo inaishi kwa uongo itaangamia. I'm a Bible teacher. And so the Bible will be my point of reference as usual. Those who like it, who don't like it, it makes no much difference. It says, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Wakati tunashabikia uongo, tunashabikia kudanganyana na kuhujumiana, kile tunachofanya ni kwamba tunaangamiza nchi. Na wale watu wote wako karibu na William Ruto na hawamwambii huu ukweli, haswa wa maaskofu, hao ndio hawampendi. Okay, hawampendi, wanamwambia watamuombea tu na maombi yao itafanya miujiza, mambo yatarekebika tu. Hakuna. Wakati tumetandika kitanda cha uongo, tukalalia kwa uongo, tukiamka tutakuwa waongo. Hata tuwe tumevaa nguo nyeupe ama iwe na msalaba mwekundu. Mzalendo.
Bernard, can I say something? Mzalendo, give me 1 minute. I wanted to follow up with the Duke. Duke, did I understand you that you said if unga go to 100, Uhuru can afford to buy? Did you say that?
No, what I said, for example, when the government rolled out the maize subsidy, it gave the subsidy across the supermarkets, across all Kenyans. But by that, some rich people who does not need any financial assistance or any subsidy, they benefited from that. So I feel the prudent way is to identify those who are unable to afford, or those who don't have income, so that you can assist them in a way, or you give them some cash transfer to their account, something of that kind. I was talking about, and if you want to assist Kenyans, you assist those who are economically challenged. not billionaires and millionaires, all of
Okay,
them.
it's okay. I think the point is made. And Mama Mary, I think Duke can advocate kwamba you know, Duke, hakuna vile tutafanya bei ya unga ikuwe 300, okay? Na kuna watu ambao wanafanya kazi hata kwa ofisi ya serikali, tuko pamoja, ambao hawezi kuafford unga wa shilingi 300, okay? Lakini kama bei ya unga ni shilingi 300, lakini serikali iwajibike kwamba licha ya kuwa bei ya unga ni shilingi 300 na Wakenya wengi hawezi kuafford shilingi 300, serikali itabeba shilingi 150. Okay? Ilipe nini manufacturers, ili wakisupply hiyo unga ikuwe available to all Kenyans but at an affordable rate. So it is not targeting Uhuru Kenyatta or targeting the billionaires. It is just making it affordable to all Kenyans uniformly, ili tusiende kwa ati nikienda kwa supermarket mimi nimepewa msaada na serikali ama nimetumiwa voucher na serikali, I'm buying by the voucher of the government, na wengine wananunua kwa mshahara. We will still end up with two classes of people, which it's unconstitutional in my opinion.
I think hiyo debate imekuwa sana. Mambo ya unga, mambo ya Helb, but I think Duke is right. Duke is very, very right. Hii mambo ya Helb is not for everybody. You apply for Helb, you either get a certain amount or you are denied. Ama si ati wote wanapata pesa uniform. It depends on how much your parents are earning. Yeah, Helb is not a guarantee that utapatiwa. Even in the private universities, it is not a guarantee that utapatiwa. You apply, you apply as a student, you can be denied. Yeah, so some of these things that you think it's a right, it's not a right. So wanaangalia and they dig deeply, waangalia background yako mali unatoka, ndio una qualify for some of these things. What Duke was trying to tell you is that some of these subsidies like unga na nini, there are people in society who are really in need of that unga. Yeah, and there are people in the society who can afford that unga. So the government, the only way it can identify the people who can afford is by giving them maybe stamp cards so that they can shop in the supermarket. This is a card that unaenda unanunua unga yako, but it is paid by the government because they have accessed your need na wakaona you are needy na unahitaji hivyo. Just like a cheap housing. Not everybody is qualified to live in the cheap houses that the government is building. Example, the most abused ni zile nyumba za Kibera pale High-rise. It was meant for the poor and the community in Kibra. But what happened? What happened, Bana Bernard? Unaweza wacha kucheka, unaweza niambia tu nini
No,
ilifanyika?
exactly what you are saying. What happened? After they were built for the poor, the rich took it.
The rich took over. The rich took over, so they were not meant for them. So some of these things can be abused. So you have things that are meant for the poor, but the rich are taking advantage of it. The rich are hoarding fuel in order for the government to pay them, and then they sell it back to the poor. It is that simple. So sometimes tuongee tu kama Wakenya, tusiongee ni kama tuishi Kenya. Tunaishi Kenya na tunajua tabia zetu. Tabia zetu si za kingwana, tabia zetu ni za uwizi. Ni za wizi. Both in Azimio and in UDA some. Some in Azimio, some in UDA. So hii yote it cuts across. Angalia pesa ya COVID ilikuja. Watu gani waliiba hiyo pesa? Ni watu wale wako pande hiyo yenyu ndio waliiba.
No, bwana mzalendo, wewe unaanza kudiscuss masuala ambayo hayapo.
Haya, wacha tunyamaze tu. Unajua
ngoja,
hizo ni swala
affordability of
tata.
life, affordability or the cost of living, it is a government responsibility. That government responsibility is supposed to analyze all those issues you are bringing up and come up with a policy that safeguards the welfare of the people. Not a policy that protects the money and leaves the Kenyan people to languish in poverty, where mama amejifungua, hana mtu wa kumsaidia, mpaka ameenda mtoni kufetch maji, akaanguka huko na kafia huko. Kwa nini? Hajala wiki 3. Na nyinyi bado mnaokota data ya kuona nani anaweza kuafford, nani anaweza kukosa kuafford. By the time you are through with your data, who will still be alive to receive your card from you? And then, to make matters worse, you've been in government all along. You have this data. Tulifanya tu census the other day. It has all the data. Una vijiko ngapi? Tuliandika. Uko na sufuria ngapi? Tuliandika. Mbuzi ngapi? Kuku ngapi? Hiyo data mko nayo. Lakini bado mnaenda nini? Kutafuta new data ya wakulima ili muwatumie 1500. Kama wakulima mjui ni wangapi, ni maskini mtajua ni wangapi. This is a government that is wasting time.
Hiyo ni maoni yako, na there's always freedom of thought. So hiyo ni maoni yako. Kuna wale pia wanaona hiyo maoni yako pia haiambatani na sera zao. Ile kitu tulikuwa na jaribu kuambia ni serikali lazima iweke mikakati ya kusaidia wale wasiojiweza, na some of the things are really abused. Kama unaona CDF, the MP is also allocating money for the university students. There's also money allocated for the needy at the constituency level. So there's a lot of duplications up da ukienda juu. Na hizi pesa zote hao wanafunzi wakipata ni pesa bado zinatoka kwa serikali. Why can't we have a better way of just managing these funds and knowing that huyu tumemsomesha kutoka secondary and hajakuwa na na wazazi wake, ama ni wazazi wake hawana mapato, ama ni orphan, we carry along mpaka university na malize na baadaye tukuje kumdai. So hizi vitu zote naona ni kama serikali ya Bwana William Ruto is trying to really manage all these things, because Kenya, there's a lot of duplication and wastage. As much as we talk, there's a lot of duplication and wastage of public resources. Yeah, it is not just wasted by our members of parliament. It is wasted by the institutions also. It is wasted. Yesterday we were talking about why the principals are overcharging parents in schools. Some of these things are not controlled by the government, but ni wazazi tu wamekaa chini and they have been submissive, na wakasema sisi hata mkituongezea mshahara, bora mtoto wangu yuko kwa hii shule, mimi sitapiga kelele. And the principal tells you openly, we don't want this story to go beyond this all. Hiyo ndio Kenya ile muko sahi. Ni Kenya ambayo wewe mwenyewe uwezi simama na ukasema hii inafanyika hapa ni mbaya. Na hapo hakuna serikali. Hapo ni ndugu yako, dada yako, mama yako ndiye amesimamia hiyo sekta. Na baada tuongei. So there are things that we need to change in our own beliefs, in our own way, so that we can have a just society. So government will not provide for you unga throughout your life, na maziwa throughout your life. You have to work for some of these things. The government will not provide for you everything that you want in life. Wewe lazima ufanyie serikali hiyo kazi ndio ipate hiyo hela ya kukusaidia. Kama ni nchi inategemea ushuru, yet we have so many legislators in parliament, and yet we are not even questioning that. Pesa yote inaenda kulipa mshahara ya parastatals. Kidogo university lecturers wamegoma, they need 700,000 salary, mshahara yao iongezwe. kidogo nurses huko wamegoma nani. Hii pesa yote Kenya na hata hamuna madini, hamuna kitu yoyote.
Bwana Mzalendo, asante kwa kutetea serikali yako, lakini ukweli ni kwamba serikali isiyowajibika haifai kuitwa serikali. We are looking for an excuse and to justify what is unjustifiable. Any person who assumes office must be able to shoulder the responsibility thereof. I will stand there because the Constitution allows me to stand there. Any person who is assuming the highest office must be prepared. They say in our village, ukizaa mapacha lazima ujihami na maziwa ya kutosha kunyonyesha wote. So wakati wewe unagombea urais na unataka kuwa rais, lazima ujue kwamba urais si bendera na si magari. Urais wa watu milioni 55 ni kubeba mzigo wa watu milioni 55. Maswali yao uyajibu, masilahi yao uyajali, na uhakikishe kwamba there are enough resources to take that. If they are not, you mobilize those resources. You don't go back to them and complain, we cannot do anything because we did not get anything. The reason why you are there is because you are supposed to provide solutions to the issues. And one way is make sure that you increase the number of the size of the cake. You don't reduce the number of eaters. Kenya Kwanza want to reduce the number of eaters instead of increasing the size of the cake so that everybody can eat and be satisfied. Duplication of all those things ilikuwa sikifanyika akiwa wapi? Si alikuwa deputy president. Akanyimwa ruhusa ya kubadilisha wao. All the same, tuachie hapo Mzalendo. No response. I was just raising those questions so that I leave you people thinking. You don't have to answer on that. Nataka to Stony PK, naona Kenyan would love ninyi ndio wenyeji, alafu Alex amekuja. So ilikuwa time ya Nifa ku respond. After Nifa, you give it to Alex. Mimi naomba niondoka unless kuna mtu anataka kunidetain hapa. It is 12 minutes to 5 a.m. East African time.
Yeah, I wanted to detain you.
Sorry?
Bernard, I wanted to detain you.
Hata mi lazima ni kudetain. You're detained.
Okay, now, no, wait. When you detain me, there is a fee involved. So let's agree on the fee first. And then
that's the reason they want you. Wanataka kulipa bill. Wacha walipe bill ndio uende.
Thank you. So mute Alex. I will comply. Wacha nilete maji ya kunywa. Nifa, endelea.
Okay. Hata nilikuwa nataka kuuliza maswali na unaondoka.
Uliza tu Bernard, anasikia. Anachukua maji hapa, anasikia.
Okay. Nilikuwa nataka kusema kitu yangu ni remarks. Sitaki kuongea mambo mengi. Nilikuwa nishaongea. And vile niliongea, I think sijui kama PK ulinisikia, I never said na support government ya Ruto. I never say that. But sometimes tukiongea nafikiri watu wengine wasikizi wengine. Na kuna mtu amesema sisi wa Kenya tuna tabia yetu tu. Watu kwanza, I want to acknowledge these people. Mildred ngojea. Oanda, Achieng, Mary Awori, Waskwan, Jacqueline Getubo, Fortune Abdullahi, Tatu Juma, Mary Awori, Brian Richard na John Dinda. Nafikiri mmesikia vizuri sana, nimewa screenshot. Unajua PK, it is very unfair. Sisi sote ni wa Kenya. Na yale vile mmesema, sisi wa Kenya tuna tabia. Sasa tuna complain, tunalia. Wenye wanaishi nje na wenye wanaishi in Kenya, sisi sote ni wa Kenya. Unless kama tunabaguliwa, kama watu hatutaki, kama mtutaki, wale ambao hatutaki hapo, because nimechukua hizo screenshot zote zenye vile wanatag wengine na wanatuandika vibaya. And it's very unfair. Wameniandika vibaya, wamemwandika huyo mzalendo vibaya. It is very unfair. Hata mtu akisoma atasema tuna complain, tunataka marekebisho kwa nchi yetu na huku tunatukanana.
If you are in the panel, don't look there because we have been doing this for a long time, for a year. Watu wako kwa comments, wachana nao. When you are in the panel,
Sijamaliza. Sini saa yangu, si unaona? Sini mimi ndo naongea. Ni wakati wangu wa kuongea. Ndio nimesema unless hatuna opinion, mi sijatukanana, sija shout kwa mtu, we need to have integrity. Inatakana tuheshimiane. Sijatukana mtu, ni wakati wangu mimi naongea. Sijasema mabaya, sijasema, unaona sasa hata hujasema point of order, unataka kuingilia. Sasa hiyo respect iko wapi?
Continue. Alafu always interrupt us here. Nataka kujifanya audio na tao.
Sijamaliza bado, hata sijakutaja.
Order, everybody, tafadhali. Let us not degenerate to that. Let's not degenerate to that.
Sijakutaja.
Subiri tafadhali. Nifa, naomba hivi.
Hapana, sikiza, hapana Bernard. Kama ona Bernard.
Order, I require order.
Bernard, hata sijasema sijakuwa sana. Sijamaliza.
Subiri Nifa. Where if you learn to listen, we flow. Okay? When we call for time out, it is required so that we said the order and then you continue. If we cannot let, if there was an exchange, we need to settle that first, then we move. You can't continue in that environment. So ngoja kwanza.
I did not listen. I did not listen the order. I did not listen the order, but I did not finish. Wacha nimaliza alafu nitoke tuwawachie. Wacha nimaliza alafu nitoke tuwawachie because Kenya belongs to you. No, it's okay. Mungu awabariki. Mungu awabariki.
Nifa, you are not listening. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us understand one thing here. We are not here to score points against each other or for another. We're here to make a conversation that will help Kenyans make sense of what is happening. Okay? So let's not get into cheap strife over who should speak what time and when. If I'm calling for order, it's because there is need for order. And if we left for everybody to judge this thing the way they want, hakutakuwa na isho. Tafadhali. So let's remain within the standing orders and do what is right. Sio mimi nafanywanga hivi ama sifanywangi hivi. Kuna maswala ambayo is just normal human common sense and normal relational aspect of people who have met on the market and are discussing. Lazima tuheshimiane. Tafadhali. Let's not shout at each other. Thank you. So there are two people who had detained me. Tunaanza na Alex.
Yes, I was next, and I'm sorry. I want to apologize, but sometimes just saying na nimechukua screenshots za hao watu sijui nini, that is wrong. I mean, we are in a debate, and when we are talking, let's just talk. Don't just say nimechukua screenshots, nimefanya nini. I mean, that's wrong for me. We've been here long enough to know that people in the comment section, if we had to accommodate, like right now, we can only be 6, as you said earlier. Now I think we are more. So if we had an opportunity, all of us to be here, people could defend themselves. But let's not say we tumechukua screenshots, mumesema hivi, that's amount to threats. Anyway, Duke, I wanted to defend Duke on what he said. We may differ with Duke, but I think Duke did not explain what he ought to have explained in a better way. In this country, when you are applying for student loans, you must give your father and mother's taxes. And when you give your father's and mother's taxes, those are the ones that helps you qualify for the government loans, not scholarships. Scholarships are based on many other things. Maybe your sportsmanship, maybe your intellectual capacity, and many other things. But the main body for the loan here, it's called FAFSA. FAFSA will never allow you to get a loan if your parents are making $1 million. You don't qualify. So I think what Duke is trying to say is not saying that we have 2 classes of people. What he's saying that what FAFSA does it channels that money so that the poor can get more money. The problem in our country is that nobody's getting more money after the rich people have been denied, if they were to be denied money by the Helb, which is our body for loans for the university. But in this country, they are very calculative and they are very versatile and they are very equal. So the problem, Duke, I agree with you, but the problem is, can that money be channeled to the poor the same way it is being channeled here? So on one hand, I agree with you, but on the other hand is, even the subsidies that were taken, 100 days later, the president does not know what to do with those subsidies. He is holding them. And that's why yesterday I was saying it's the biggest cartel. If he was saying the cartels are taking the money, now he must find a solution. And he still has that money until today, and Kenyans are suffering. That's why I call him the greatest cartel. But I agree with you. The rich people should not be getting the subsidies for education, especially now that we are doing our taxes and you are able to show your taxes. That's where I agree with you. The other things you said, I disagreed with you. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, sawa. Kenya Nut Love.
Bernard, how are you? How are you doing, sir?
I'm well. I'm here.
Asa, sijui nyinyi mnatusumbulia nini? Let me just make fun kidogo kwanza nikucheke sana. Unajua unakaa professor saa hizi. Sijui kama wewe ni pastor ama ni professor. Aka Castello unatuwekea hapo bwana. Na sasa shida yenu iko wapi? Unajua mimi Duke na Mzalendo sijui mnatusumbulia wapi. Sisi tumewaambia kama
hata serikali ikiwa yenu hamwezi kutuachia sisi tupumue.
Hapana, si mlituambia serikali na mnafaa kulipa pesa. Unajua si tukishika serikali mnalipa pesa, na msituulize kule tunapeleka pesa tafadhali. Msijaribu kutuuliza kule tunapeleka pesa, ndio serikali inafaa kulipwa.
So sisi tulipe serikali ndio tuendelee kuwa Wakenya, la sivyo watatufukuza.
Kama wewe si Mkenya, hata una passport ya Kenya, sasa unafanya nini Kenya kama ulipagi, kama hakuna kitu unalipa? Na usiulize kule pesa inaenda. Usijaribu kuuliza hiyo pesa ni yako kuwa Mkenya. Ukiwa Mkenya lazima ulipe tax. Na ukilipa tax tafadhali usikuje kuniuliza mimi ndio president. Usijaribu kukuja kuniuliza kule hiyo pesa inaenda na inafanya nini Kenya ama inafanyia nini. Wacha mimi nilipwe mshahara, unalipa kuwa Mkenya. Haufai kuwa Mkenya kama hujalipa tax. Na usipolipa tax tunakutuma Uganda, by the way.
Sasa hata kuna kuwa Mkenya kwa kuzaliwa tena?
Hapana, hata utalipia hata kuzaliwa kuwa Mkenya. Utalipa hata hiyo ulizaliwaji Kenya. Na tumekuwekea security, tumekuwekea kila aje na hujalipa tax. Bernard, you know I like to play around a lot. I know you understand what I'm trying to say. Listen Bernard, I was here yesterday. Jana niliwasha moto hapa na niliwasha na Mzalendo. Because here's the thing, this guy is coming here and give us nilikuwa naogopa hata ukiangalia huko nilisema sitaki kuingia Bernard akiwa hapa, because unajua pia naheshimu when mtumishi na nini, the line of your calling that God has called you to. So sometimes kuna vitu zingine I can't say when you're here, because I also respect my pastors, I respect my father. I mean ule mwenye alinifanya nikakuwa I respect kanisa. Let me just finish at that, because I feel it's people who are called by God to actually do God's words, and there are people who actually know what God's calling. So there are things, Bernard, when you're here I will not say, but I wanted to say, Bernard, and forgive me, tafadhali nimetubu, it's stupidity, ujinga. utoto. You find people here, the reason I was making fun about your story at tax. Bernard, we don't pay taxes for anyone to go save any money for us. I know how to save my money. You know how to save your money. We don't pay taxes to just pay for people. We pay taxes because Bernard, in your home uko kwenyu na kulo ulikuwa hata uko kwa venye ulienda kusalimia Museveni huko, hata uko kwenyu unajua hata huko hiyo barabara inapita hapo Bernard, uwezi yake hiyo barabara wewe mwenyewe uamke uende kuweka hiyo barabara lami. We pay taxes so that hizo barabara ziwekwe lami. Tushikane as a community tuweke hii. So it's we save something of ourselves, we put it here so that we can have steamer. And we can have school. We can have the subsidized schools. Pesa tulipe kidogo ya kupeleka watoto shule because tumechangiana wote. Hata mwenye watoto wake washamaliza kwenda shule bado anatuchangia si wote because we are a community and a unity that actually pays taxes so that we can help our country grow. If we decide today, Bernard, kila mtu ajiekee barabara na kila mtu ajisomeshe mtoto yake. Unaona kina Duke hapa anakimbianga nikikuja. He knows it very well. Anakimbiaga. If we decided kila mtu akae kivyake, Bernard, you will not have after your electricity. So when you come and tell us pay taxes and you're not telling where they are and you're taking subsidies away from us, Bernard, you're even taking Helb. Me, I went to college in Egerton University before hata nihamie kule watu wananiambianga wewe hata ujui kitu unasema because you are away from the country. At the time I was using Helb. Ask anyone our age. And even prior to that, hata time ya Moi, nani hajatumia Helb? Prior to the time that watu walikuwa wanalipwa kwenda college. And this, I think the last time it happened was in the 70s. Walikuwa wanalipwa kwenda university. Wanapewa. Hiyo ilikuwa nini? Mnadhani walikuwa wanaenda for free? Hakuwa wanaenda for free. It was the taxes that the people pay. So, if you're telling us to pay taxes, then what are we paying the taxes for then? If it will not help my kid to go to school, it will not help barabara, it will not help subsidize chakulangu chakulangu ninunue mahindi pole pole hata kama kuna vita Ukraine and whatever, it will not do anything. So why are we paying taxes? Tuache kulipa taxes. Kabisa, kila mtu akae kivyake. Kabisa. Mtu kama wewe ulienda shule ulisaidika kulipa tena kama wewe ni mkora enda ukapate pesa yako na kila kitu tufunge for renovation. Hakuna taxes tunalipa because then what are you telling us to pay the taxes for? Taxes ni za kufanya nini? Mwanze kutukopesha. Tunakupatia taxes alafu unatukopesha hiyo tax na unataka ikuje na nini na interest na sisi wenyewe ndio tulifanya hiyo capital. I mean, I have gone to school and maybe I have not gone to school like a lot of people here. But when Bernard, ukinikopesha pesa yako, sasa nitarudi nikukopesha hiyo pesa na nikwambie nilipe na profit. Taxes are paid for infrastructure, for school, for whatever the citizenry needs. We don't pay someone just because we are Kenyans. Just because I am a Kenyan, I don't have to, I don't pay to be a Kenyan. We pay it so that we have our government working for us, not us working for our government. And Mzalendo, you know, yesterday I went off on you because of that nonsense that you guys keep on bringing it here. of not looking at people suffering. You're taking all the subsidies away. What are subsidies supposed to be? They're supposed to help the king, and that's why we pay that money. And by the way, we're not going to play these games, eh? Hii yenyu Naruto asipobadilika haitakuwa hata Raila. Raundi hii tuko hapa, itakuwa sisi wenyewe. Like Stone PK always likes to say, itakuwa ni sisi. Haitakuwa Raila. Tutaambia Raila aende kula na ambiangu wa Bondo akakae huko, because in Sabasaba some people woke up and said enough is enough. And hao waligongwa mpaka watu wa kanisa. Wacha hao wenye mnalipa saizi mnafanya wash now. Hao walipigwa, walikimbilia Holy Family huko, ndo walikimbia kwenda kujificha huko, wakiwa wameng'ung'utwa, wamegongwa na mapolisi vizuri. I think Joya was ni Joya ama ni nani alikuwa amegongwa vizuri, and there's videos of it. Nani Orengo akiwa amevaa huko you know, the old school kind of dressing, akivutwa manini wakachapwa. That was the bunge la wananchi today, and that is what we have, a bunge la wananchi in this forum, that we come and actually talk. And listen, those guys are actually the revolutionists that actually saw. Kuna hiyo time, YK92, your president today that you call a president that was not elected by anyone, but by a Venezuelan. That guy at that time was on the other side, wakijenga mapesa za jirongo tule tunoti twa 500 na twa fake. That's at the time they were doing that, and there's a person that you have. But kina Raila and kina Orengos of the day that will tell you that governments have a way of eating their own children. Let me tell you, this time, guys of Azimio are not even worried so much. Bernard, you remember one video I put and I showed you of a guy, Ujaluo fulani alipanda huko expressway akiwa na nini, na it was just after election, akiwa na Mercedes Benz, weka bwana, weka hata mafuta ikuwe 500 ya mafuta na 30 ya kutoa, na akaanza kuangalia hivi watu wengine wakiwa kwa nini. You remember that video? Because the people that we've gone through this thing, hata mnasemanga ya kungwareli, the reason nothing is fight, hakuna mtu anapigana, is because we are tired. We are not going to fight anymore. But let me tell you, you Mzalendo, Duke, and the people of how you think are the ones that are going to suffer so much, because we've prepared ourselves to be able to see the injustices, because we've gone through it. Kama umepitia barabara fulani iko na miba, unajua kuipitia, lakini nyinyi hamjaipitia hiyo barabara. So tukiwa ila time Kenya tu itaamua, ndio mtakuwa hapa na mtakuwa mkisema nyinyi ndio mtaumia kutuliko. Sisi hatuna shida, sisi tuko sawa, nyinyi fanyeni kazi yenu. Lakini I want to tell you, you have to start thinking as a Kenyan and see where wrong is wrong and where right is right. Bena jana Mzalendo alituambia hapa, unajua wa Kenya nikipewa kazi na Ruto nitakimbia ile pande nyingine. But where is the genuineness of our country? Where are we? What are we doing? Is it about kukimbilia pesa? Is it about messing our country? And for how long are we going to be a third world country? We have to really have some patriots in this country that we live in. Bernard ndo nilikuwa nataka kushikilia peke yake, mimi I can release you. Sijui Stone ameenda wapi, because I have to run. Na sijui amekimbia. Jana alinikimbia pia. But I think Alex is here too.
So, I think mtajipanga, lakini I appreciate everybody and their communications. There is always a profit in standing for what is right. One of it is that you enter history books for right reasons. And that to me is more important than anything else. The Bible says a good name is better than riches and to be desired than rubies. Being known and being remembered for wrong reasons is not the best way to go about life. And as much as we may have differences between UDA, Azmi, and all that, there is one unifying factor, and that is the country called Kenya. And what we do for Kenya needs to outlive all of us. Outlive all of us in the sense that what we are fighting for now may not profit us now, but it will profit our children and our children's children. Na hiyo ndio inatufanya tukue nini? Heroes. How are we going to make it to the wall of heroes if we slept and watched the country go to the dogs and did nothing? Our children will remember us for what? So licha ya kulipwa hapa na pale, kuitiwa pesa hapa na pale, ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba hakuna mtu atakukumbuka kwa kwenda kuchukua brown envelope, kuificha ndani ya coat na kurudi nyumbani. Wale watu wote watakumbuka katika hii nchi si wale walichukua brown envelope, ni wale ambao walisimamia ukweli na hata wakaachana na kazi kwa sababu ya ukweli. I remember Martin Shikuku was sacked by Kenyatta original as an assistant minister for being the people's watchdog. Kuna huyu pia alikuwa assistant minister ama minister, he passed on the other day from Nyeri, aliyeambiwa it was in 75 when was GM shot down, when he was asking for the truth about GM's assassination, akaambiwa anyamaze ama atapoteza kazi. Akajibu mzee akasema, bendera sio blanketi, ikichukuliwa itakuwa na shida ya kulala. We need to have Kenyans who stand for something. Tuache kubuy into this compromise system of political leadership where people stand for nothing. They blend in on the floor of the house. It's very embarrassing nowadays to watch debate in the parliament because brains are suspended. Hakuna mtu anafikiria, hakuna mtu ana debate on facts. The way we could watch debate full day and you enjoy the exchanges because brains are sharpening against each other. Today ni watu kwenda huko kuvaa yellow tie, insult each other, talk about their girlfriends and their mpango ya candles. We need to recover this country, and to recover this country, it has to be a people who believe in something. We will never build on lies and succeed in retaining a nation. Ni kubaya kama tutaendelea na mtindo wa kununua viongozi badala ya kurekebisha makosa. Mtu akiuliza swali anaitwa kando, anapewa brown envelope, ananyamaza. Mtu akiuliza swali anaitwa kando, anapewa brown envelope, ananyamaza. Tutanyamaza mpaka siku ile kila mtu atakulwa na kutakuwa na yeyote wa kutetea mwingine. Tusimamie ukweli, inji itapona. Tukiendeleza uongo, sisi ndio adui wa inji hii. We are the first enemies of this country if we perpetuate lies at the expense of what is right. I'm happy that the debate on electoral audit is picking momentum. Okay, if there is nothing to hide, let the auditors do their work. If somebody is legitimately in office, you should not be afraid of electoral audit. You should not be afraid of Cherere, these small people. Kama mimi nilipata A kwa English na wamesema wanataka kuangalia hiyo paper, na mimi najua ile kizungu niliandika ndio ile kizungu ilikuwa inahitajika, sina wapatia makaratasi mpaka niwapatie exercise book. Shida iko wapi? My A in English is legitimate. So ikifika wewe ulipata A, ulipataje hii A? Twende kuangalia, ambia huko msiguze. We are legitimate. Institutions have declared us. The institutions have cleared. We just want to check whether your A is genuine or not. That's what audit is all about. Lakini kama mtaki kuaudit inamaanisha kuna kitu cha kuficha, na hicho ambacho tunaficha hicho ndicho kitatuchinja ama kutumaliza. All the same, asante sana. Naomba tuendelee tafadhali na mjadala, lakini tusiharibu kipindi chetu kwa kutumia hii platform vibaya, kusema uongo, na pia let's watch our language. Let's watch our language. You can get stirred up here kwa hii show peke yake na itasaidia. Cha muhimu ni mikakati ile inawekwa, na vita zifanywi nini, ama Bible teacher namwambia, keep insisting that hata vita zetu za kiroho za Biblia hazifanywi kwa peupe. Okay, kuna ile maombi ya public na kuna maombi ya private. If your private is not your private capacity is not bigger than your public capacity, you will be swayed off from your public platform just like that. So hapa tufundishane, tuelezane ukweli, lakini mikakati tunafanya chini kwa chini, kuelewa kwamba kama hapa kuna makosa lazima yarekebishwe, nini kinapaswa kufanyika. The diasporians plus the locals, we congregate here to exchange ideas so that we are able to help our country. Na kutoa uongozi mbaya kwangu mimi ni faida kubwa sana. Kusimamia, kusema kitu ni kibaya kwa sababu ni kibaya ni muhimu sana. Kwa nini? Watoto wetu wanajifunza kutoka kwetu kwamba makosa ni makosa na haki ni haki. Lakini tukisaidia maovu, macho ya when watoto wetu wakiona hivyo, what happens? They learn that, and that becomes their way of life, and the future becomes worse because your student will always be better than you. So kuna masuala mengi tu ambayo yanafanya tunasimamia mahali tumesimamia. Kuna wengi ambao wanatuhujumu kwa kisema ni kwa sababu ya Raila. Raila is an important person to this country. Any person who has their senses working knows that. Okay? But there is much more to Kenya than Raila Odinga, than William Ruto, than Uhuru Kenyatta, and any other Kenyan for that matter. And when it comes to business Kenya, lazima kila mtu awekwe kando ili Kenya ipone. Na hapo ndio tumesimamia. So let's not get confused here and begin to dig into our own corners at the expense of the country. The country is a priority, but we can only save this country by accepting the truth, insisting on the truth, following the truth. Lakini tukitaka kudanganyana hapa na pale, inji itachukuliwa na mtajua imechukuliwa. Inji itapotea na mtajua imepotea. And that is the worst situation. Ati wewe ni mzalendo, wewe mtu mzima hivyo, alafu mtoto wako anakuuliza nini kilifanyika, mwambia sijui. Ati sisi ni wa Chinese. Nini kilifanyika, hata mimi sielewi. The worst explanation, the worst corner you can find yourself is a parent, and you cannot explain to the children the situation because it got you unawares. So let's do what is right. It's important because that right is going to save many, other than us playing games here. And then, like I was saying, the diasporians and the locals, let's interact for the profitability of the country. There are people you can reach them, tell them the current situation, watu waelewe, kwa sababu uongo na udanganyifu ni mwingi sana. Licha ya hiyo, hii weekend tunalipa bill ya kuendeleza hiki kipindi. Kuna pesa namba na share hapo, tafadhali tuitumie, send in as much as you can. Our budget is around 50K per month. That is now our bills are due, and we need to settle that. So, and we depend on your contribution to sustain this particular show. So, kama wewe ni mmoja wetu na ungependa kuwa sehemu na hiyo, tafadhali ufanye hivyo. Na kuna ile team ambayo ilipromise, shida niko nayo, watu wanapromisingi sana hapa kwa screen, lakini fika kwa delivery wanadisappear kama Kenya Kwanza. So hao watu pia wananiweka in a very awkward situation, kwa sababu wengi wanasema nimepokea hela kumbe sijapokea. So tafadhali tutume hela yetu leo, kesho na kesho kutwa, tumalizane na maneno ya bill, tuendelee na debate. Kenyan with love, you are in charge with the Stony PK. Fungeni station wakati wote mko ready kufunga. I think our time is up. Take it.
Bernard, just the last thing about what you said. I want to support what you just said. You know, I remember one time, and I won't say who, but a wise man that I really respect so much. One day told me, you know, and this was long time before Muhammad Ali, um, you know, Muhammad Ali and Michael Jackson and Nelson Mandela died. Uh, One man that I respect so much, I didn't know he was as wise as what he was trying to tell me at the time, because I was a kind of, you know, a growing up kid, you know, growing up person to be in the society and to make my own choices in what I do in my life. One day he said, you know, let me tell you something. And it was just in a funny way, uko ushago kabisa. And he told me, let me tell you something. This was in Machakos, uko. To me, listen, there are people who have lived in this life. And I want you to start listening and understanding how you live your life so that people can remember you. And I want you to think right now, and I'm going to give you this example. He gave me 3 examples. He told me, this guy was still alive. He told me, watch the death of Michael Jackson, which the death of Michael Jackson got me when I was just entering into New York. I was very new in the United States. I won't tell you why I was going there, but hata sikuwa na chochote, hata kiatu. I had just come here. He told me, watch Muhammad Ali, watch Nelson Mandela, and watch Maradona. Now, when he's saying this watch, he was saying watch their barrio, their send-off. He's not saying what they've lived. He's talking about watch when that day comes for them, is when everybody will calm down. And I mean, is when the whole world will shut down. Nikama Diana, you know, the princess. It is when everybody will shut down and start looking at everything. When Kibaki was going down, people were there crying. When Moi was going, so what a lot of people, what we do in this life, we are not real with ourselves. Because I'm telling you, Bernard, on those 4, and I'm saying it on national TV, on those 4, I'm adding another 5. The day Raila Amolo Odinga, and I'm wishing him to stay for a long
Don't
time.
even go there. He's not dying. Don't even go there.
I am not going there, Ben Nani. Alex, relax.
You are almost getting
Relax.
there. Don't even dare say that.
Ah,
What happened
relax.
in
You wind
Alex?
up. Can you wind up?
Order. Thank you. Kenyan would love respect people's conviction, please.
Yeah.
Wachia tu hapo.
Ora ile tunasema too. I am telling you, I am not saying that he will, I mean, he will not. But all I'm saying is that we need to appreciate the leaders that we have and the people that have done things in life while we have them here. We cannot keep on kuita mtu watu nini, and then the last day you go out there and try to cry. It's stupid. Take advantage of what these people are doing right now while they are here. But when you go around and then say, oh, you will not do nini, the day will come, even my day will come. But what would I have done? Today we know what Raila has done. And let me tell you, the people that don't appreciate Raila are the ones that are going to be crying most. I'm not saying that he's going anywhere. Raila is here with us to stay. Raila is our father. Na ndio maana tunamuitanga baba, because of the things that he's done. So
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you have made your point, and it's a very good way of thinking through your life. Somebody was suggesting the best way to appreciate life is that try to take a break and write your eulogy by yourself and keep revising it as time goes. How would you want to be remembered? What do you want people to read in and hear during your funeral? If you write it for yourself, I think it will be more truthful than when people have observed you from outside and wrote it. As I live, buying of politicians started long time ago, mostly during Moi era. No politician in Kenya can claim to be perfect. He has never been given an envelope. That is what I tell you, Bernard. Exactly my point. The problem is when we started to do politics of envelope, how have we developed as a country? How much progress have we made? Okay? When there was no politics of politics, when there was no politics of envelope, we made giant steps in terms of safeguarding the welfare of Mwananchi. But when the politics of envelope kicked in and everybody was for the highest bidder, see what we have been degenerated into. Parliament imekuwa kwaya. Conductor anasimama tuambia he. They sing. We never had that in the 70s. We didn't have that in the 80s. In the heat of one party state, we still had dissenting voices and they would fiercely challenge, including Jomo Kenyatta. Na Jomo Kenyatta alikuwa moto wa kuotea mbali. Moto wa kuotea mbali. But when worse came to worse, somebody had a nerve to stand up and challenge what is there, including the colonial government. Kina Jaramogi, when they are advocating for the release of Kenyatta from prison, it was not something convenient. This politics of convenient, it is a disgrace to our society and we need to condemn it. Vijana ambao wameingia kwa siasa ili watengeneze pesa, wote wanapaswa kukamatwa wawekwe prison. Kwa sababu siasa sio kitu ya kuingilia kutengeneza pesa. Siasa ni kitu ya kuingilia kutetea mwananchi. It's a service you're offering for the welfare of the masses. That's what public service is all about. It's not about of getting opportunities, getting the connection to get the contract and make a kill, supply air and get paid millions. And you still can go to bed and sleep. It can't work that way. That you have taken advantage of 55 million people. Kuna watu watakosa matibabu kwa sababu ulichukua contract, ukalipwa na ukupeleka madawa. Okay, that is what I am disturbed about. That we can be so evil to an extent whereby ulichukua hela ya ARVs, ukaila, okay, na watu wanakufa kwa kukosa hiyo dawa, lakini ustuki. Bado unasema tuendelee mbele. Serikali ni ile ile tingiza. Hapana. Let's wake up and arise to the reality that as Kenyan people, we safeguard our country and we can only safeguard the country by standing for what is true, even when our life is required for it. That's what loyalty is. You are loyal to the country, even when your life is required for it, you will still stick for what safeguards every Kenyan. Every Kenyan matters. Yule mama kule West Pokot, wa mwisho kabisa, ila ajui Kizungu, ajui Kiingereza, ajui Kiswahili. Huyo mama ni muhimu kwa Kenya. Ni muhimu kwa Kenya. Na kila Mkenya, haswa wale ambao wako katika uongozi, wanapaswa kujali huyo mama. Hiyo story yote ya West Pokot, insecurity, nini, is because the place is locked out. It's cut out of the rest of Kenya. The infrastructure is not there. The chief's office is far away. There's no police station. Na nyinyi mnatuambia tu mnatisha, machangili tutata. It is disgusting to have people in power who don't see the country as a country. They see it as an opportunity to go and milk. Lazima tupevuke kama Wakenya. Tuangalie nchi yetu jinsi ilivyo na tutafute suluhisho. Just take investors in West Pokot. Light up the place, weka stima, weka barabara, tengeneza, watu vijana wakamatwe wapelekwe shule. Shule ziwe zimetengenezwa nzuri. Give it 3 years down the road, you won't hear about cattle rustling and all that. That's a permanent solution. Lakini kwa sababu sisi ndio wale wezi wa ng'ombe, sisi ndio tunauza hizo ng'ombe Mombasa, tukisafirisha kutoka abroad, zina disappear. Ati ng'ombe 600 zimeibwa na they cannot be traced. Kwani ng'ombe ni sindano? Ng'ombe ni sindano ambayo inadisappear. 600 animals disappear in thin air in a country, na bado mnatuambia mko na nchi. No, Kenyans, tuambiane ukweli, tutende yale ambayo yatakuwa mazuri wakituzungumzia. On your graveyard, okay, wakati unapelekwa tuingie mbinguni tuimbe haleluya, wakati tunaanza kuimbia hiyo wimbo, okay, nini kitakachokuwa kinasomwa? Wajukuu na vitukuu watakukumbuka vipi? That is important for me, and I believe it's important for Kenya. I'm happy Stony PK is back.
Swali ya mwisho, ukitoka na ng'ombe kwako, ukifika hapo kwa nje ya boma, inapotezaga hooves zile ya kuangalia kule inaenda gama, hii ng'ombe inapoteaga, ina disappear? What happens hii kitu tunasikia ya Laikipia? What is it that is happening here?
Inawekwa kwa lori. Sasa unafuata miguu ya lori. Na lori utajua imeenda mbele ama nyuma. Bwana Mungu saidia nchi. All the same, please, you people carry on with the conversation. I close anytime you are ready. Let's meet again in the evening. Lakini tuendelee kutuma hiyo hela tafadhali, tulipe wifi in time, tulipe rent, ili tuendeleze kipindi bila kusumbuliwa. Mungu awabariki. Let's do this again later. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bernard has been here for a long time. Sorry, I wasn't here, and Stone is here. So, Stone, najua you're here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody that is listening to us. And mwenye anataka kukuja, we'll be having the link hapo tutaweka hapo. Okay, so let's keep on moving, and I do appreciate nani Mzalendo, we appreciate you. Duke, naona umerudi. Fidel is here. Kenyan leo Naliaka bado unakuja kwetu lini? Naona leo umeenda Naliaka. Stone, Naliaka ni ya wapi? Coast Naliaka, hiyo ulienda wapi?
Western.
Western. Okay. So mimi sijui cause I want to leave the thing to Stone PK. Sijui nani yako ameongea, mwenye hajaongea. Duke, najua
mimi sijaongea. I'm the first one. Let me talk. How everybody? This is Rhoda. I'm watching from you in Europe, and it's very cold. And people from Minnesota, I heard you have a storm. Keep yourself warm. You're from US. What I want to say, we have a man in our country. They have done great things. People like Sikuku, and Toboya, Kenyatta, Manyara. Those people, they are the people who make our country a great. My God, I was watching a documentary of Tomboya when Kenyatta was going his fin, me nowadays, I'm watching documentary, even Kenyatta, those days. Yeah, I saw our country, we come very far. Actually, we are really blessed, Kenya, because when you see those documentary, you remember, wow, they're the men of who have been fighting for our country, for our integrity. They've been sacrificed their own life for our country. So our country, Kenya, we need people who, in this group, we need to be unity and love one another, because we are the one who can put the right in our country. We can fight for our own people. The way things is going on. For example, I saw like the former president, how he did his project, how he was helping the mother of maternity ward, like Kibira. Can you imagine? Alikuwa naenda hizo hospitali anatengeneza hawa mama, can you imagine? Yani, and that's something Ruto hate. Ruto hate Kenyans. He hate us. Ruto, he believe he's UDA. He love UDA than us. Ruto, he love only the people who are UDA, only those people. But he hate us, people we are not UDA. Unfortunately, it's very sad. We remember even Moi era. Moi was studying somewhere. He could study somewhere. You know, I'm watching nowadays Moi documentary. I remember, wow, those people, they have been making our country. You know, when Moi, there's something like thing was going on, like Jamhuri Day, or Moi believed his own party, KANU and Jogo, and then people are singing for him. Akiwa na Kamukwa Jo hapo, he was believing people singing for him. It's the same like Ruto. He believed UDA. He believed party is more important than that mother in Islam. She want to get birth. She doesn't have a hospital. Can you imagine Uhuru Kenyatta was going for the slum to make the women to have a good environment, hospital they can get birth. People who make our country, like we have a like Mamarusi hospital, women hospital, where the women can go and treated the sickness for the women, or birth, or many women have been raped and they used to be there for treatment. But Ruto doesn't love, he hates us. That's the reality, and that's the fact. And we cannot swim for the reality and fact. He believes UDA. UDA, UDA, UDA. I have never ever seen any president whole world believe in party. That is my point. And party is just a name. What about that woman? What about that boy sleeping without food and that girl sleeping without food? What about the school system? He doesn't care. He thinks he's on a line and go around and saying that he is planting the trees because of the climate with this wakiwa na huyo wife yake. Nothing. They're not doing nothing for our country. It's very sad, and it's very... So as Kenyans, people like Duke, when they come here, I feel pity for them, and Muzalendo, I feel very sorry for you. May God open your heart and see the truth, reality. Watu wanateseka huko na mkokoteni, huko Kamukoji, chokora wanakulanga takataka, gum. Umejaiona chokora na kula gum America ama Europe? Never. Street mothers, they don't have food, they stay in the children in the street. Naruto anasema, we are planting the tree. He think people, we are stupid. We're not stupid. We know what he's doing. People in the villages, they are dying for food. People, they don't have, people, they live in the mud house. They don't have food. They have nothing. And now we are planting the trees to make the climate change. Instead of he be open up. Na nasema yeye ni Mkristo, na sisi Wakristo tunakuanga na roho wa Mungu ule na kusaidia kuona vitu za kiroho zile huwezi ona. He doesn't have heart of loving. He hate people. He haters. Alafu watu kama Muzalendo anasema. Sisi wajinga. We know that guy, he haters. Ruto, he love only UDA and UDA people. Thank you.
Can I say something? Hey,
Hold on, Muzalendo. Rhoda, thank you for that very nice. I think that's something that needs, if anyone has a heart, really needs to really think of what you just said. So I really thank you for that. Zalendo, I think you had to say something, but I need you also, as you're commenting, to also think of what you said. That's something that we need to say. I mean, we need to talk about before we even start with the governance and the way we govern our country and the way our country is governed. It's also something that we really need to think about, because there's humanity with governance. It's not just about governance. So, but Zalendo, I respect your input. Even Luke, I also respect your input. But just think about that. Sometimes take yourself out of the politics and put yourself to humanity. And once you put yourself to humanity, you might think Rhoda is not saying something important, but what she's saying is also something very, very important, because it's what humanity is outside governance. We don't need to have governance, but we can have humanity. So, Mzalendo, it's your time.
Thank you, Mato. Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you, Stone. Stone, wacha kulala, go and sleep. Wacha kulala kwa studio. Thank you, Duke. What I want to say is that every time we talk about the deputy president, now the president, you have to know that this guy was in the opposition with one Raila Amolo Odinga. They worked together. So when we talk about politics, let us go back and look at the roots of our politics and know your leader. I always say that sometimes test the words before they come out of your teeth. Test your words before they come out of your teeth. Because sometimes you might be seeing different things. Today, people are vilifying Ruto. The other time, when it was in 2007, I was praising him, and one Raila Amolo was praising one William Ruto. So that is the nature of our politics. We must understand the dynamics of the politics of the Republic of Kenya. Yeah, and for us to succeed and to have the mentality of Rhoda, you need to think beyond Uhuru Kenyatta. The cameras are off on Uhuru. He's no longer the president. The cameras are off on Kibaki. They are no longer leaders in this country. They are private citizens. Hakuna kitu yoyote ile wanaweza changia sahi unless ni kulipa ushuru kama watu wa kawaida tu. Sahi serikali iko na William Samoei Ruto. Huyo ndio rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. And when you live in Europe like yourself, you need to know how the systems work. When ukisema Kenya watu wanakula, kuna machokora wanakula mavi, lazima uangalie hapa Europe bunge yao inafanya kazi namna gani. Lazima uangalie ni mikakati gani these people have put. I have told you time and again, politics is evolving in Kenya. You can't stick by the same agitations zile munaitisha, the same things munataka kwenda nazo to 2027. In where Mato is right now, Republicans are coming up with the issues that they want. They put them on the table. They are not in government. The government is run by Biden. They come up with the issues that they want. They put it before Congress. Wanasema, these are our issues. We want you to implement this. For us to pass this, you must also pass for us this. That is how government should run. That is how government should run. And everybody will get services adequately if our politicians start thinking beyond themselves. You know, every man, when you lose something, you have to blame another man of your loss. If you didn't know that, lazima blame mtu mwingine kuwa hii kitu ilikufanyika namna hii kwa sababu ya hii kitu. We have agitated for reforms that Mato is talking about since 2007. We have never got it right. We have changed the IBC since 2007. To date, we have never got it right. Never. And who tells you that if we put Maraga there, we'll get it right? The way I see some names being floated. Remember, Isaac Hassan was a recommendation by the opposition. Remember, Chebukati was a member of ODM. So what are you people telling us? What are you people telling us? These are individual choices. If somebody decides to be corrupt, that is an individual choice. You can't change that. Hata ukimtoa tuliweka this guy called Wabukala, EACC. Have you seen cases of corruption coming up? He's a pastor, he is wearing clothes. Sijui yeye ndio chairman wa EACC. We thought that a man of cloth can transform this country. What happened? Nothing. So you must start thinking beyond the current political setup, because these politicians are only after what what goes into their pockets.
Give us a solution, because you're seeing the opposite of us, what you're thinking. Just give us a solution. Tell us what we need to do. Tell us what we need to do. And don't see the wrongs. Tell us what you need the government needs to do right now.
You see, I have told you that the government is doing the right thing right now, and it is moving towards the right direction. You need to give it time. 100 days is not good enough to judge a government that has not even passed its own financial budget. We are jumping the gun. We are putting the cart before the horse. Yeah, and our demands are, are outrageous. Things which are ridiculous. Yani within 10 days of Ruto's government, we are already agitating for reforms. Yeah, we are already agitating. Wacha tuone hiyo price ya unga ikiingia. But price ya unga ndio kusudi irudi chini, lazima kuwe na budget ambayo imepitishwa pale bungeni bana. Sio ni mambo tu ya kuongea, ni mambo zingine, yani lazima zikaliwe chini na zifanywe pale parliament. Na kuna finance minister. Even before the cabinet was constituted, you were here in the show trying to blame the government, and yet hata ana cabinet. You're already blaming the finance minister ule hata umjui. You're already blaming the agricultural secretary ile hata ujui. So Kenyans, we have an attitude that is
solution
Msalenda, stop lying. Ruto, he have not done nothing. Ruto is a liar, and he hates us, and he have been manipulating our country using witchcraft.
It is Mato. I need you to
and he will not stay
protect me
this year.
from
You will
this
see,
kind
he will
of
not stay this
utterances.
year without.
I need some protection from this kind of utterances.
Everybody. But anyway, even me, I'm misbehaving a little bit, but I'm
Yeah, I need some order from Azimio side.
There's no Azimio side here. We are Kenyans. Don't talk.
Yeah, I need some order, because when you are submitting, we give you all your time. When you wanted to say something, Rod, I didn't interrupt you even a minute.
Okay, it's over. It's over. Hey, I've taken care of that. It's over. It's over.
I can talk. I can answer him. Let me tell you, European people.
You get another time, please. Order. Let's have
Let me answer him. Just 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please.
No,
let
5
me
minutes
tell you,
is a lot of time. 5 minutes. You don't have the whole night.
European people, they love their own people. They put their own people center because they are very smart. They're not idiot like Ruto or Africa leaders. They love their own country. That's why that's why nobody here sleep without food in the table, because they love themselves. They value their own people, and they always feel pity for Africa. Africa hate themselves and selfishness and not humble. But European people, they are very humble. Nobody, since I came to this country, nobody ever sleep without food in the table. Always, when they go to the parliament, they talk about the cost of living, the electricity, how they help their old people, this and this, the children, the educations and everything. Why can't we do that in Africa? Ruto just going around and going with a different and lying and go ati sijui anaenda nini retreat. Ni just corruption. Na hata ukiona watu just look corruption, even their face. She have not done nothing. Ni Mungu tu atamtoa hiyo kiti. Na utaona, you will not stay wrong. Vile anatuchezea.
Rhoda, you are so you
okay, let's just submit. She didn't even mention you in name, Let's just submit, because there's other people in this channel, and there's other people. Me, I'm not even contributing anything. Can we please just finish up what you were doing so that we can move on to the other people? Because I can see Duke is here, Stone PK is here, and Kenyan Naliaka is here. So let's not make it, I'd really appreciate if we don't make it a back and forth. I mean, somebody can ask any question, and we just answer that question and we move on, so that we make the discussion just something that is fluent and flowing. I'd really appreciate that.
Anyway, next time when you want to compare Britain and for instance, a country like Kenya, or the US with a country like Kenya, you need to look at the economic activities in this country. You also need to look at their production. You also need to look at their industry, and you also need to go back 200 years when they got almost over 100 years when they got their independence and freedom. You know, some of the roads that you drive in Europe were probably built 90 years ago. 90 years ago. So, these white people, as much as we would condemn them, they are more organized. They are more organized in terms of respecting the institutions that they have. But I believe they started from somewhere. Just like Kenya, the position we are today, they were there. They had got the civil rights movement in Martin Luther King trying to agitate for reforms. That's what is happening in Kenya even today. So we have those baby steps. We are getting somewhere. You will not wake up tomorrow and find that Nairobi is like Kenya is like the US. It will take time, and maybe another generation, maybe my grandchildren will be able to see a better country, but it has to start from within us. It has to start from within us, especially when you are coming from a corrupt society like Kenya. Yeah, nobody can throw a stone and you and say that Ruto is corrupt, Ruto is a thief. I mean, if you say that, we can also take you
What's
to
your
the other
time, man?
side and
What's your
tell
time?
you the thieves on the other side.
What's your time too? Are we done? Yeah, nilikuwa nakwambia tu just watch your time. Duke, pole, najua nakuona ukiwa hapo, but I have to, lazima nifanye hapa kule. Let me run to Kenyan Naliaka, and then after that I'll come to you, Duke. Tafadhali, wacha tu nichanganye. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kenya in love. I don't know whether Kenya love Kenya or anyway. For me, mimi mshangao ni kuwa ati mtu anaongea lakini hapeani solution ya ile mambo wamepanga watafanyia wananchi. Kuongea na kusupport mtu ambaye hajaonyesha hata dalili kidogo tu ya kuwa ati ako na haja na Wakenya. Mimi hata ninasikia huzuni sana. I'm very, very much saddened for the situation we are in. And we are not politicking here. We are trying to give Kenyans solution. Or if we are talking about the problems which are going there, then let's look like we are on opposition. And you guys, when you come here, give us the solution so that we can know, or really we have people who are standing with Kenya, and they are going to help Kenya and Kenyans too. But when you keep on telling us 100 days are not enough, we are not the one who said 100 days. We are not the one who said 1 month. We are not the one who said immediately I put the Bible down, everything will be like this. Seriously, hata mtoto ukimwambia utamletea peremende, atakaa pale kwa mlango, saa ile unakuja, akuulize wapi peremende yangu. Na yeye hakuwa amekuambia, wewe ndio ulimwambia ati utamletea. Makosa iko kwa nani? So nikiangalia Mzalendo, the way you are talking about this government, it will do, it has done, or it is hoping to do, promises have been made many days, different occasions. Na tunaona tu wao ni kujigamba na kufanya maendeleo yao, ama ni masafari. Pesa ziko. Kwa nini asikae chini? Kwa sababu anasikia Wanakenya wanalalamika. Why can't he sit down, be serious, make arrangements, at least for one item? Tuone amefanya hiki. Wacha tuone hicho kingine atafanya ni gani. Kwani mzazi anakuaga anadanganya watoto wake kila siku. Nitakununulia. First of all, how can you promise your child ati nitakununulia gari? Mtoto ambaye hajui hata kuendesha. Hii serikali iko hapa imeambia watu maneno mingi big, na ndio watu wakasmile wakifikiria that big thing is coming. Huyu mtu ndio atatuokoa. Kumbe ni yeye mwalizaji wa kuwamaliza kabisa. Muwe mahututi. Because even if you sit here and try to tell us how politely you are talking, telling us what the government is going to do, I hear that sound, it makes me irritated. Because what you are saying here is not what your boss is going to do. Hata sijui unamtetea nini. Already ametuaibisha in a big way. Ile mambo yote ametuambilia, sisi tunakaa kama wajinga. Na tena asiwe ati ni mtu wa UDA. If he is a president of Kenya, it's for all Kenyans. If he is. But because he never expected to be a president, no wonder that is why he has got all this meandering, not even able to sit in the house to do the work. He has no plan of any kind. And I feel sorry because many people, even those who voted for him, are crying. They are regretting big time. So mzalendo unapokaa hapo unaambia watu hivi. Don't think ati watu wamekuwa wajinga. Kuliambiwa wajinga waliisha Kenya. It is true. People have come to learn in the hard way. Ati kumbe tulidanganywa. Because especially those subsidies you are talking about, there is no budget that has been done by the government so that those subsidies have gone, they have vanished. At least even to make a list of those poor people who cannot afford university or secondary school. Is that a hard thing to do? But they can take a data in the country within a very short time to have it in the record. What for? If you cannot help those who are needy, and they are not the majority, the university student, they are not the majority because they are not 50 million. They could be 1 million. And that is something they can sit in parliament, seriously. Kila mtu agawiwe wake. Watatue wajue hawa ni maskini mpaka wapi. Hawa ni tajiri mpaka wapi. But don't tell us ati serikali ni mbichi, nini. Yeye ndiye alisema na mdomo yake. Na hakuna mtu anajifunga mchipi. Yeye ndiye anajua saizi ya mchipi yake. Kwa hivyo vile alisema ndivyo tunafuata. Makosa iko wapi mzalendo? Makosa iko wapi? Kumtoa makosa iko wapi? Yeye mwenyewe ndiye alitaja hiyo maneno yote. It is there and you know that. Unataka kumtetea useme hakusema? Unataka kumtetea asiendelee kufanya kazi? When you come here in this forum, don't come like UDA. I don't come here as Azimio. I come here as a Kenyan. And I talk for general Kenyans because everybody is crying, whether UDA or Azimio. Na shida yetu ni kuwa ati wewe ukiwa umekaa vizuri, hufikiri huyo mwingine anasikia uchungu wa namna gani. Wewe ukiwa unakula, hufikiri huyo mwingine njaa yake imefika wapi. That is the problem we have in Kenya. Na sio Kenya, ni Afrika. Mtu akipata pahali ya kukula chakula, ya kupata pesa, ole wako, amesahau hao wengine. Uliniambia jana wewe mzalendo ati uliona wapi pesa iki-exchange? Uliona wapi wakinunuliwa? I don't have to give you mathematics of how these people were being bribed or bought. We have seen even churches, money exchange. Na hiyo imeonekana wazi na Wakenya wameona. Kwani hawa wengine ni angels, hawawezi kuchukua pesa? Mzalendo, wacha kutetea mtu ambaye amefail 100 times. Atanyanyasa watu na utajionea wewe na macho yako na utaaibika. Hivyo unafanya, hivyo unamtetea. Please talk like a Kenyan and support those people who are in problems, who are poor, who cannot afford food. Wache kuleta matatizo ya kusema serikali itafanya. Okay, if itafanya, tuambie vile wamepanga kufanya. Tupatie solution ile wamesema watafanya. Wache kusema ati tuwapee muda. Tunawapea muda ya kufanya nini? Walime shamba, wapande mahindi, ndio wavune watupatie, ama wanafanya nini? Pesa ziko, wasaidie wananchi. Wazee wamenyimwa pesa. Hizo tena ni nini zimefanya? Wazee sasa wamekuwa watu wa kukimbia, ndio wakapate wanajipatia chakula. They are old enough, they cannot even go to kibarua. They are in the house. Watasaidiwa na nani? Those are the things you mzalendo you should look at. Wacha hata kuongea habari ya mambo ingine ati mpatie muda. Mzee huyu atapatiana muda akikula nini? Hata hajui muda huo unasemwa ni muda gani. He might die tomorrow because of your carelessness. Hii mambo yote, kama huyu president angekaa chini kwake. Unasema sisi tunakuwa emotional. We are not emotional. We are human beings. And where we see things are going wrong, we have to say. And it hurts because I'm a human being. I can imagine when somebody is hungry. I can imagine when somebody has no hope of another meal. That is where we are. Na mtu aache kuongea mambo bure. Si ya kusaidia mtu. Ni mambo tu unasema, sijui uonekane tu ama usikike sauti yako. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I feel bad as a Kenyan. Pahali huko kama unakula, kuna mtu anakufa right now. Na hakufi kwa sababu ya ugonjwa, anakufa kwa sababu ya njaa. Basi kama uko nazo, wasaidie. Urudi usupport hiyo serikali. How long will you support that old guy? Ndio urudi uambie serikali. Utaambia serikali siku gani isaidie huyo ambaye anakufa ama amekufa? What is the difference between a murderer when people are dying because of waiting your help, which you are not ready to help? And can you imagine such person sitting somewhere, laughing, making fun, enjoying, flying all over the place, everywhere, and somebody somewhere has no food to eat? We are not emotional. We are talking about human beings. Mtu ambaye ako na moyo. na anasikia uchungu. Ameketi hapo hana kitu ya kukula. Wacheni kutuambia mambo mingi hapa. Hiyo serikali ifikirie ni aje itafanyia watu, kama iko ready kufanya kazi. Kama haiko ready, watu ni wengi wanaweza simamia Kenya yetu. Hata sisi tunaweza jisimamia. Tukipatiwa hizo pesa tunaweza gawanya, because we like each other and we care about life of a neighbor. We can't accept this. People, you are coming here just to mislead Kenyans, telling them how they can live swinging with the chairs. They are not swinging with the chairs. They are feeling cold wherever they are because they have nothing in their stomach. Thank you, Kenya in love.
Thank you so much for that very, and na mwenye masikio na asikie, because we are all Kenyans. That's what we think. Hata ukiwa ile pande nyingine, this is how and I can bet you most of the Kenyans think. Let me just say this before I bring Duke, and then Stone PK will follow up on that one. There's a guy on the comment section that is really mesmerizing. Douche one douche, and I've been watching this guy a lot about what he douche. Kama unanisikiza, I mean, I'm not afraid to say it, but sometimes you really kind of make me wonder, and maybe a lot of other people. Maybe if it's just me, forgive me. But he says, "Hi, pesa ya wazee inua jamii." I mean, hashtag inua jamii to be paid from January 9th on 2023. Now, you know, this message this comment kind of messes with my mind, because before this government, we did not know. I mean, most of us and most of the people that listen did not even know that there used to be pesa ya wazee. Or if you knew, it's because you had mzee that used to get that money. Most of the things that are being reversed right now, some people did not even know. The subsidies that Duke wants to talk about every day. Some of us even did, most of the people did not even know those subsidies were there. Hii pesa was there. So now, if assuming what this guy is talking about, assuming it's true that itarudishwa on the 9th, is it that, why did it have to be taken away in the first place for it to be brought back again, while it was always there and anchored in our constitution, and with all the money? And the biggest thing, and as Duke you come, I know, because I know you, I know where you're gonna go. Is it that our taxes are not meant to give us a leeway of having a better life, or what do we pay taxes for? And I have a big problem with that. Personally, that's a personal problem with me. Duke, you don't have to address it, but that's something I've been fighting with myself and asking, then why are we paying taxes if it's not going to give us subsidized way of living, whether it comes to education, whether it comes to food, whether it comes to even that, the three basic commodities of life, So why are we even paying taxes? Why should we pay it? Why can't I go to a bank and get a loan instead of going to, loan from the government? Why can I not just be exempted from taxes and deal with myself and go to Duke and tell Duke, give me a loan? Why are we paying taxes then in that case? Anyway, that's a question that I think most of the Kenyans need to ask as we move on. But anyways, Duke, hey, we do appreciate you. Hata kama tunakuingiliaga, we do appreciate you. I believe everybody's a Kenyan, with or without your opinions, but we need to move all together as Kenyans together, because this Kenya, once it becomes good, it's gonna be good for both of us, whether you're on the other side or not. And Stone PK, you'll be next after that. So wherever you are, I think you're doing something. You better come back to the screen. But Duke, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. in economics, there is a term which is usually used when you are expressing specific models or specific theories. And the term is ceteris paribus, which means you assume that all other factors are constant, or you assume that the circumstances on the ground will always remain normal. Because if the circumstances are abnormal, or they change in a way which is unpredictable, then it means the theory or the model will not hold. Why am I saying that? When you are predicting about your future, or you are promising to do something, maybe tomorrow you tell somebody, I'm going to come to your place to do ABCD. So you assume that you will be able to wake up healthy. The road will not be crossed. So you get to that place and to do what you promised. So for promises to be fulfilled, the circumstances of the ground must be predictable and must be normal. So if you are going to work, maybe you wake up in the morning, I know maybe one of you where you are, it's winter, and you find snow everywhere to your door, you can't move. You cannot even move out of the house. Then that means the factors are not constant or are not normal. Therefore, it may be difficult for you to fulfill your promise. So sometimes it's not possible. It's not even possible to fulfill all your promises, even to yourself. Sometimes maybe you promise yourself, or you have goals, your own goals, that I'm going to do LPCD. So sometimes circumstances change and not practical to do that. Why am I saying this? Most of you have been trying to say that maybe the president or the Ruto administration has not achieved specific promises, be it lowering the cost of food, ABCD, all those. But you fail to consider the factors on the ground, or the circumstances of the ground, and the unfolding of the events. Why are we where we are in the first place? Where are we in this economic situation where we are? When Kenyans are unemployed, the cost of living prices are going high. What's the genesis of that? It has been wrong in the making. If you have a retrospect of the past, you are aware of the government undertaking huge borrowings to do mega projects. And those who have gone to a bank and gotten borrowing or something of that kind to do a given project, that's what they call the impact of the grace period. So maybe you have got taken some money from the bank, you do ABCD, then you are given a grace period of 2 to 3 years. And after 2 to 3 years is when you start to pay. That's when actually you feel that pinch. And what has been happening in Kenya is that it's good. Kenya has taken mega projects with CTS here. There are other projects, Expressway, and other borrowings have been made in the past. But previously, the government has not been repaying it because of the grace period. There was a given grace period, 5 years, 10 years. Now, when the grace period was over, that's when Kenya as a country felt that impact, where you found that 60%, that's more than half of the taxes which the government collects, has to repay the debt because the grace period has expired. and any government has mandatory expenditures. So we call recurrent expenditures. Doctors have to be paid. Teachers have to be paid. So there are some government expenditures which the government cannot afford to postpone even 1 month. You can imagine not paying teachers in 1 month, what would happen, or doctors for that. So if you imagine that if maybe 60% of the revenues which the government gets from taxes, it goes to paying the debt. Then you factor in mandatory expenditures, paying teachers, paying doctors. Then it means you remain with almost no money. So if you are a wise person, if this was a personal economic scenario or situation, you must have what you call the priority list. You have to eliminate specific expenditures so that you be sustainable. Otherwise, it will be impossible for you to sustain yourself economically. And that is what the president is doing. He's trying to eliminate unnecessary expenditures so that to ensure the economy of Kenya can be sustained. So I know the way, Rhoda, you say many Kenyans are suffering. There is some don't have food, but sometimes you find that the resources are extremely limited because you have to pay the debt as 60%. You have to fulfill mandatory expenditures. So, but you have to also to strategize on how to move out of that. And the only way to move out of that is to have the right approach. And the right approach is to ensuring that every Kenyan is paying his own fair share of the taxes. No increase, but you find that like 50% or 30% of Kenyans are not paying taxes. And the president has said in 1 year, it will be possible, and he made that clear to KRA that tax correction must be 90%, at least 95%. We don't have a scenario where that we are able to correct 40% of taxes. Why others are not paying? So the systems have to be digitized so that every person is paying. And when every person pays the taxes, we have a good amount of revenues so that we can be able to do more to Kenyans, give them subsidies and all those. So that is the right approach. Then you asked a question that the question was asked by Bernard because maybe he was saying that because the subsidies have been stopped, where is that money going? And the government does not work. Actually, the way the government works is that it takes the money from the treasury. And then Nyagaka mute for a moment. So I was saying that the way it happens is that usually the government spends the money directly from the treasury. So if it has not given the subsidies, it means that money is in the treasury. So the way the government sorted this about how it has the expenditures, the way the money is taken from the treasury is it goes hand in hand with how it's used. So all the funds which are withdrawn from the treasury are based on the manifestos or policies or plan implementation protocols. So that's it. It's not that money is separated somewhere, and if it's not used, it's going to be taken to other people's pocket. That's not coming to the the money for the elderly, what was happening still, and this was happening in two critical areas. That's the money for the elderly and Kasim Tahani. Like the money which was like up to 35%, only 35% was getting to intended people. You find maybe Cask of Jan, there is exaggerated number of people working, which I can call ghost workers to some extent, and the money is going to the pockets of individuals. Come to the money for the elderly, you find that we have like a list of people who are not existing. And that money is going to pockets of individuals. So the president said that we want to have a digitized system whereby the money goes directly to the recipient. So if it's paying maybe 200,000 people, there is accounts of those people, names of them, and the money is paid that. Not that the money is going to a given institution, that institution to a given institution, to another institution, so that all those bureaucratic procedures where we have wastage midway. So actually it was ensuring that the systems and the mechanisms are right, so that when it will be rolled out, that money will actually get to the right recipients without wastage and corruption. So that's what I can say on that.
Okay, Duke, I might agree with some of what you're saying and maybe disagree with most of what you're saying. But, you know, they say mgala mpe yake. But, Duke, let me ask you a question before we bring Stone PK, because Stone PK is coming in. Let me ask you a question. In your mind, and I want to be very cordial today, in your mind, what do you think taxes are paid for? What do you think when you pay your taxes? What is tax when you pay? What do you think it's supposed to do? Where is it supposed to go? How is it supposed to be handled? And what do you think is the end result of that tax that you pay? What do you think the tax is? I mean, what's the purpose of paying taxes?
You pay taxes so that the government can have money to offer critical goods and services to Kenyans. Education, healthcare. So that's actually the main purpose of paying taxes.
Good answer. So if we're paying taxes and we're being and all that you just said, I didn't say it, you say it yourself, and all that is being taken away. So why would we even pay taxes? Why do we need to pay taxes?
You are mixing your own statement. What I said is that
no, Duke, you just answered you just did a very good answer right here, brother. I'm not even trying to get hard on you. I asked you a good question. Why do we pay taxes? You answered why we pay taxes. And I'm telling you, all that you're saying that we pay taxes for is, I'm telling you, is being taken away. Now you're coming up with an excuse. So if it's being taken away, why are we paying taxes?
It's not. I cannot agree that all of it is being taken away. So are you trying to say that doctors are not being paid, teachers are not being paid, roads are not there, the police officers are not being paid? So you can't say all of that. That's a very general statement, which is not very accurate.
Okay, let me leave you on the hands of Stone PK for now, because if I don't want to start another fire, because the way I'm sorry, you're okay. Acha nikuachie Stone PK. Stone PK is ni yako. Cheza kama wewe.
Sasa amfungi station. So watu wameongea wametosha bwana. You don't pay taxes to a rogue government. You don't pay taxes kwa mwizi. Kenyans should not pay any taxes effective January. Waache kulipa taxes kabisa. That's simple as that. You know, hapa hakuna science mingi, hakuna story mingi. If they believe Ruto is a thief, they simply don't pay taxes. But if they think he's a president, ni mzuri, then they pay taxes religiously. Simple as that. Yeah. Kama unajua mtu ni mwizi, huwezi kumweka kwa kioski yako. Wezi mweka hapa ati like Duke is saying some is paid, some they steal some and you get some. It is either you steal all and go or you don't steal. Hakuna mwizi nusu mwizi hakuna. So what I mean here, I might be a bit hard, but what I mean is when we talk of zero tolerance, that is the pull factor for taxes being paid. But when you have a government does not talk and condemn corruption, then it's not worth receiving any taxes. It is simple as that. Okay? And that's why the government that they rigged out, their first priority walikuwa wanaimba kila saa corruption. They will fight corruption. Wataziba mianya ya pesa kupenya. You don't just say umezuia, umezima, and you are not telling us how much money umezima, mianya gani umezima. You're just singing and talking about cartels. Kumbe wewe ndio cartel mkubwa. Yeah. So for me, Kenyans should suspend paying taxes. Yeah. Just like the way things have been suspended for them. Hizo ma subsidies, hizo ma help now. So Kenyans also should suspend paying taxes until things are put in order, until akina Gachagua brings back hiyo pesa wameambua they are free. All those thieves. Indeed, we should not even be having a debate here, Nani Mato. I mean, Kenyan with love. There should be no debate here about Ruto, sijui taxes, Ruto, sijui nini. It's a waste of time. How do you discuss na mwizi kwa nyumba yako? Mtu amekuja kuibia ng'ombe zako, kila kitu hapo. You know he's a thief. You are watchman, unajua ni anaiba hapa. Alafu unaanza ati kunegotiate vile ata you fire. That's the word. You fire. Fire the guy. And Kenyans have the power to fire the guy. You know? But if you listen to akina Duke hapa na akina Mzalendo wanawauzia uoga hapa ati legitimate, sijui serikali ilichaguliwa na mwananchi. Ilichaguliwa na a few thugs. Of course. Iko na wafuasi waizi tu. And I heard somebody saying that when I say those who support UDA are thieves, that is it. Wakikuyu tunasemanga mshahara na mkudu kakataguo, na mwizi utembea na mwizi. Hata mtaani mtu wa bangi anatembea na mtu wa bangi. Mtu wa kuvuta ngata, sijui kaa wengi wenyu unajua ngata ni nini. Ilikuwa ukiwa unavuta ngata unatembea na mse ule pia anavuta ngata. Mse wa ndom wanatembea na wase wa ndom. Wase wa kamnywes wanatembea na wase wa kamnywes. Wase wa kambibilia, siku zetu tulikuwa tunasema wase wa kabaibo CU walikuwa unaona
hata wase wa Arsenal utembea na Arsenal na Mani wanatembea na Mani.
Exactly. So na ndio wazungu wana summarize, wanasema birds of a feather flock together. So Ruto is flocking together with the Waizi Club members. Club ya Ruto ni waizi tup. That's the sad thing about it. Thieves, all of them. All of them, wallahi billahi. Waambie Mato, you know how I qualify my statement. Ebu ambie wakwambie anything to do with the chapter 6. Waambie wakuja waongeje ya chapter 6. Tell Duke
wengine waliua watu, wengine
ambie huyu Duke akueleze whether he qualifies chapter 6. I don't know him so much, but I would want him to talk about chapter 6. But I know him because he supports a thief. So probably, I don't know. But can he tell us about chapter 6? They don't talk about chapter 6. I talk kwa midomo yao. You know? So, I mean, really, what are we talking about? Mtihani ngumu yao. Mtihani ngumu. Ukimwambia chapter 6 ana marble. Anakuuliza ni kama hajasikia. Unasema ati chapter ati chapter akishikwa na kigugumizi wote. Ambia Gachagua aongee juu ya chapter 6. Zero. Ati unasema chapter gani? Kwani constitution iko mashafta ngapi? Kwani chapter 6 peke yake ndio unajua? Unajua nyinyi wa Kenya mnauziwa uoga. Kwani chapter 6 ndio inatengenezaga nchi? Ati namna hii. Yeah, I'm making fun, but that is the most difficult thing for these people to talk about.
Oh, I can talk about it.
No, you lie to us. You tell us nothing. You just tell lies. You tell us lies, Duke. You are our brother, but you are going to lie to us. If Mato allows you to lie, you can go ahead and lie.
You see, chapter 6.
Mato kubalisha Duke aongee juu ya chapter 6.
Acha nikuwe Bernard. Order. Hii chapter 6 iko na shida zaidi ya UDA bwana. Duke, chapter 6 wachaneni nayo, si yenyu. Tukianza saizi tutahesabu, wachane nayo bwana.
Wacha nilete Nyaraka, nataka kuingia ongee juu ya chapter 6.
Mato. Hello.
Tunakusikia dadi, sema kuja utuambie chapter 6 hapa mnapeleka wapi na kina Aisha Jumo.
Habari ya jioni.
Njema. Bwana Nyaraka.
Yeah. Yangu tu ni kuwasalimia na kusema kwamba Ruto has to make more meetings with the media like he did. It's wonderful. And Obama from 2008 to when he finished, he was in the media a lot because he explained what the situation was, and people know. The Kenyan people who have elected Ruto, they understand. The majority of them, which was 7 million to like that 6 point something million. So ile tu nilikuwa nataka nichangie Mato ni education. Your help. Ulikuwa unaniuliza jana. In Kenya, we are not there yet. We have to discuss how to help those who can't afford education. And like I told you yesterday, education is the best for any country to succeed.
Penyagaka, with all due respect, who did Kibaki ask who to talk about with education? He came in and, free education, wakiwa na Raila, they brought free education of primary. Who did they have to consult with? They use the public funds that we use. Nini mnatufanyia ni kama Kenya ikuwe complicated sana? There's nothing complicated about it. We pay taxes, and that's the reason we are here. You guys are making it so complicated. The guy is stealing all the money.
If you listen a little bit, you will understand what I'm talking about. We cannot go backwards. We're back here and the Raira, and Moiwa and all that stuff. No, we are going forward to the future. Very good example I could give you. One of my kids went to an Ivy League school, and a friend of mine a year later, his kids was going to Ivy League school, but he was an engineer and his wife is a doctor. And they told him they have to pay for it. And guess what? When I looked at the papers, I told my friend, I said, you made a mistake. You should have used just one income. Once, you have to have both the incomes. If you show both the incomes, then there is no help, especially from the government. If you have a talented kid, they will get money from somewhere or else. But what I was trying to say, my friend Kenyan Love, is that we have to discuss for the future. Where are we going? Unatoka hapa America na mamilion na unataka watu huko nyumbani walipie mtoto yako school fees, ama you are a doctor and your wife is an engineer or a businessman or whatever. We have to talk as to how we finance education. That's all I was saying. Kibaki was an economist. He was there before. We cannot compare the two. Let us move forward. Kenyan will love. And what Ruto was explaining yesterday was wonderful. But let's talk about how do you, in America, they can tell that you have enough money already because you will fill so many forms from the college and from the government. Alex. All that will explain where we are going. So that, I came here, Mato, when you guys were hating on Ruto. You still hating on Ruto, BK. Is that going to make anybody like Raila more? No. Let us talk on issues. Let us talk on what we need to do for tomorrow. The economics that is there is a Western economy. When you want to share the Europe, want to glorify.
Penyagaka, with all due respect, Daddy, you see, the thing is that we are not short of ideas. We are not short of, what Kenya needs to be done. We are not short about that. We are not short of that. Some of us, what we do out here, most of us, if you looked and you started talking to people what they do out there, and even not even out here, even in Kenya, and the people that actually can come into this channel and even sort, because they have to do their bundles. They're not just people who don't know what they're doing. There are even people who are way smarter than that Ruto that you think. But what I'm trying to say, what we are trying to say is that there's a sword that we give, and we give someone, what do you call this? You give someone power to rule the country. Now, ata awe mulumutesia, or whatever you want to call, ata when into ajielewi, that's the person that has to do that. Now, when things are not working right, Penyagaka, we have the right to say that they're not working right. It doesn't matter that just because you're the president or you've been given that sword that you know everything. You do not know, because people know they have to work right. And since independence, you are an old man. I've done my research. I have looked everywhere. There's no president that I know and I have read of that has had so much criticism and so much intellectuals. I'm not calling myself one, but where you have so many people complain so much like this one. So many things have gone so wrong with this one. Hata Kibaki venye aliingia, hata ile ya pili ile alijiapisha. Guys, let that thing go, because they kind of knew, all right, tuendele. You see, but with this one, people are seeing it's wrong. And all the presidents, Mr. Penyagaka, all the presidents that I know since independence, I have never seen one president that comes in and takes away everything that the other president had done, just for them to try and come up with, I don't know, some shenanigans of new kind of way of doing things. So I have a problem with that. That's my personal problem. I am sorry for interjecting you, sir. Please finish. Because we are with us until we finish.
I always like when you interrupt, and you're my son. I always come to your show, and I respect that. But like you said, let us talk about, even, like you said very clearly, there's a lot of people that out there that are very way smarter than Ruto. But let us talk about what we need to change in our country to get better and better. Ruto, those who are complaining about Ruto always complain about Ruto anyway. If you show me the new people that are complaining about Ruto, then I will go with you. But those who are complaining about Ruto were complaining about Ruto before even he got elected. I came to your show the first time and I told you Ruto was going to get elected because Kenyatta had made that big time, especially in his own, mountain place. So we know what's going on. Ruto has the time to 2027. If you guys can gang up together, and like I told you yesterday, I listened to your show all day today. It's all complaining. It's all crying. It's all making Kenya look like Europe or whatever. It can't. Nikienda huko ushago kwetu Nyaguta, watu hawafikiri juu ya huyu lazima tuweke tukue mahali fulani na hatuchakuwa huko. But what I agree with you is we have very smart people. Let them talk. Let us talk about what, in a democracy, everybody has to be listened. It doesn't matter whether it's Mato, whether it's Nyagaka, or anybody, or PK, or Duke. Let everybody talk. And then we agree on whatever we agree. Let us push forward. And the Duke, please, with all due respect, don't put that guy Adams with the wealthy of nations. That was a debate on the 20s and 30s, but the guy who won that debate was John Maynard Keynes. He changed Europe to where it is after Second World War. He was kicked out of the Treaty of Versailles, and there's another story all along. But as far as criticizing Ruto is concerned, as far as coming up with a good idea is concerned, please do. We all should respect that. We cannot just assume that whatever Ruto says, Ramashamba is the right, or whatever Raila says is right. No, they are all human beings just like everybody else. And their ideas are as good as yours, Kenya Good Love, BK, Duke, everybody have ideas. But the leaders put on those ideas.
Okay, can you answer me something? Can you answer me something while you're here? So,
yes.
like in his and let's just be honest. Let's be easy now. We're only the three of us. Let's just be easy. He was talking about when I was watching his interview, he was talking about Nilikwaga. He was the Minister of Lands. Now, can you tell me what is his history in the Ministry of Lands and how he ended up out of the Ministry of Lands?
I thought he was in agriculture.
No, he was lands. No, agriculture. Yes, agriculture. Agriculture.
Yeah.
Agriculture. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. No, I have to do research on that, but he said, I've never had anybody complain about him in agriculture. Higher education, even.
Are you serious? You've never heard anything about him when he was in Ministry of Agriculture?
Come on, mahindi kuibiwa, that is what that was Raila involved in it or something. I don't know what the details was, but I can find out. It's no big deal.
Kwa hivyo ujui venye na alitokaji kwa Ministry of Agriculture?
Raila fired him. Raila fired him and Ungeri, and Kibaki brought them back.
Okay, isn't that also the time that he got the land of Muteshi?
Oh yeah. Yes. But he went to court and he was paid back. I mean, he paid back and he gave the land back or something to that effect.
So okay,
anybody can make a mistake.
Thank you.
Anybody can make a mistake.
Thank you.
Yeah.
At that point, thank you for doing that. So at that point, when we go back to the chapter 6 of the Constitution, is he even supposed to be holding any kind of seat?
Well, some of us can say that Raila had land of, we even chipped in for the money for the Brazos plant. Is he qualified to run for president? If we go back to every one of them, they are crooks.
Penny Nyagaka, Raila is not the president of the Republic of Kenya. Why do you?
No. I'm saying he could qualify to run. That's what I say.
He's not the president. He's not the president.
No, he's not. He's not. And God, thank goodness, he will never.
So let's talk about the thief who is the president of that republic.
But he paid, BK. He paid and gave back the land.
Nyagaka, you steal my land, whether you pay or not, you are a thief. Yes.
So
if you kill
you don't
me,
believe
my family does not stop you from being a murderer. What we are saying is whether who or who, if you fall short of that, then you don't qualify, or then we delete that completely. Kama vile nani Ruto amebadilisha katiba, hakuna cha wizi, hakuna kuita mtu Kenya mwizi. So we accept that all thieves are free. Hata kamiti angeenda afungulie watu wote, yeah? Alafu hakuna maneno ya kuongea corruption. Then to leave, we leave what we call watoto nyara sasa. Kila mtu, you are free to do whatever you want. Because in Ruto's vocabulary, there is no corruption, there is no thieves, and there is no anything. Iende hivyo. Okay?
No, stop.
Yes. What the first thing you do, you take over, is to swear in the judges who have issues, corrupt judges, it is known, ndio wa kwanza you give them jobs. Kulipa, unawalipa na taxpayers. Okay? Then you come akina Gachagua, all those impeached people akina Sonko, you give them bill of whatever, clean bill of health. What does that tell you? So tukubali tu bwana Penny Nyagaka kwamba hii serikali ni ya majambazi na nchi yetu imechukuliwa na majambazi. Nyinyi ambao mko Europe na US, nyinyi kuleni manono yenyu huko, wacha wa Kenya waangamie. Kenya
no, DK vile nani anasema mimi mzee, I will tell you categorically that other than Charles Nchoncho and Mzee Nyachae, everybody that was in the government of Moi was stealing from somebody or something. So do you want to tell me that all these people like Kalonzo who have run for president, if they won, they should have been there? Because they have done things that we can quantify. Even the leaders used to do this handshake because in 1997, he went to court with the Kibaki and the Matiba. But by himself,
Penyagaka.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen let me start with your guy. Have you ever seen Ruto in court?
No.
What do you mean you've never seen him in court? Do you want me to I wish I had that video here. He's been in court. Jail.
For the Muteshi land?
The Muteshi land, and there was another one.
I knew about the Muteshi land, but I never knew he went to court. I thought his lawyers represented him. But I knew about
he
Muteshi.
was there. He was answerable and kwa pingu.
Okay.
I can play the video if I can find it right now.
Gijanyango, I trust you. No problem.
Yes, it's there.
Yeah.
Have you seen Gachagua akiwa koti amewekwa pingu?
Yes. Vile nani alisema hii serikali ya majambazi bwana.
Na ni Mutunga the ex-CJ ndo alisema ni system ya majambazi. Now, on the same front, on the same front, yes, we know of Baba going to jail. So yes, we believe Asheye kwa pingu. But for what reasons?
If he had accepted those reasons, I would be with Baba today. Because in 1992, when he was trying to overthrow Moi's government was running. But up to today, Raila would say, no, he was fighting for liberation. No, we wanted the Moi government to go. But Raila has never wanted to do that.
Let me ask you, that's why I asked you that question specifically. In what reason was Raila jailed?
Because, it's a long story, but the Air Force that he went to overthrow the government of Moi,
was Raila in Air Force at that time? Has Raila ever served in the Air Force?
No, his voice stand to me. His voice said he was there. He was with them. He was in a university at that time. I think he was teaching or something at the university. No, he never was in the Air Force. But he was the brains behind the whole thing. I'm not sure, but I've heard the rumors. But so what doing?
You see, right now, if anybody wants to come, and that's why we are a laughing stock, even to even people who really admire our country, is that right now we're being ruled by people who have been, and the clips are there where they've been jailed. I mean, seen in court, washukiwa, and one of them is actually, I mean, I wouldn't go that far to go to ICC, and somebody that was also wanted and people disappeared mysteriously. I wouldn't go that because utanigonga, but let's just stick to our country. And watu tushawaona kwa koti.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I will share that with you and your audience. Now he alikuwa Mukale, and he was the chairman. I mean, he was fired from the Air Force, but he was the chairman of the Matatu Association in the 90s and the early 2000s in Nairobi. And this gentleman, had called Raila on 2007 for help because they knew each other from back, when they were trying to overthrow the government. Na huyu mheshimiwa alikuwa Kisii, and then Raila never answered their phone calls. But on 2007, when Raila wanted to all the matatus to be one strike in Nairobi, he called that guy, and the guy reminded him. He said, "You remember when we were calling you for your help, and you never helped us? We can help you now." So this goes around. It is our history as Kenyans, but let us face the truth. Sio kudanganya, sio kusema ati kwa sababu mimi napenda Ruto na akifanya kitu mbaya I have to cover it up. No, you cannot help anybody like that. Ukweli ni ukweli. These guys have been all over the map. If you guys, young generation coming up, are going somewhere and they follow the right direction, yeah. Kuita nani Ruto na Gachagua serikali ya Bachapasi, BK, that's true. There's nothing wrong with that. But like I told you, my son yesterday, Mato, come up with ideas. What can we do so that we can make better Kenya a better country? But what you guys were talking about from last year, how this government is running, how this is bad, we already know that. But the people who go, watakwambia huyu anatupatia nini? Hasa kama hizi pesa sasa nani aliwapatia Kibaki na huyu Ruto amechukua. Vile the other gentleman have said maybe it's coming back on the 9th. But he has to correct everything where Kenyatta left, and he has to do better if he has to survive in 2027. But so far, it is, Okoa Kenya. What was that all about? All this other stuff is just slogans, but people want the reality. Hii mahindi ikienda chini, vile amesema, hiyo kolana, vile Ruto alikuwa anasema chana, ati watu walikuwa isha kuganya hiyo shamba na is in a desert. If we can change that to thousands and thousands and thousands of bags of corn, people will be like, we're happy, we're eating now. They will not remember what the opposition was all about. So to me, Mato, Kenyan would love, come up with ideas. Sio Masudi ya Gachagua. What those people inatoka ushago nikienda huko has been real bad kwenda mtu kanyaga on the ground. Now you have been in the Western countries, you have raised your kids, mimi, and it's really hurting. But we have everything, the knowledge, everything. And Obama, who is derived from Kenya, cannot be even the president of Kenya. But we can have thugs like Gachagua and all these other people to be president. You too.
Na natafuta hii, nishaipata kwa simu. Stone, hebu endelea kidogo, nataka kutafuta hiyo video ya nani Ruto akiwa kwa koti. Nimepata kwa simu. Nataka kuicheza. Hebu endelea kidogo.
Bila kubali, mimi I would not argue with that. Ruto, hata waja nikuambie story BK. When Ruto was 20, nilikuwa nakujaga nyumbani 92. Watu wanavaa red shirts, alafu hao ndio wakikuja kwa market wanakuja karibu na wewe. Kama mimi sasa wanajua natoka ngambo, wanataka kuzungumza Kisungu, alafu nikisema kitu mbaya watakuchapa.
But asked to be allowed back as defense counsel if the nomination fails to go through. The case resumed with the fourth out of the 24 expected prosecution witnesses taking the stand.
Umeweka wapi bana Mato?
Finance manager with the Kenya Pipeline Company who worked for the company between 1979 and 2009. His testimony.
Nico Stone, endelea, nataka na load video hapa hivi. Endelea.
Na nini inaongea?
Stone, endelea.
Tumeweka kitu inaongea. Nini?
Yeah. BK ndio nilikuwa nakuambia huyu ana history mbaya sana kwa wengine. And when my boys warned me of what was going on, hao kija kuzungumza na mimi Kisungu, mimi nazungumza Kiswahili ama Kigisi. And then they became my friends and they told me who sent them and all this other stuff. So Ruto has a sad story. Siwezi hata kukataa this and that is good. just because I support him now. No, I know the negatives and the positives. Sio tunasema tu ya Raila ndio negative ubaya. No, we have to say all of it. Hiyo tu ndio nataka kuambia Stone BK.
Unajua bana Nyagaka, two wrongs never make a right. Unasikia? Sasa wazee kama sisi tukianza kusema, ukiambua huyu mtu ni mwizi, unasema nani si mwizi Kenya? Itakuwa tusaidii. 60 years of independence, we are supposed to be moving to a semblance of integrity.
Exactly.
Quoting Rwanda, tuacha kabisa, imeenda. We will never catch up with them in so many things. I'm telling you. We will claim, oh, we have big economy, sijui tuko na nini. Kwanza Kenya tunasemanga tuna big economy. Ya nini? What is it that we have? To say the truth, compared to the other East African countries. Ni nini? Tunaweza sema ni value yake ni nini? It's only population, human resource. Nothing else. Kama ni ports, wengine wana develop.
We are better democracy than in Rwanda.
No, democracy haina value. It has no value.
But when Rwanda starts that, they will kill each other again.
No, listen. We are saying when they do that, but are they not stable now? Are they not prospering? Have they not attracted? Have we not lost businesses to them? We've lost so much investment to them. And that's a fact. Today, the first priority for any international conference, people would prefer Rwanda to Kenya. They have the latest conference facilities. Okay, they have the cleanest city. It's a city you can walk with your gold chains, go kwa mkono, kwa shingo, nobody will touch it. Unaona, you can park your car mahali popote, uache milango ikiwa wazi, nobody can enter it. I mean, look at that. Uwezi gongwa na bodaboda ziko orderly, zinasimama mpaka kwa traffic lights kama US. Unasimama hata kama hakuna polisi ama iko. Where else in Africa do you have such people obeying? Yeah? Fine. What will happen if Kagame moves out? Itakuwa ni that time. But as of now, those people who say they don't have freedom, they don't have democracy, ni waizi. Wale Kagame alifukuza. Yeah, political thieves, material thieves. Wale wanataka kunyanyaza nani wenzake. Na hao ndio amefungia mlango kabisa. Mesema wakae huko wamekaa kama refugees and all that. But if you want to do business, Kenyans are thriving. The biggest nyamachoma place in Kigali belongs to Kenya. Ukilandi hivi airport, unasema upelekwe inaitangwa Makutano. Nyamachoma place. So countries have overtaken us. Uganda is, despite huyu nani anaitwa nani, huyu Museveni behaving the way he's behaving, wana vitu wanafanya. Ukiangalia TZ wamenyamaza, lakini wameng'atuka kabisa. Huyo Sulubu anafuata nyayo za nani, but silently. Nyayo za Magufuli, but very silently. Moving so fast because they have resources. As much as corruption iko, lakini wamepigana nayo vilivyo. Unajua ikifika level ile, kabla uchukue hongo, unaangalia on the side, it tells you something is happening. Ama nakwambia, bwana Nyagaka, tafadhali tusiongee hiyo kwa simu bwana, tukutane mahali tunapewanga kale ka kitu ketu. Unasikia hao ni watu wanajificha kwenda but not when you do it openly, kwa simu. Ati sasa hiyo yangu ya serikali ni ngapi? That is where we are. Bribe people are talking about it openly. Alafu tunashukuru wezi. Tunaita ni hard working.
I'll accept the one in TZ and Rwanda, and I pray that Rwanda can turn out like Chile, because Chile had a dictator, but it really pulled the country upwards to where it is more developed than the other countries around it. I hope that I always pray for Rwanda to be like Chile, and when Pinochet left, there has been a solid democracy forever. And TZ, Tanzania has always been cool. I went to school in Migori, which is on the border of Kenya Tanzania, and the Tanzanian behavior is so nice. It's not funny. But Uganda is a long story. But ile mimi nakubali na wewe ni TZ na Rwanda, and Rwanda, he has killed so many people who are, I guess they were thieves. Some of them in Europe and South Africa.
Those
But
are thieves.
What I pray that when Kagame goes, it can be like,
hao ni wezi na wauaji, wale waliua watu ndio wametoroka, ndio refugees.
No, they were trying to run against him though.
They are thieves.
But I mean, if you call them that, but I hope and I pray that it becomes like South Africa. I mean, like Chile in South America, was run by a dictator like Kagame is, but after Pinochet, then it became a very good democracy, and all the gains that Pinochet had given them really thrive in that country. But at the cost,
you know, you've been, the idea you've been sold about Kagame being a dictator is the Western countries that have told you that. Yes. Because if you asked useme kitu moja, number 1, 2, 3, 4, give me 5 things that makes unaniambia tu ati Rwanda is not democratic. Yes.
Hebu acha nijaribu nione kama naweza saizi. Dakika moja tu.
Inaonekana, it's okay, go ahead.
Oh, inaonekana?
It's dark, so you play.
Okay. Okay. Najua nime okay. Yeah. Imetoka?
Haiko. Kwani what
are you? Wacha nijaribu tena. Nilikuwa nimesimamisha kwa sababu sikuwa najua kama nimenini. Let me go back again. Endeleeni tu kidogo, nitaiweka tu. I'm still learning this thing bwana. The share screen.
So, Mr. Nyagaka, what we want is we want radical measures to turn around that country, not to continue with that, because like now, for example, when you say judiciary has no power, IBC has no power, who has power? Parliament is useless. Hakuna kitu utafikiria itakupitishia. That's when you say a country is finished.
So the best today before Chief Magistrate Gilbert Tembe.
What have you done, man?
I don't know. Keep going. Let me try another again. You just keep going. I think my computer is just.
No,
I don't know why it's not. Let me move back to. It's only said here. Can you try your screen? Try your screen. Wacha njaribu tena. I don't know why. Kama ni side yangu ama ni nini. But endeleeni tu nikijaribu. I need to learn how to do this.
Tutafanya ulan tukiwa offline. Yeah, I'll train you when we are offline. For now, let's do our final rounds and close. Final round.
Okay. Ile mimi nilikuwa nataka niwaambie, sijui it was earlier today or yesterday, ni huyu nani season wa Costa in South Africa. He could have taken from Thabo Mbeki, but they came to realize that he was really in the hands of the white colonizers until he came along when Zuma left. But that's another story. Maybe Malema will get rid of him. But we need, I agree with you, Stoney. We need new blood and we need new direction. It's no big deal. It's not. Some of us, personally, I'm not married to any of those people like Ruto has to win and all this other stuff. No. Ruto gonna go. Like I told you, Kenyan would love is that if Mashamba Kishidwa, in July, let him go home. That's it. You are right. We have to develop a democracy, or a culture of a democracy.
You know what, Pen? If you look at it this way, in that right now, for example, let's look at the leaders we have. Both UDA, Azimio. If you look at those leaders objectively, usiwaangalia ati ni mtu wa kwetu sijui nini na nini. Majority of them are thieves. True or false?
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
Number two, these guys, they are always very fast to kufilisisha mwananchi, yani kukula mali ya serikali. Wanasemanga ni mali ya serikali, mali ya umma. The attitude by itself does not even qualify them to be leaders. Look at hiyo mishahara. Is it justified for them to have that kind of money when we are saying we don't have resources? I mean, how ridiculous are we?
BK, that's why Stony BK, that's why I keep telling you that you guys need to come up with ideas. If anybody comes with,
we crash all of them, throw them to the mapipa.
No, let me make one point, and you can continue talking. Let me make one point. If anybody can come with all the government positions, they should be cut 50% off. I will be in that party tomorrow, because ule mtu anaendesha matatu, ule mtu anafanya kwa factory apati hela, and these guys go out to a parliament to address themselves and stuff like that, and they get paid millions. That's a joke on us, not on them. Look at how much they are getting paid. For what? Just to address in parliament?
Penny Nyagaka, can we support Wajakoya and we give him our terms?
But hii kitu anakuja naye kasupa bwazee, hiyo ndio the problem.
We give him our terms, tumwambie hiyo mambo ya bangi aende polepole, asifanye kiujinga.
I agree. Hiyo mtafute. I will be behind you.
Conditions ni kufanya ile inaitwa surgery proper.
Yeah, I agree with you. Sasa, now you are talking. Now you are talking. That I agree with you 100 times. Na bibi yake tunafanya kazi pamoja. Bibi ya Jakoya.
Because you see, honestly, even by now Ruto will be worse. You know, there's nothing hakuna kitu ata correct. Ni wizi tu itaendelea. And all those MPs in parliament are all useless. Bure kabisa. Ni wezi tupu. Because you can't pretend that you are legislating. The 100 days, what have they legislated? Nothing. Hakuna mtu anashughulika na mambo ya mwananchi. Okay? Then kiongozi wao ndio huyo mwizi mkubwa, prefect wao. The prefect is a noisemaker, so even those who are following are noisemakers. So hakuna anything good that will come out of that. So Kenyans should throw them into the dustbin, and then we start afresh. Mato clip yako haichezi bana. Jaribu.
Show Elisha. Kenya with love. You finished the show. Are you guys on air?
Yeah.
Sony.
72,273,000. Yeah, we're here. Talk. But on I'm just loading a video.
By Ruto's lawyer, Katwa Kigan, the manager failed to implicate Ruto in the over 272 million shilling payment after he failed to submit any evidence that linked Ruto to the payments. The case is expected to resume Tuesday. Evelyn Wambui, Citizen Live at 9.
Uniski, mzalendo?
Kusikia, nasikia unacheza news zingine hapo ya Ruto, sijui amepelekwa kotini. Hiyo ni kesi gani?
Ndio hii nilikuwa nataka iload vizuri sasa, ndio hiyo, acha ni.
Hakuna kesi yote sisi hatujui juu ya Ruto. We all know those cases, so stop reminding us. Tunajua alipelekwa kotini. Sasa ni gani?
Okay, ni sawa. Nilikuwa na kadhaa nimeachana nazo kama umesema
hata
unazijua
ungeweka
zaidi.
zile za ICC, hizo ndio kubwa zaidi. Ungeweka zile za ICC wakiwa na uhuru, ndio ujue yani hao watu wamekuwa tu pamoja hivyo. So kuwa na kesi does not mean anything. Being
Chapter
convicted,
6. Chapter 6.
it doesn't matter. Chapter 6 must be exhausted, my friend.
You want to try chapter 6 kwa constitution according to you?
Chapter 6 iko kwa katiba, but you must exhaust each and every appeal that is provided by the law. Ukini accuse kama mimi ni mwizi, nipeleke kotini, nikuwe convicted, niwekwe ndani. That is when chapter 6 imemalizika. Chapter 6
convicted.
Amekuwa convicted wapi?
Kwani
Convicted wapi?
Ngoja, what's conviction to you? Wewe unajua mzalendo unanishtua sana.
Conviction is being sentenced, being proved guilty.
Yes, he was proven guilty.
Proved guilty na upelekwe kotini, upelekwe ndani kamiti.
No, kwenda ndani imaanishi that I mean, what the hell? Sorry,
my friend.
No, being guilty, wewe mzalendo na wewe pia. I don't know which world you live in.
Unajua,
being guilty, you can be guilty and not go to jail. Okay?
Unajua yani wewe ile kitu nimeshagundua na wewe unafuataga stories za Kenya nusu nusu. You don't follow them to details.
Let me tell you, there's someone
I know what happened.
I think you're the problem with you don't really understand what you're
There is somebody who was commenting hapo ati mimi naishi Europe. Mwambie naishi Kenya hata kumshinda yeye mwenyewe. I know the things that go on in that country more than those people who are there. And this story mnaniambiaga kila siku hapa. Sisi tumekuwa kwa hii struggle ya watu wengi sana.
Mzalendo. First of all,
it's so annoying.
Let me tell you something about a show like this. A show like this is a show where we come and talk the truth. Now, if I personally, especially in my show when I'm doing my when I'm moderating, one thing I don't like is people coming to confuse people. And that is one thing I hate so much, because if I'm wrong, I will say I'm wrong. First of all, being convicted does not mean that you have to go to jail. Being convicted, you can be found guilty and not have to go to jail. You can be found guilty and told, listen, take it back and pay this and pay fines. Even in places that a lot of people live, you can be convicted of speeding, but you don't have to go to jail, but you're convicted. Okay? So please, let us not just come here to say that Matoli Niambias. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to at least talk about the reality. Order. Mzalendo, order. Hiyo utafanya kwa show ya Bernard si yangu, by the way. All I'm trying to say, when we come here, let's have a decent, elaborate, straightforward, and correct information on what we are going to tell people. Tusikuja hapa na machungu, and if we're going to say the right things, we come and say the right things. Just like yesterday, tulikuwa tunaongea story ya McCarthy. You came out on me, and I told you that is not what I was trying to say. I went back and looked because I thought maybe I was wrong, and I went and looked, and I knew I had not said that. So
what did you say yesterday? What did you say yesterday that I said was wrong?
You were telling me that I had said anything about Republicans. I had never said anything about Republicans. I was talking about...
you forget what you say. Me, I always tell you.
Jesus Christ. Mzalendo, just, okay, give your last, what do you call this? Your last, patiana maneno yako ya mwisho tufunge chapter, because Mzalendo, I like my show not to be spoiled. I like my show, nikifanya show, tumalize vizuri na nuwa tunamaliza vizuri.
Ni ile, wacha tu nikuambie, ni ile tu, ukweli ndio duni, na mpendagi kuambiwa ukweli. So, hata ukikasirika, mufanye nini, the truth will always come out. Ukisema kitu, and somebody is telling you his other point of view, that does not mean that you are right. It means that he's trying to correct you where you are wrong.
So, where am I wrong? Okay, correct me. Actually, you know what? The floor is yours. Correct me. Where am I wrong? Where am I wrong?
So, Donna, Unaona kama in this show, each and every time we come here, you have got your Azimio talking points that you want to propagate. Some of those things, I always say, you people do your fact checking before.
No, Mzalendo, I asked you, where am I wrong? You've told me that I'm wrong, Nanini. Okay, tell me where I'm wrong. Don't just give a blank.
like now, like now, in yesterday's talking point, ulikuwa unasema ati mambo ya Republicans, now something to do with the Republicans and Democrats. Na nani wako kwa serikali and things like that. And I was trying to tell you, in the US, people negotiate. We were talking, okay, I remember now.
And just a minute, Mzalendo, I'm not stopping you. Guys on the Facebook, watu wa Facebook, poleni, your time is up. So now watu wa YouTube, poleni sana, but it's been good to see you guys and to have you guys here. So watu wa Facebook, poleni, wameenda. I should have told them kwaheri. Kama unajua mtu wako Facebook, mwambieni poleni sana, the time is up. So it's only YouTube people that we have right now going on. Mzalendo, go on.
We were talking about the tie that is in the debate that is currently in Congress. I think you are trying to bring an argument about the debate that is currently in Congress. And I was telling you that in this democracy, Republicans negotiate with the Democrats. And there is a lot of deals that go behind the scenes. Republicans who support the party financially, those rich people who support the party financially, there are some bills that they would want to be passed.
Mzalendo, that's the problem I have with you. I've asked you a very simple question, and now you're running all over. I've asked you,
what is
where
the question?
Where am I wrong? And now you're running all over.
I have told you right from, I have told you in this show, we talked about so many things which you were propagating, which are wrong. Mugongea jua Ruto ametoa subsidies zote, sijui amefanya nini, and it's all lies. It's all propaganda. Ukaambiwa toa mahali any evidence that ametoa hii subsidy. We debunked all those, we fact-checked all that information that you've been peddling around here, which ni uongo mtupu tu. Haya, mkaongea mambo ya wazee, ati Ruto amechukua pesa ya wazee. Ruto amechukua pesa ya wazee, ametoa peleka wapi? Pesa ya wazee uchelewa. If you have not been into Kenya, or if you don't have a mzee in Kenya, they will tell you that that money delays for some time. Saizi wanaenda kulipwa, mtasema nini? What will you be saying tomorrow wakilipwa? Ati hiyo pesa alikula. So talk things that you know. Pesa ya Helb mnasema ati Ruto amenyang'anya wanafunzi pesa ya Helb. Ukiambiwa toa mwanafunzi wowote ule amenyang'anywa hiyo pesa, hakuna. Is simply removing those services to another body because of mismanagement ya hiyo pesa, which is channeled to TVET and the universities. Yeah, making them just one body. So some of these things that you talk here, munaziongea like, you know, hey, we have got something, we have got some meat in what we are saying, but you have nothing, completely nothing, zero. Yani ukiambiwa substantiate what you are saying right now. Yes, the cost of living is up. Aya, subsidies mkaanza kusema mambo ya fuel. Fuel subsidies zimetolewa zote. But ukiangalia vizuri, alitoa subsidies on only petroleum. Diesel na kerosene ile anatumiwa na wananchi wa kawaida, the subsidies are still there. The prices are low. So some of these things, sisi watu wale tunafuatilia hii mambo ya serikali, tukiangalia what is happening in our country for the interest of the people. That is the reason why we come to this show, not to try and give the right information. The right information is out there. Just dig for it, you'll find it. But kudanganya watu year in year out, ama day in day out, that Ruto ni mbaya, Ruto amefanya nini, watu wanakufa njaa, watu wamesijui fanya nini. Boss, ni wapi umeona watu wana demonstrate kuna wamekosa chakula? Ni kelele. ni kelele. Nimekubali mdomo ni bakuli ya maneno na kila mtu ana mdomo, but semeni ukweli kwa hii show. It's very important. It is very, very important. This mzee brought a very, very important issue that we should need to look beyond our politicians so that we can see how we can have a very, very good country ahead of us. Look beyond the politicians who are there. Right now we have Ruto. Ruto could be a transitional president, but zile mikakati ataweka, maybe, because you don't know of tomorrow, will be good for both me and you. But here we are acting like some angel Gabriel that we know what will happen in tomorrow. Ruto akitengeneza bajeti yake tayari tushajua kile kitu kitafanyika, ilhali serikali hata ijakaa miezi 5 ama miezi 3. There are things that we can do to improve the lives of Kenyans, and it is not, and I repeat, it is not in the streets, it is in parliament. I repeat to you, it is not in the streets and it is in parliament. That is where the laws are made. Unaweza fanya kitu yote, hata ukimbie ufanye nini, but bado zitarudi tu bunge. Ndio sheria itengenezwe ya kurekebisha mahali kuna ubaya. Ni hayo tu ndio niko nayo, Mr. Mato. So sometimes it is irritating because some of us have been in the fight for the longest time since 1994. We have been fighting for reforms. Mahali tuliwachana ni wakati tulirealize that these guys, you think that they are fighting for you, they are simply fighting for their stomachs. You always saying, oh, nani akingepatiwa hii kiti? Si waelezee mali 2.1 billion ile wanapataga ya political parties zinaendaga wapi each and every year? Is there any political party in Kenya who is accountable for the money that they get from government? Is there any political party who can account for the 2 billion UDA or ODM ile wanapata na hiyo wiper? Can they account? Ushaona mahali wameandika rekodi, tulipata hii pesa, tumefungua hizi maofisi, tumeenda recruitment ya watu, tumetafuta Mato yako kwa chama yetu, na hii pesa chama. So that because they are fighting for reforms, they need members. Hakuna mahali wanafanya recruitment, pesa wanakula ni kiosk za watu, vile Stony Pike alikuwa alisema, ni kiosk za watu wamefungua. Wateja ni nyinyi, mnaingia pale, mkishaingia pale mwisho wa mwaka wanapata hela zao kwa sababu wewe ni mwana hiyo chama. So lazima tuzingatie uzalendo, lazima tupende nchi yetu, na lazima pia tujue kuna wakati Mungu anaweza kupatia kiongozi, na huo kiongozi anaweza weka mikakati mzuri, then baadaye tuone matunda kwa kiongozi mwingine ule mzuri zaidi kushinda huyu ametupatia wakati huu. But for now even elections were held tomorrow with IBC, Ruto will still win. You have seen how your party has been performing in the recent by-elections. Umepata nini? Hakuna, zero. Hata ikienda by-election nyingine bado mnatandikwa tu. And yet you agree to go to those by-election with the same IBC officials, conduct them and agree on the results that ziko sawa. Na Chebukati is still the head. Why don't you refuse that these elections will not be held because Chebukati is still there? Mbona mnakubali muende hizo by-elections kama mnajua Chebukati and IBC is corrupt? So it is just Chebukati who is corrupt, the rest are not corrupt. The systems are the same. So kupotoza, kudanganya wananchi iliisha bwana. Ndio vile Ruto anawaambia wajinga waliisha. Kenya saizi watu, people are a bit informed. There is internet, there is
How much time do you still need to go?
No, I don't need more time. I've just said what I wanted to say.
But you keep on going.
No, I'm done. I'm done. Nimemaliza.
One thing I've come since yesterday and today, and with all due respect, one thing I've come to realize after listening to you yesterday and what brought me back yesterday, and even right now, I've just kept quiet and listened to you, and I've come to realize that I'm starting to see where the Kenyan thing has gone wrong. Why we are a third world country. And Zalendo, with all due respect, is because not you, but the mentality that you have that actually is dragging us so behind that we will never go anywhere. I told you that yesterday, and I repeat it today. And Zalendo, I have just shut down and just listened, gave you all the time. Ukajigonga mwenyewe. And by the way, today I'm not going to be the judge.
So what
The
mentality do you have that
you are the ones who are going to be the judge?
Who?
Everyone, I mean, Muzalendo, we are not. This is a national TV. People are listening to us, and you know what? Not even today, even tomorrow, people go back and start watching it.
I don't want to be judged.
Judge
I mean, I will not. This is Azimio platform. I don't want to be judged by Azimio
if it's
supporters.
Azimio platform, you shouldn't even be here. First of all,
so it is an Azimio platform.
Please,
So whether
can
you judge me
invite
negatively or positively, I don't care, man.
Okay, can you invite me in your UDA, the most popular?
Yep.
Whatever, I mean, you're the most popular coalition, whatever you want to call it. Can you invite me in your UDA platform so at least I can come and contribute there? But I really want it. Because
you don't know the forums?
No, send me the forum. I'll come there.
I'll send you a link.
Let me tell you. Sometimes it's easy. You might be big and feel like you're might and everything, but sometimes you just make yourself look stupid. I'm sorry.
No, I don't.
I'm not saying you purposely. I'm just saying, but when you look at this country and you're talking the way that you're talking, Zalendo, I really would wish you to do better than what you're doing.
It is.
The arguments that you're arguing, Zalendo.
It is. For me, when I see people like you, I feel sick because they've not been part of this struggle, and they don't
Zalendo,
know about
how
the
old
politics.
do you think I am?
You're younger than me. That
and
one is a fact.
when do you think I started into politics?
I'm old enough to be your dad. Just
My
know
dad?
that. Yeah.
Are you serious?
I'm old enough to be your dad. Just know that.
You can never be my dad, my friend, and not even you can never close up to that. You should apologize.
That's a fact.
No,
I'm old enough. I'm only just know that I'm old enough to be your dad.
No, you cannot.
So utasema tu hivyo, but siku ile utajua reality.
Unless are you 70 years old?
I have told you I'm old enough to be
your dad. Are you 70 years old?
Is your dad 70 years old?
He is more than 70.
Then I'm old enough to be your dad.
Wait. Anyway, maybe okay, you might be old kimwili too because umenona, lakini you can never be old enough. Kwa akili you're younger than my brother, so we nyamaza bwana, we unatusumbua akili hapa, rudi huko, rudisha mwili. Stone, I'm getting pissed off. Can you take over this thing? Huyu jamaa ana madharau sana.
What's happening? Mato, where are you? All right, say your word and then we finalize and close, Mr.
Mimi sina maneno ya kusema. Sina la kusema, pengine wewe ndio useme, Mr. Tony PK. Utuambie Ruto ni mwizi.
Mimi niko. Anyways, guys, I think we've had a good show. Stone, unless you wanted to say something, I think we've had a good show. This is a show that we come over here to really educate each other, have a good time, and not get on each other's nerves and call each other's names. We will not allow this show to deteriorate into that. And if you come here to just deteriorate show into that, then I think we need to rethink how we do it. But we're here, we're friends, we're coming in here to educate each other and have a good show so that we can laugh. And, you know, we get to meet a lot of people here, people that we never knew that we could meet. And we actually learn. I've learned a lot since I've been in this show, and I love it so much. And it's addictive to me. I'm always here. And guys on the comment section, Stone PK, did you want to give your...
Yes. Mzalendo is saying I come niseme vile Ruto ni mwizi. I'll repeat like Aristotle said, whether you like it or not, the sun will always set from where? East. And it will rise from east and set to the west. The same thing. Kukuche, kuwe usiku, jua liake, lisiake, mwizi ni mwizi. Na Wakenya muna kiongozi ambaye aliproviwa ni mwizi. Kwa hivyo, labda anaweza akageuka akawa labda nyani anaweza geuka akawa mtu, ama simba, fisi anaweza ageuka akawa mbuzi. But the truth of the matter, that is the truth, which is very, very hard to swallow, is that unfortunately we have a president in that country who has criminal records. He has everything. Whether people say, oh, when the court you prove, there's nothing you can prove in Kenya. Those courts are just rubber stamps. Hakuna case unaweza prove at you're being told prove so and so took bribe, and we know yes, we have a number in corruption, but you are being told until you prove. Yeah, you wonder how will you prove watu wakifanya wizi, wakiua wengine, all those cases, how watu wameuliwa huko. Do I need to prove that somebody has been killed illegally? We've buried them. Tunaenda tunalia machozi ya crocodile. Yet we are the ones who have done that. We are talking of things like, it is sad when you hear Kenyans saying, go and prove in a court of law. How would you prove in a court of law when they are skewed murders? And we are talking of people like Msando and all that, even recently. And Kenyans here, that's why Kenya wengine wanataka waende wachomwe mbali sana, because we will never have a country if we still have young generation coming up and having those kind of mentality. For me, I want us to call a spade a spade. Ruto ni mwizi, ameiba kura, ako pale. Wacha akae, Mungu akimweka hapo, if his God will keep him there. Tuseme tu awekwe. But he can never be sanitized. That's the worst thing that, in fact, what has happened to that country, the worst that Kenyans will regret is having the so-called President Ruto as president. That is the worst. It's a nightmare that Kenyans will live with. Let me thank those who are on this other side. Mato, akina Pamela Kageni, thank you very much for being with us. Awino Ragama. Kuna watu kama nani, Mato? Kuna watu kama Pamela namuona, Jojo Nyula yuko pale. Shigo baby. Unakumbuka Shigo? Mato. Amerisurface yule mrembo wetu yule.
Shiko alikuja hapa siku nyingine. Shiko ni mtu wetu. Unajua Shiko anakuaga huyo anaongea, anasema mahali hapo. Shiko
huyo ndio sasa. Huyo ndio Stone PK on the female side huyo sasa.
Ndio huyo basi umeshika sasa.
Afungagi imevunjika. She calls it as it is, and whether Kenyans like it or not, you have one of the worst presidents that you'll ever have in this whatever, and Kenyans, you are headed for doom.
Kuna Jojo Nyulo vipi bwana?
Jojo Nyulo ni wetu mtu yule. Ongezea Moses Masare anataka kuja. Naweza mleta afunge station.
Moses kwanza kuja tuambie Uganda venye iko, kwa sababu wa Kenya hapa kina nani hawa hawa Kenya, huyu kwanza, huyu wetu huyu, hata sijui tutamfanyia nini.
Kenya Defense
Moses, how
Forces.
are you doing, sir? How's Uganda? Tell us, how's Bobby Wine? How's everything? And how's Kenya? How's the East Africa community?
Kwani Moses uko wapi? Moses, where are you?
I'm in Uganda, man.
Where? Uganda is big, bana. Uganda wapi?
I'm in Mukono, you know Mukono.
I know Mukono very well. I know Mukono very well on my way to Jinja. So I know Mukono very, very well.
Yeah, Uganda has no problem, but we got some thieves and thugs that are rooting each and everything in our country. You know, they are like
You have disappeared, Moses. Mukono internet inaonekana inakuwa tabbed na Museveni ama namna gani? Moses.
Yes.
You are disappearing. You are saying something and then you faded.
Yeah, you're thinking that maybe the other side. Now I'm clear, I think.
Yeah, say your final word and then tuende to kifungasha.
Yeah, I'm saying that Uganda is okay. Uganda has no problem. You know, it's called part of Africa, but we are being led by thugs and thieves, you know, rooting each and everything. So, how are you, Mr. Rendo?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. How are you, man?
Good, man. Good.
You know, Moses, you guys are better. You have so much that even if you looted, you can't finish. It's on a lighter note. Even you have cows that give so much milk.
No, we are not moving forward. We are just stuck and just stuck. We are not moving forward. We are not moving back. We are just there. So I listened to our brother Mzalendo. You know, when I look at you, Mzalendo, you are not in Kenya. You are maybe in diaspora or you are abroad somewhere.
That does not mean that I don't live in Kenya.
No, I'm not saying. Of course, Kenya is home. But the reason why I say that, you know, people like you who have traveled, people like you who you have met different kind of people, different environments. You have at least you are exposed. You know, what are the things that you admire that you should at least you can also wish or you can bring home? Because I believe in the country that you guys are in, you can see how leaders behave, how leaders work. Everyone, you know, they divide the powers. Everyone in his own or her own section. You don't cross, and you are responsible. When whatever happens in your section or in your where you are being appointed to. So the things of saying this one is Azimio, this one is what? It's not all about Azimio or UDA or what. It's all about Kenya. Everything is Kenya first. If the current president Ruto, can start doing things the way president should do, I think everyone will be behind him. People, they are just, it's like they are demanding the services, their services, of which, to me, maybe Mizarendo, just, I want you to tell me like three or four things, two or three things that you can give credit to William Ruto that these are the things that he has done so far. Because of 100 days, they are already, it's like already over. So 3 things or 2 maybe that now you give us more things that you believe that you have seen the president that has done. Because many people, it's like they have not seen anything good yet. So you give us the fact. Like me, I am one of those ones who believe that he's not doing well. So just I want to hear from you. Maybe I can also know.
Moses, the president had got some promises that he had made to Kenyans. Number one, he promised that he's going to release the Hustlers Fund. He released it.
Okay.
Number two, the president promised that he was going to appoint the judges. He has done so. The judges that the former president had refused to appoint, he has appointed those judges. You get it? So those are some of the 2 fundamental things that William Ruto has done. He promised that he's going to remove the subsidies. He has removed the subsidies on petroleum, but he didn't remove the subsidies on diesel and kerosene. He promised that he's going to return 57% of the port services back to Mombasa. He has done that for the people of Mombasa. Those are 4 already that I've given you. Those are some of
Mzalendo,
the
do you understand?
promises that
Mzalendo, do you know that? Do you know one of the judges that was mwenye aliapishwa na Ruto? Do you understand that he's wanted by the FBI?
That's not my business. What I've said is that the president
I
has
think
appointed.
we were winding
judges.
up, and I just wanted Mzalendo to list what Moses has asked, and then we close the show. Moses, Mzalendo has given you 3 items. Maybe how many did you want?
Yeah, in those 3, I have another one question. Yes, concerning the Hustler Fund. Are you satisfied that this fund is being brought in a good faith or with good intention to develop Kenyans?
The answer is
According to you.
obvious.
Can
The
I
answer from Mzalendo is obvious. I
Can
don't
I
want
answer
us to
you?
open that debate, Mzalendo, if you don't mind, because
Stone already knows the answer because the answer is very, very elaborate. Maybe for Moses to understand, yes, there might be a problem with the way the funds were disbursed, but the best way for the funds to run properly is if they were given through banks and the actors be trained on how to manage the funds so that we get very, very few people getting the money other than get the whole community plus high school children getting the funds to do pretty about nothing. So that one is a teething problem and is working on it. I believe that the next phase they will do better.
Thank you, Moses. Thank you, Mzalendo. So Moses, these are the answers you will get from UDA supporters. He has even told you.
Yeah.
So they are gambling. They don't know what to do, which is true. Ruto doesn't know what to do. He was just being populist, and that is the most mediocratic thing that one can do. Hustler Fund is nonsensical. It can never make sense even 100 years. So let's not open a debate. Hiyo ni ujinga ya Ruto.
Just one last one. Don't take one last one.
Yeah. Then
Mzalendo.
Yes.
This is the last one. If we are to rate the president right now, out of 10, But before we go to that, do you like the way this Hustler's Fund was handled? Whom do you think we can put the blame to? Is it opposition, Kenyans, or whom do you think?
I'll blame the Kenyans themselves because they were in a hurry to get the money. And Azimio supporters like Stony PK were demanding on the second day that the Hustler funds be released. So it was released without proper planning and proper structures. So this is something that would have been planned better and it would have served a better purpose. But so far, not so bad. There is some money remaining. It will go to Mwananchi and it will serve the purpose that it was meant to serve.
Okay, rate them now. Give them, rate them out of 10.
Do you want me to rate them? As Mzalendo myself, let me not even give you a rating because they will say it is biased. Info
No,
track.
it's your opinion. It's yours. You are entitled to it.
I'll give the current in the 100 days that they've been in office. I'll give them a 6 out of 10. But InfoTrack gave them a 52.1% of their promises, 52.1. Where they're doing poorly is on the promise that they would reduce the food prices, like the price of maize will go down. That is where they are scoring 40-something%. So on that one, the government knows that they are scoring poorly and they are working on it. But on other issues that are affecting Kenyans, they are scoring 51. And on approval rate, Kenyans who are approving this government is at 56%. What you see on this channel is the opposite. Is the opposite. So sometimes you might come here and find like the whole country is annoyed with the Ruto, but it is not that way. These are people who are in the opposition and they have to really get agitated. So don't be
No. That one, no.
Okay, order, guys, order. Let's, ladies and gentlemen, I think this time it's time to do our closing remark. I think that time has come for us to do a closing remark. Let's not start another debate. I think we have tomorrow. We're still here, and we will always be here. If we can do our closing remark, we'll do appreciate that, so that we call it a day for today, and then we start a show tomorrow again. We'll be here. We'll still talk until we all agree, because we are all brothers. And like I always say, we stop talking, we start fighting. So at this point, I'd like to start our closing remark. And this closing remark.
We've already done closing remark, Mato.
Huh?
It's already done.
Not yet.
I was actually thanking these people, then Moses came in. We've done.
Okay.
Let's not.
Okay, so the closing remark.
Tusianze mambo ya UDA hapa.
Okay, Moses, maybe Mzalendo had already done his closing remark.
Alimaliza hiyo, tuache hiyo maneno.
Yeah. Moses, just give your closing remark, what you have to say for the day, because you came in late, actually. Just give your closing remark and then we start, because I can see some people here, people like Mike Ongige is crying that we haven't recognized him on the in the comment section, because the people in the comment section also make this channel keep on moving, because they're the people who have another discussion on the other side while we're having this discussion over here, and they give us also ideas on what to talk, and we listen to them and we agree and we appreciate them. So Moses, since you're the late comer, can you give your closing remark? Don't ask any questions, just give your closing remark, sir.
Yeah. My closing remark is that as like now I take it genuinely, like Africans, more so East African, and to Muzerendo, and also Stony Peak, everyone here on the panel. First, let us give a credit where it is due. It's not all about the UDA. It's not all about the ODM. It's not all about Raila and Odinga and Ruto. No. When someone is doing things in the right way, we should appreciate and give a credit. But we should not go with someone because we love. You know, these things of loving someone too much to the extent of becoming blind, it can never take us, it will never take us forward. It is taking us nowhere. So let's put government or whoever is in the government to do things the right way, regardless, either, even though you are different, of course, we are in different political parties, but when you do something the right way, you deserve a credit. When you do something in the wrong way, you deserve to be criticized. So, Mzalendo, I know you can do better than that. The way I see you are someone, even you know what you are talking about. You look to be a wise guy, and age also matters. You said you are old enough and you have seen these things happening. So we can do better than that. That's what I can say. Otherwise, thank you for everyone, and I'm happy to be here. Man. See you tonight.
Well, thank you
again.
so much, Mr. Moses. Thank you so much. Before I come back to you guys, the people on the panel, Stone PK, you will help me with this one, but I'm going to start all the way from the top, because I've seen some people in the comment section, they're saying we are not shouting out to them. So I know we were on this process, but let me shout out first of all to the people that have been in the panel since it started, the Bernard show and this show today, and where we are today up to the end of it. There's some people who have been here since then. Some of them comment, some of them don't comment. Those who don't come to the comment section or don't even come to the show, we do really still appreciate you, because we can still see you on the numbers of the people who are watching. Again, the people in the comment section, we do really appreciate you every day, because you guys come over there and you do a good job. I'm always there with you guys until I come to the show, if I do come to the show, and Stone is always there too, and everybody that is on the, or that comes to the panel does that. So I'll start from the top. Stone PK, utanisaidia kama kuna kitu inafaa kusomwa. Dush, I want to say hi to you kama ushalala. Weni unapenda kutusumbua sana. The Baron aligeuza akacha kuwa the Baron, anajitaga Baron siku hizi. Charles Agwaru, we see you. Betty, nice to see you. Baron again, Agwaru. Michael Ngige, wacha kulia bwana, tulikuwa bado tunakaa. Michael Ngige, Stone, Michael Ngige anatuambia mimi na wewe ati tunamlenga bwana. We don't.
Hapana, huyo ni wetu mtu. Na pia leo Nyabaya tunakuona kabisa. Niko Dhiambo, wewe ni wetu. Patrick Siluka, Sululia, huyo ni wetu kabisa. Nani mwingine?
Yeah, na kuna huyu msumbufu pia nani, Geoffrey Ruto, bado sawa tu, tunakupenda tu ukikuja
Geoffrey Ruto anatakiwa aende shule sana, asome maneno ya siasa za dunia, manake anaonekana upande huo ni muduni kidogo. Ako obsessed na ndugu yake Ruto, inamfanya anaona karibu sana kama nzi. Sara pia tunakupongeza kabisa. Anthony Wangusi, wewe ni wetu kabisa. Asili TV, Tatu Juma ndio shabiki pia kabisa. Kuna Wairimo N, kuna Agnes Njeri na Georgia Nyulo umemsoma. Pia kuna Berean
ni the Baron ule alikuwa wa kitambo
kabisa, huyo amerudi sasa.
Na Black
amerudi kwa sababu amesikia tunataka kuasha kiberiti.
Umeona Black pia yeye yuko na Katinda Ngone, John Dinda.
Katinda Ngone, huyo Black anasema tuendelee na show na ako huko nyuma. Mwambie aje kwa screen tumwachie rani show ya UDA. Tutampatia hiyo department.
Na Nifa ameteremka huko kutusumbua pia. Nifa anatuambia huko ati sijui kama umeona hiyo.
Haya, Isa pia asante sana. Berean, nimeona Nisa kwa umbali. Brian Richard, kudos bro. Let's catch up on Friday. That's good. Betty wetu yuko kabisa gangari. Brian.
Awino Rapemo, huyu akosagi kabisa. Kenya Defence Forces. I hope hiyo ni KDF.
Haya, Katinda Ngoni, Jinda yuko pale. Wairimo N. Nafikiria sasa tumewapata. Oh, na kuna the Dons family.
Na Flora Mwashi. Flora Mwashi ni upi huyo?
Huyo ni mgeni wetu nadhani. Karibu
sana. Anasema no one has been trained on how to use Fuliza.
Hiyo mambo ya nini ni kupumbaza wa Kenya. Nimekuambia Ruto akiangalia wa Kenya huwa anaona ng'ombe zimemwangalia hivi. Unaona?
Mwanzo story ya Ruto na ulisema ulete story ya Ruto.
Nasema Ruto rais wenyu. Akiangalia wa Kenya huwa anaona ni ng'ombe zinamwangalia. So he can say anything he wants.
Stone.
Mtaanza show ingine sasa.
Unajua sasa mimi nina power, I can mute nani
anaweza ni mute. Unajua nilikuwa nataka kusema kitu kabla uni mute unajua
sema bro
unajua saa zingine unaweza valisha you can dress a monkey to a dinner table, umvalishe nguo vizuri sana. You can dress a monkey and invite the monkey for dinner. Ikuja kwa meza. Unafikiri hiyo monkey itafanya nini kwa hiyo meza?
Karibu.
Anyways, guys, it's about
Moses Makazi akopoa kabisa. Nadhani Michael Ngige ndio huyo huko. Mato kama ni Kenya nimewacha Wandera James bwana. Okay.
I think we got all of them, Gigi.
Wandera James nimempata huyo kabisa. I think all of them now are already in inbox. Tumewaweza. Christopher Nyambengi. Huyo nilikuwa nimemuona.
Ala, wewe umemtoa wapi? Hiyo ni Facebook side.
Ni wetu tu wako buying of particulars. Huyo alikuwa amekasirika sana kwa sababu we are being ruled by people with no papers. So he supports me when I say basi wote tutupe madigrii zetu tuweke kwa pipa tu tukae hivyo. It's like tunaambiwa tuvue nguo. Hakuna haja ya kuvaa nguo. Alex alikuwa huko mbeleni. Unajua Ruto, Ruto ameturudisha Stone Age. Wallahi billahi. Hiyo tutaongea kesho.
Yeah, that one will go tomorrow. And I think if I can remember the people who are on the panel, Stone, if you can remember, I know Mary Wainaina was here. Public participation was here. Alex was here.
Rhoda.
Rhoda
was here.
Rhoda was here.
Yes.
And Nani, Leo came today, yeah.
Leo alikuwa tulianza na yeye huko mapema.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at this point, kama kuna mtu nimesahau, if you are on the panel, you are on the comment section, and also you're listening, we want to appreciate Moses. Actually, we do appreciate you so much because there's something I always say, and this is mine personally, to say that the East Africa is going to be one country, and that's why we're growing up. So we appreciate when you see Ugandans, and we need some more of Tanzanians, Congolese, and Rwandans, the guys who are in the East African community coming over to talk about our country, and so that also we can talk about their country and what is going on about the East Africa, because we are all one. We are going to be one at some point. It's something that has been happening, and we cannot wait, either in this generation or not, to even see Africa become one country, a United States or countries of Africa. So once we see you coming here and starting to talk matters Kenya, we do appreciate you so much. Personally, I thank you so much for coming here and also following our politics, because that's a challenge to even us Africans to start following those East African. If you're going to have an East African passport, then you need to also know the politics that happens in the other countries. So us
Kenyan with love, ebu challenge a Kenyan to talk about politics ya Uganda ama Tanzania.
Hawataweza, si hao wanajua tu. Kwanza zao ni za ushago.
Haya, twende kazi.
So, ladies and gentlemen, for the people who have been watching us, yeah, this is our forum that we come and talk, open forum, open for, political forum, and like, Stone tumekosa, tumesahau Danny Darius.
Oh, Danny Darius. Oh,
Yes.
How can we?
You know, Danny Darius' father, Danny Darius always says, if you come into this show, come with a working budget and a working brain, because we need to keep on talking. We stop talking, we start fighting. But we come over here to educate each other, have a good time. And yes, sometimes we might say things that might not appeal the other person, but also it's all educative and it's all disagreeing to agree.
How about
until
Chaka Mdune ndugu yetu?
Chaka, pole dad, pole kaka kule huko bwana, tumesahau. Usije ukatukula kesho.
Na
So
Black,
ladies,
na Black yuko pia amemandika tu mahali huko tu anatupa tu maneno hapa tumishale tu.
Awino Rapemo anatuambia brains is a must.
Brain is a must. Na kuna Lizi Macharia pia ni mzalendo, ni wetu ule.
So at this point, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we do appreciate to come in an end. To an end to our. Is this the 5th day? Yeah, to the 5th day of January, according to where you were.
Year of the Lord.
Yeah, so we're hoping that we're going to have a better year, have a better conversation, and we have a long way to go. We started this thing last year. We did a whole year through watu wakipiga kura and everything, campaigns and everything until the elections, and we're still here. Some of them say that this show would be closed immediately after the elections, but unfortunately or fortunately, we're still here and we're not going anywhere.
And the theme is Kenya Waka Waka. Pambano mapambano, Ruto must go. Fire, fire. Fire, fire.
Ndoto.
And then mzalendo anasema ndoto. Bas, utaona.
Na tukimaliza Kenya tutenda Uganda.
Fire. Moto.
Yeah, we need to start. We need to start another show. We need to start another show in Uganda, and maybe Moses can hold that one, and we take another one to Tanzania. Yeah.
Moses will be eliminated early in the morning.
Now we want to make also one currency, one currency. When you go to Kenya, you go with the same money, no need to change, like the passport.
Moses, with you, you must host that show either at Migingo or in Kenya. Otherwise, in Uganda, Museveni will play with you nicely.
I know where I can make it from.
He will invite you and ask you want another rap?
I can't be invited with him.
You want another rap?
I hear Museveni has an affinity of squeezing some things in a human's body.
Want another rap?
Yeah, honestly, guys, as we speak right now, people are being abducted. They just come and there is a lot of things happening in my country, honestly. If you think about that, you feel like, I wish I'm an angel, They are adopting people, Just others are being killed, others are being imprisoned, others have never been seen ever since. So there are a lot of things happening. And that's why when I come here most of the time, we don't wish another country to go the same direction.
Okay.
So, Mr. Renda, we have come back and talk about, because I need you today, we talk. We say that we can have time and we discuss more about, because there are a lot of things that we have to protect. These are our countries. We don't want them to sink, to go down. because
Moses,
of some with some.
Moses, let's begin fixing the easier one. We fix with Ruto and then we'll fix Museveni. I can assure you that.
Yeah, the reason why, for Ruto now is okay, but once you leave him to plant his empire like what Museveni did, it will be very difficult.
That's what we don't want to do. We want to uproot him before even he grows the taproot.
But before uprooting him,
Moses, we have a constitution in Kenya which will play. Ruto will go his first term, 5 years. We'll have election. If he's elected, well and good. If he's not, he's going home. That is what the constitution of Kenya says.
No, Mzalendo, you are wrong. We are amending the constitution. Ruto is a live president. Oh,
that one cannot be amended because
actually, Mzalendo, if we wanted to go by the constitution clearly, hold on, Moses. If we really wanted to go by the constitution, this is Ruto's last term. He was already a president. He became a president once.
That's another discussion for another day.
Now you Mato, those are Vimeo talking points. Those are illusions. You know that some.
There is a sorry.
But Mzalendo, honestly, if you just try to advise those ones, I know maybe you have some network. Let them work for Kenyans. That's what we want from them. No one is crying for the seat. Let him give services.
Okay.
Stop.
Let's talk one at a time. Let's talk one at a time, gentlemen. And we are closing. I wanted to appreciate Nifa Isalano. She says people out there are saying we should not recognize those who are using abusive language on people. We agree. I agree. We should not acknowledge you if you are just insulting other people from there. So we only acknowledge people of good manners, because manners is very important. Thank you, Nifa. That point is noted.
And Mohammed Ege just said something. Kenyans are weeping, grieving, and gnashing their teeth while UDA shadow boxing with ghosts.
Yes, so wacha tuseme Mungu awabariki ndugu zangu. Mimi I'm checking out and wishing you all the best. Then you sleep to live another day. You have to wake up to come to Mtembei again. The fire continues. Ruto must go. It is Kenya waka waka. Fire. I know we have a constitution. We will suspend it a little bit and deal with the issues and problems that we have.
Stone, I think we just need to close Kenya for renovation. But anyways,
exactly.
Guys, have a good day. Good cheers. God bless you wherever you are, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Mato, uone deal sasa ndio kuwe kujua vitu ile na kuambiaga ni ukweli. Ngojea kesho uone deal ya Republicans na Democrats. The issues that are put on the table.
Mzalendo, I'm sending you back to the government. Take our message. We need services, not lamenting and politicking.
Okay, guys, let me just close the show in a good way.
Thank you, Moses.
We will not be anywhere. We'll be here. Just don't.
The president has had you.
Don't leave. But guys who are watching this show, this is the end of the show. God bless you wherever you are, and be blessed. See you again tomorrow. And thank you. You're always welcome, and always share with other people so that actually we can all have a conversation regardless where you are. Have a good night. God bless you.